Hello. Hello, 13 jurors. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Y'all are here early. Hello. Take your seats. I'm a couple minutes getting started on our thing, but we've still got time because court hasn't started yet, of course. But I'm a couple minutes late, and let me tell you why. You know what? I don't even have to tell you why, because you all know, because you've been here since last night. So I've seen that we have a whole group in here camping out in chat last night, which I thought was hilarious. And it reminded me like total Black Friday vibes, which was a blast. So good morning and welcome to all of y'all coming out of your tents to come join this circus today. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So y'all know how we were joking about how she said scruffle instead of scuffle. Yesterday in stream, it popped in my head and I started singing every day I'm scruffling, and I have had that one line stuck in my head going on, I don't even know how many hours now. And every time I closed my eyes last night trying to go to sleep, I would hear every day I'm scruffling in my head. And that's how I know that I'm not right in the brain. I have something fun to show you. Let's see here. Let me show you. Share my screen. Here we go. Our first and second and third in chat. So I had to swap my Canva over. So it's you get a whole different layout now, but it is still the same prizes. Also, congratulations to our second in the tailgate chat. You actually got an upgrade on the old 1975 stool, and now it's like a 1960s stool, which may not be as new, but it is more retro, more colorful, and longer lasting, and probably just as uncomfortable. So Portland Trailblazers TV, congratulations. You take the throne. You get your throne for first in the tailgate chat. Congratulations. Welcome to you. If the spotlights are shining too bright, let us know. We'll turn them down. Second in chat was Queen Olive Ruth Ann. Congratulations. You get your retro stool. And careful sitting on it because it looks like it's about to fall off of the winner's block. And our third in the tailgate was Red Pen. You get your comfy beanbag, and the beanbag, you'll notice, even got a little bit of an upgrade. And now it's more of what they call them, like the big Bubbas or something weird like that. I have one. My son got me one, and I sit it over in front of my big windows, and I'll sit over there with my laptop sometimes and work so I can watch the beach. So it's really comfortable, Red Pen, just so you know. So congratulations to all of y'all. And I, because we have a bunch of crazy people in here, let me see. I have something else because y'all are all nutso. Thought I had it pulled up, but I don't. So let me get it pulled up now. I have to turn off my air conditioner because it's right behind me and it gets loud and you can hear it. So I have to turn off my air conditioner during the day. So I have like this little bitty fan that I keep like kind of under my desk so the microphone doesn't pick it up, but it is the only thing that keeps me from sweating to death while I'm streaming. And it blows my hair. And so every time I turn over here to look at this monitor, it blows my hair in my mouth and I eat my hair. Okay, see? All right, let's see here. I'm going to show you. This is for all you crazy folks. I thought I downloaded this, but I guess I didn't. At least I saved it. Oops. I'm just messing everything up over here. Okay, now I'll add it so I can show you. So, because y'all are all kind of nuts, we did I did a quick, this is why I was late. I did a quick camp out welcome to all of y'all who camped out overnight. So we have first in line in the camp out after our throne winners and throne and beanbag and stool winners are Jimmy Lawson, 80s Music Man, Candace Hoff, Gailey May, 93, Tammy L2, the Knoxville Agent, Jennifer, is it Pro? Shelly Tarbay. I'm saying it fancy. Tarbay. And Kelly Bowbelly. And of course, I have our mods here taking pictures of you, asking why you're here so early, and saying that this is hilarious. So congratulations to our, and I had to put our little 13th juror emblem over the emblem that was on there for that actual picture. So congratulations to our tailgaters and our campers. We love you so much, and we are glad that you camped out. I hope that the weather was nice and you all got along on tent row over here. So congratulations to all of y'all. I felt like I didn't have enough time or mental capacity to come up with another, like, what is that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, another 9 types of chairs to hand out. So I figured y'all camped out, so I'll just give you a camp out, like a little, you get your own camp out graphic. So congratulations to all of y'all. Also, while y'all were tailgating and camping out, we have 2 new members. Shauna Casey, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the jury. Take your seat or your tent or your throne or your beanbag or your love seat or however else you want to sit. Grab a pillow on the floor, however you want to. Make yourself at home. You are now part of the cult family. Also, I can't highlight it on here, I don't think. Let me scroll up and check. Nope, I can't highlight on here because it was from too early, so I can't do it. But we had another new member, Miss Priss. Welcome to the family. Grab your stool, your seat, your chair, your beanbag, your love sack, your throne, your ottoman. Grab whatever you want. Have a seat. Let's see. Let me get this pulled up. The last witness of the day, I was, oh, dang it. I just had all this pulled up and I just closed out that tab instead of hitting the thing. This is why I shouldn't be doing this without having enough coffee yet. That's okay. Our last witness of the day, now I have to get it back pulled up, that they wouldn't let us do audio on. Yes, go ahead and tweet this. I can send you the original one if you want, if like the one without it, if you want to, or you can do the, let's see if we can make it too funny. Let's see. I'm going to try to read y'all's comments in a second. I just want to get this pulled back up before we get going. Dang it. I just had it. Yeah, Ken and this is what I was trying to find. I just had this pulled up, and then when I tried to swap over, I closed out all the stuff. There was a thing, and I haven't even had a chance to read it yet. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see if this is what I had pulled up. what I have pulled up. Virginia, see, I heard it was Sebastian's mom. And I had not even had a chance to read it all because I was saving it to read with y'all, and then I lost it. I'll get it pulled up in just a second. I'm trying to look for it now, the one I had. I should have just went ahead and read it so that I could have all the information. But I thought we'll experience it together like we experienced the trial together. But that was a bad idea because then I accidentally exited out of it. So, whatever. I'll get it pulled up. Also, I have, while I'm trying to find that whole shenanigans, I had on Twitter, let me get it pulled up. Brittany Moore. Is Brittany in chat right now? Yes, the deceased mom. Not deceased mom, the decedent's mom. Sebastien, the one who passed. Also, I had, oh Lord, my old eyes. Yesterday, yeah, today will probably be another drama day. Let me get this closed out. Oops. I have too many tabs open trying to find stuff because I was trying to get everything ready for today. Okay, so I had on Twitter, let me see if I can zoom into this so my old eyes can see it. Courtroom is live. Okay, I can go to it. We are, let me get it pulled up real quick. I have some court papers that they sent me yesterday too that we can go over, and I will share some stuff about yesterday with y'all. Share my tab.
That's fine. I can, and I typically do.
Can y'all hear that?
So that's fine. It's.
Good morning.
I'm always curious to see which way people use the pointer.
Good morning.
Almost everyone does it backwards. Yeah, you should use yeah, that's the right way. I think yesterday the only person who got it right was our first witness, Mr. Lowe, or I think he was first.
I'm going to get all that stuff, those other papers pulled up, because when they have a break, we're going to go over some of the stuff that was sent to me. It'll give me time to get my old lady eyes adjusted so I can read it.
Yeah. So long as you do not take any images of jurors, and so long as you take no recordings, make no recordings, then yes. All right? Oh, yes, stills only. I think so, yeah.
Good morning. Recovery Addict, are you still in here? What time does your stuff start today? Where are you? Yep, there he is. Recovery Addict is my favorite live streamer. And I used to be in chat every single day. And now I still am, but I have it muted while I do this. And then I have to catch up on everything on the replay crew. Yes. Catching up on comments now. Silly Pickles, good morning. Oh, RA starts in 45 minutes. I always have RA up on another tab. And when I'm not having to share my audio on here, I get to kind of eavesdrop. But when I have to share my audio on here, I can't. So then I just have to keep it muted and say hi and chat every once in a while. I saw that tweet. RA commented on my tweet yesterday explaining the clip of me explaining what a BBL was in chat yesterday. And he said to give wrong answers only on what a BBA or a BBL was. So we had some funny answers on Twitter. Look at Brother Brewmeister portaling on over. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. Yes.
We believe it was Sebastian's mom.
We got 10-200.
Oh, and y'all, I've got my Memorial Day stuff on. Memorial Weekend. He looks back at the camera, and I swear I think he blew a kiss yesterday at the camera. I wonder, like, he's probably got, like, loved ones watching, supporting.
Okay.
Angie, don't feel bad. If you want to, either one you watch live, neither Recovering Addict or friends, and we both are under the same idea that the internet's big enough for all of us. So some of us we get to see live, some of us we get to see on replay, and we're good either way. Even being over here, though, I feel like I'm cheating on RA sometimes. There you go. Hi, Rebecca. Morning, Cheryl. Shreen, good, Big Bad Liars. There you go. That is a Brazilian butt lift. I think I do the same thing. I listen to RAs when it's boring here. Okay, I have the letter one saved. I haven't got to see that one. I've still got to finish Solomon's interview. And I think everything else I'm caught up on. Oh, and then, well, the one from yesterday, I haven't got to see any of that yet. So I've got that one saved too. I got 3 things of his saved that I've got to catch up on this weekend. Yeah, it's a whole huge thing, and they have like I've seen pictures and stuff. They have like these huge like bodysuits they have to put you in to keep you all tucked up to protect your body and your new booty and all that stuff. Yeah, this one's been
All right.
nuts.
Welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats, please. Once again, thank you for your punctuality, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I really, truly appreciate it.
Bye,
And it makes the system run much more smoothly. Everyone is signed in right down in the jury office. Perfect. Thanks.
If y'all hit
All right, who's the
exclamation
state's
point,
next witness?
exclamation point RA, it'll give you his information.
Morning. Thank you.
long do you think? Not long. He's probably just ready for this
Ken?
weekend.
Sure. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you are not to be released?
Okay, sir, when you're comfortable, will you please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record and for the jury?
Reuben Estes, Reuben Estes.
All right, thank you. Reuben, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Ellis, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Estes.
Morning.
Can you start out by telling the members of the jury, where do you currently live?
557 Teak Drive.
And how long have you lived at that address?
It's going on 5 years now.
And do you know someone by the name of Travis Rudolph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you see him in here this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you just point him out for us?
He's at the defense table in the middle.
Just make the record reflect, please.
It shall, and it does. Thank you.
Now, how do you know Mr. Rudolph?
They're my neighbors.
Okay. And when you say they're your neighbors, are they next door to you? Where are they in relation to you?
Right across the street.
Okay. Directly across the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up briefly, which is states 1A, which is our map. Just maybe what is that?
Yes, watch your step, Mr. Estes, but perfect, thanks.
Yes, please.
I pinned his name in the top of the
Mr. Estes, I'm going to give you this pointer.
chat.
Okay? And if you can speak into that microphone, I believe it's on.
Yes.
So
And
now,
Mr. Estes, watch your back because it's difficult for you. All the jurors have to be able to see.
why don't you stand right here?
Sorry about that.
Can you still see if you stand right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Bless him.
Okay. So now this is T Drive, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you see your house on this street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where's your house?
Right here.
Right here?
Yeah, with a swimming pool.
Okay. And where is Mr. Rudolph's house?
Right here.
Okay. You can have a seat right now.
Just watch your step.
So now, do you know Mr. Rudolph's family?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And have you developed some sort of, let's say, a relationship with them, a friendship, like a neighborly type of friendship with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you done things for them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, like what?
Miss Linda, Travis's mom, asked me to do odd and end stuff around the house. She brought me supper over to my house a couple of times when my wife was away.
Aw.
We just neighborly.
Okay. And so you would you describe the relationship as cordial, friendly, and as you just indicated, neighborly?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct, and what about your relationship with her children? Mr. Rudolph, you said you identified Travis Rudolph. Do you know of any other children that may live in the house that Miss Linda has?
DJ.
Okay. And have you seen them at the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you friendly with Travis Rudolph and DJ?
I probably more with DJ. I've seen DJ more. I mean, I've waved and said hey to Travis, back and forth, but I've never really sit down and had a conversation with him. DJ, I have.
So I want to direct your attention to April 6th of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And before we get to what you saw happening that night in the front yard, I want to direct your attention to earlier in the day. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall seeing Travis Rudolph with someone he was dating outside of his house, having an argument or whatever they were doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the person that you saw, had you seen this person before at the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're familiar with her?
I know her.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I have never said hey to her or talked to her.
Okay. But you've seen her there before.
Yes, ma'am.
And the day of the incident, had you seen her there earlier in the day? If you recall.
I don't know what time during the day. I seen them when they were outside arguing.
Okay. And what is your recollection of that argument? What did you see going on?
Just, you know, it wasn't a good day for me, period. You know, that morning, a best friend of mine right down the street died,
Aw.
you know, and then I heard that and it's like, oh no, not again, you know,
Aw.
because they're time to time, they go at it out in the front yard and stuff. And that day, I mean, it was just normal yelling and going on, and she kept calling him a broke bitch. And I'm sorry, you know, I mean, but that's what she was saying. And, you know, I mean, like normal, Travis was standing there trying to just not involve in it, you know, and DJ was trying to kind of break it up like normal.
Like
and
normal.
that's usually how they went. And, you know, I tried to just, you know, not today. I don't need this crap today.
Okay. So now, this particular episode that you saw in that day, had you seen them? You used the word "get into it" before, so this was not the first day that you saw the two of them, to use your words, get into it.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, did it happen often? Did it happen? It was, you know.
I can't tell how frequently, but frequent enough that you remember it.
Okay.
You know, I seen him standing there with his arms crossed and her slapping him,
Okay.
and him just. I told DJ, I said, tell your brother, you know, there's no woman worth that.
Thank you, Mr. Estes.
This is the smartest witness they've had so far.
So now, on this particular, let's go back to that day that what you saw with the two of them, right?
Yes.
At some point, did you
I agree.
not see them in the front yard arguing with one another? At some point, did that come to an end?
I heard a car drive away,
Okay, all right.
and then I didn't hear nothing after that.
Now, did there come a point where you did hear something later on in the night after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell the members of the jury what did you hear?
I just all of a sudden heard somebody yell, and then I heard a bunch of like slapping and hitting, and I got up and looked out the door, and there was two piles of people out in the front yard fighting.
Okay. You recall what time that was? Were you looking at your clock? If you know, you know. If you don't, that's fine.
It was late. It was probably after midnight.
Okay. All right. So now, in your residence, Mr. Estes, were you living alone at the time?
At the time, my wife was up in Pennsylvania.
Okay. So you hear this noise, you get up and you look out your door, you said?
Yes, ma'am. My front door.
Okay. And you see people fighting.
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they fighting?
Out close to the road, like where his driveway is, there's a telephone pole, there's a light post that was, if you're looking at his house, it'd be to the right side of the house in the front corner of the yard. But some of them were over here by the driveway, some of them were over by the telephone pole.
Okay. All right. Now, could you make out like how many people you saw out there fighting?
I think I said before five or six or more, but like I said, there's two pals, and somebody was getting the best of somebody over here, and one would leave this pal and go over there, and one, you know,
Okay.
I think I explained like a ruckus.
Like a ruckus.
Yes.
Okay. So you just kind of saw people fighting, and then you saw people jumping here and jumping there, and then it was just fighting back and forth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, how long would you say you stood there and watched the fighting?
Oh, it was not long at all, because I thought, you know, you got all these people fighting and everything nowadays, somebody's going to pull a knife or a gun.
Okay.
So I left the door and I went to my room and got my gun.
Okay. Now, you went to your room and got your gun. Now, let me ask you this. Did you go get your gun because you saw somebody out there pointing a gun, or you thought you saw someone with the gun during the fighting?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why did you go get your gun?
Because there's 6 people out in front of my house fighting in a pile.
And you
It's better to have it.
protect yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Just in case it went really bad, you were thinking something just may go really bad.
Yes.
Okay. During this fight, did you ever see, and this is during the time that you were watching it, did you ever see anyone out of these 2 piles of people fighting? Did you ever see anyone in a position, like a stance, as though they were like pointing with their arm extended, as though they were pointing a gun at someone? Did you ever see that?
No, ma'am.
So now you said there are 2 piles of people fighting. They're going back and forth. You're looking at it. At any time at all, do you recall anyone? And I mean, obviously, you own a gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you shoot your gun, do you extend your arm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see anyone with their arm extended like that?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear anyone yell the word gun?
No.
Did you think to yourself, other than because you saw the people fighting, did you think to yourself, in addition to me getting my gun, probably should call the police? Did you think that?
I thought about it, and then I was thinking, well, you know, Miss Linda was standing at the front door. She was yelling at them to stop, and you know, I thought maybe they would have.
Okay. You thought maybe they would have called the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said Miss Linda was standing at the front door. Did you ever see her leave her front door?
I don't remember.
Okay. When you went back there to get your gun in your room,
Yes, ma'am.
how long did it take you to go to your room, get your gun, and come back?
Maybe a minute. I mean, not long. It's not far away.
Did you do anything in between?
No, ma'am. I was coming back to the door, and then I heard the first few pops of a gun.
Okay.
And then I went to the door, kind of peeking out towards the side, and I seen muzzle flashes.
Okay. So as you were heading back to the front door, that's when you heard the first 2 sounds of what appeared to be to you gunshots.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you go to the door to look out to see, like, are these people who were firing guns?
I looked out the door, and I seen the muzzle flashes.
Okay.
So I knew they were firing. Oh, I knew from the first that it was a gun.
Okay. Now, did you see the person who was firing the gun
After the firing stopped.
after it stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did you just kind of hang out at your front door just to see, like, what, because you hear these first couple of gunshots, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you just stand at your door?
Kind of to the side of the door, but yes, I could see.
All right. How many gunshots did you hear in all before it stopped?
The first time it was just a couple, and then the second round, it opened up. It was 10, 15, I don't know how many shots.
Okay. So you said the first round, it was just a couple.
Yeah.
Now, you said a couple, do you mean 2, or do you mean, because I use the word.
Two or three.
Okay. All right. So maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Something like that. All right. And then it stopped.
Just for a second.
All right. And then it stopped for a second. And then how many gunshots did you hear after that?
A lot.
When it started back up?
10, a lot.
All right. Did you stay at your door the entire time until the gunshots stopped?
Pretty much.
So while you're standing at your door and the gunshots appear to you to have stopped, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see?
I seen Travis walking back to his house.
And what was his appearance, if you recall?
He was just walking back to his house.
Right.
And he had what seemed to be like a AR type gun in his right hand.
Did you see anybody walking behind him?
Daryl came up after him. DJ.
Did you see anything in DJ's hand?
No, ma'am.
Did you see anything in either one of DJ's hands?
No, ma'am.
And you had a pretty good view of them, right? You could see them.
Yes, ma'am.
As you saw them come walking back up to their house, Mr. Estes, did you say anything to the Rudolph brothers? Did you say, hey, what just happened?
No.
Okay. What did you do?
I just turned around and I thought about it for a little while, and then I called 911.
Okay. So you called 911 after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
It was a little while, though. I mean, it was a little while before I called them, but I called them after everything, after they went inside their house and stuff and everything.
okay. All right. And when you called 911, did you tell them that there had been a shooting out at in your?
I can't remember exactly, but yes, I told them that there had been a shooting out on my street.
So when you called them, you said it had been a little while, right? So when you say a little while before you called them, do you mean that the shooting stopped? You saw the Rudolph brothers go back to their house, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't call them immediately upon seeing them go back to their house, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
You waited.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you know how long you waited before you called?
No, I don't.
Okay. Before you called, did you see any law enforcement officers show up to the Rudolph house?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Is that what made you call, because you didn't see anybody showing up?
No, it's just, I guess, the right thing to do. You know, there's a shooting in my neighborhood.
Okay.
You know, it's a nice, quiet little neighborhood.
Yes, sir. At some point, did law enforcement arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when they arrived, did you tell them, or did you walk out there and make them aware that you had seen what had happened earlier in the night?
I made a officer, they were standing in my front yard, and I made him aware that I called 911, that I seen it. Yeah.
Okay. And did they take a statement from you?
Yes, it was a while later, but yeah, a detective, I don't remember his name, but he knocked on the door and he came to the house.
Okay. And that would have been where he came to your house and took an actual recorded statement from you?
Yes, ma'am, that night.
Okay. That night, or earlier,
No.
later that day, is that?
Well, it was early morning.
So later on in the day is when you gave your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After you gave your statement, did you meet with any other law enforcement officers? Did they meet with you about anything else?
I think somebody came to my house one day with a picture of Travis and his girlfriend, and asked me if that was who it was that I seen, and I said, yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other contact with law enforcement after that?
Your office.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am, I think.
Okay. Judge, may I have a second, please?
You may.
I see a lot of y'all asking about why he grabbed a gun before calling 911, but honestly, that would be my reaction too. That would be my first thing, is to
Okay, well, Judge, can I step down once more?
myself, my
Sure.
home,
Watch your step, Mr. Estes.
and then see what's going on.
He's going to need the microphone. That's all right.
And only if you know, okay? So this is T Drive here. You see that? You point out
Right
your
here.
house. That's your house right there.
Yep.
And you said when you saw the shooting, you saw the muzzle flashes. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
What area? This is Redwood, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now what area did you see the muzzle flashes coming from?
It was down in his area.
Okay. All right. And is that where you saw all of the muzzle flashes coming from
Yes, ma'am.
until the shooting stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you saw Travis and his brother DJ walking back up, could you tell where they were coming from?
They were coming down the sidewalk. Right here's the sidewalk, and they were walking this way.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Estes.
Go ahead and back up to the witness stand. Thank you, sir. All right, any additional questions? Okay, any cross-examination of Mr. Estes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Good morning,
Yes,
Mr.
it
Estes.
is.
Morning.
How you doing?
Good.
You build power plants all over the world? I mean, all over the United States.
I used to.
Oh, okay. You retired from that?
Pretty much. I want to stay at home.
How many years did you do that for?
About 20, 30 years.
Okay. And the neighborhood you said is a nice, quiet neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
You also have a boat for fishing.
Yes, sir.
Are you also a hunter?
Used to be.
You familiar with guns?
Yes, sir.
And you familiar how to use them?
Yes.
All the time you lived in that home, can you tell us and share with us whether or not you ever, even up until today, into that area, have you ever went and got your gun before out of your bedroom?
No.
All right. Did you feel your life may have been in danger?
I was afraid. You know, there's a bunch of people out there fighting.
All right. Was this a real fight, or is this like a couple of kids playing around in a schoolyard?
I thought it was a real fight.
People were punching each other.
Yep. Punching, kicking. It was a fight, a ruckus.
It looked like someone's trying to kill somebody.
Somebody's trying to whoop somebody's ass.
All right. Possible there could be some serious injury in this type of fight that you witnessed.
Like I said before, usually when you see something like that going on nowadays, somebody pulls a knife or a gun and goes.
You don't know how this started, do you?
No.
All right. Let's. You said you were friendly with Miss Rudolph, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew DJ pretty good or somewhat okay. You've spoken to him before, right?
Yeah, I know DJ better than I did Travis.
How come? Is there any reason why you didn't know Travis that well?
We just never had the opportunity really to sit down and talk. You know, I said hey to him, he'd say hey back.
All right. Did you know if Travis was practicing for football and not home on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also help Miss Rudolph with any type of security in her home?
Yeah, she was having problems with her Ring doorbell, and I helped her hook that up.
Did you ever see cameras all over the outside of her home?
Yes, sir.
Why was she so concerned? Do you know why she was so concerned about?
Well, they had told me, I think, well, DJ about her.
Hold on.
Well, he was about to give a hearsay response, so sustained and ask another question.
All right. Well, isn't it true you heard that from that Mr. Rudolph, the husband? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't finish my question.
No, finish the question. Don't answer, Mr. Estes, until I say it's okay, all right? Go ahead.
Isn't it true that you heard Mr. Rudolph was killed and then Miss Rudolph became very concerned about security?
Objection.
I'm offering for the truth.
Overruled.
Not true, sir.
Yes.
All right. And you don't have those kind of security cameras in your house, do you?
No.
Okay. So she was a single woman living in that home with her sons, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that DJ is a farmer type young man
Yes.
and he has animals in the backyard?
Yes.
Chickens?
Yep.
Dog?
I don't know if I've seen a dog or not. He has a rabbit that got out, and I had to help him catch it.
How about a potbelly pig?
I seen a pig.
Do you know if he also has a place in Alabama, a farm in Alabama with horses and things like that?
Yes, we talked about that.
All right. And are you aware that DJ stays with his mom because he's trying to help her after the dad passed away?
Yes.
All right. You said that it was a regular thing. You can't count how many times, but you heard Travis and the girlfriend arguing outside many times.
Yeah.
Okay. You know how often or no?
Really can't say how often, I mean, it was, like I said, it was regular enough where you remember it, it's like, oh, here we go again.
Just annoying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is DJ a little simplistic? In other words, is he kind of a quiet type guy who's very not outgoing, or is he an outgoing kind of guy?
No, he's just, quiet, just a nice guy.
You ever see DJ with a woman or a man or a partner or anything like that?
Nope, I see him always working, mowing grass and, running his Uber runs and stuff.
Okay. You told us a little while ago when the prosecutor was asking you questions that you saw this young woman. You don't know her name, do you? Travis's girlfriend?
I've learned it through all this process, Dominique or something.
All right, but you didn't know it at the time when this was
No.
all going on. All right. When you saw Dominique, as you described, slapping Travis, the times you saw that, you saw Travis with his arms folded?
Yes, sir.
Never saw him touch her?
No, sir.
She was the aggressor with him all the time?
Always.
And you didn't talk to Travis about it because you didn't know him that well, but you spoke to his brother and told him no woman is worth this?
That wasn't my exact words, but I wasn't going to tell in court what I actually said.
Okay, but that's basically what you meant.
Yes.
All right. You may have used some profanities?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't like this woman? Based on what you saw?
I know that I've been around and seen the type before. It's just, it's not worth the drama.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Travis about it, or you never really had a conversation with him about anything?
No, I never
You didn't?
had
Oh, I'm sorry?
I never really had much of a conversation with Travis.
All right. So the night this happened, you said you had, sorry for your loss, a horrible day. Your best friend passed away. Were you taking care of him as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. This was just a nightmare.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then do you normally stay up around midnight, or was it because of the tragedy that you were still up?
It was because of what happened that morning, with the family and everything.
With your friend?
Yes.
Okay. So the last thing you needed was to see or hear any of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever seen anybody come and knock or fight or knock on the door at midnight to the Rudolph residence?
Not fighting or anything. No, I'm usually not up at that time.
Or anybody ever wake you? You're hearing a fight or a ruckus outside their house at midnight or later?
I've heard them argue a few times.
Okay, like you described.
Yes.
So the day before the shooting, a few hours before the shooting, you actually saw this woman who you now know as Dominique and Travis arguing, or you heard them arguing?
I heard them arguing, and it's like, oh God, not tonight, not today,
All right, where were you when you heard that?
I was actually trying to lay down, and then I got up. I heard that, and I got up.
All right,
And I went to the living room, and yep, it's another one of them. So I just sat down and turned the TV on.
other than this woman calling Travis a broke bitch, as you described, could you make out any other words that she or he was saying?
I can't remember. I just remember she just kept repeating that, just call him a broke bitch, and the normal yelling, and
Okay. Travis has a BMW.
he had one. Yep.
Okay. And do you know where he usually parked it?
In front of the house.
And DJ, do you know what kind of car he had, if you remember?
He had a little silver car.
All right, where'd he normally park?
He was either in the front of the house or to the redwood side of the house.
Was there also a car by Linda, Miss Rudolph?
Yes, her car's in the driveway.
That's where she normally parks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you heard and you got up, was it dark out at that point? When you heard this ruckus between Travis and his girlfriend?
It was late, yeah, but it wasn't, I can't tell you what time it was.
Okay. And did you see any physical altercation during this time period?
No, I didn't witness it, you know.
Did you see DJ outside?
I heard DJ tell him to knock it off and, you know, trying to, but that was normal too. Every time they got into it, DJ was trying to, he was like I don't know, a moderator, you know, trying to break it up and calm it down.
All right. When you watched this, did you see DJ or Travis touch this young woman when you got up?
I never seen neither one of them touch her.
Okay. Did you see the young woman pick up a brick by any chance?
No,
You didn't see anything physical?
no,
Were you watching the whole time or just a little bit?
no. You get immune to it after a while. Unfortunately.
Sure. You had no idea this was going to end in somebody shooting a gun, did you?
No, sir.
I mean, the whatever you heard wasn't called for somebody or saw wasn't called for somebody shooting or what Travis and Dominique went through, was it?
No, sir.
You weren't expecting anything like that.
No, sir.
All right. And then you heard a car drive off?
Yes, sir.
You assumed that was the girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you see or hear anything else until you heard this and saw the fight?
No.
Did you, where were you when you first heard the fighting?
Sitting on my couch.
Were you falling asleep or were you still awake or?
Maybe in and out.
All right. Did you see the men who didn't live there drive up?
No.
Did you see a car that wasn't familiar to you in front of either your block or across the street directly by the Rudolph house? Did you see any strange cars there?
No.
You have any idea where these men parked?
No.
You know how they got to Rudolph residence?
No.
You don't know if they took a cab or they had a car?
I don't know.
Okay. So you have no security cameras, right?
No, sir.
You know if any of your neighbors do beside the Rudolph residence? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. You never checked any houses for cameras, do you?
No.
Wouldn't mean anything to you, right?
No.
Okay. So when you wake up, you hear punching, slapping, things like that?
Well, I wasn't really asleep. I just, all of a sudden I heard like somebody slapping somebody, like somebody fighting. So I got up and I went to the door. And like I said, there was two piles of people in the front yard fighting.
Did you see DJ in one pile?
DJ would be in one pile and Travis in one pile, and there'd be a bunch of people over here and a bunch of, and like I said, they just, you know, whoever's getting the best of it, somebody jump over here, somebody jump there. It was a brawl, a ruckus.
You agreed that there was at least two men fighting with either DJ or Travis at any given time that you observed.
Yes,
Was there sometimes three men against one of the Travis brothers?
yes.
And were you worried that the Travis brothers could get hurt?
Worried,
I mean, the Rudolph brothers.
you know, yeah, I thought they could get hurt. I thought, like I said, you know, nowadays when something like that's going on, somebody's going to pull a knife or a gun.
Forget the knife or a gun, just by the punching. Did you see kicking as well?
Yes,
Choking?
yes.
Serious fight.
It was a brawl.
Okay. You didn't go outside and get involved, right?
I'm 60-year-old old. At that time I was.
Of course. I mean, you didn't physically get involved.
No, sir.
Okay. If you can explain to us why you felt the need personally, if they were across the street or in the street by the pole when you saw them or on the driveway, right? That's what you said?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the whole altercation? or just part of it?
Well, when I seen it going on, I said, you know, oh shit, this is going to go bad.
Right, but do you think you saw it from the very beginning?
No, sir.
All right. Was it going on for a while before you got up?
No, as soon as I heard the noise, I got up and looked.
Gotcha. All right.
I don't know when it started, but they were all in. When I walked to the door, they were all in the pals going at it.
Okay. Could you see who the aggressors were, or you couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. It's just a bunch of people.
All right, but there was at least 2 or 3 men on each one of the Travis Rudolph or DJ Rudolph piles at any given time.
Yes.
Were you close enough to see if anyone pulled out a gun?
I think if somebody would have pulled one out and aimed it, I would have noticed it.
All right. Could you see everything that was going on in terms of this argument and fight? I mean, in other words, did you ever see, let me ask you this way, did you see the fight continue where DJ was straight ahead of you further down the street?
No.
Okay.
But I didn't watch all of it because I turned around and went to my room to get my gun.
All right. So when you left, you don't know if DJ was trying to get away from these guys and was going further down where, remember you showed us where the muzzle flashes were?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you don't know if DJ was down in that area being attacked by anyone at that point, do you? Before the muzzle flashes went off?
I don't know.
You didn't see DJ when you came back
No.
with your gun?
Nobody was in. When I came back to the door, like I said, before I got to the door, I heard a few pops. And then I went up to the door kind of sideways. There was nobody in the yard. And then I seen the muzzle flashes down the street.
Sure. And DJ was not in front of the house or in your view when you got back to the door, right?
No.
And would you agree that where the muzzle flashes were, was that about a block and a half from where you are?
It's about a block, about 150 yards.
And are you good with feet, like yards, and
Yeah, pretty good.
like a football field and a half?
Not that far. Probably 100 yards.
All right, about 300 feet.
Yeah.
Could you see down in that area from your door?
Not good. No. I mean, I seen the muzzle flashes,
Sure.
and that was it.
Did you see any people there beside the muzzle flashes?
No,
Did you see any cars there?
I didn't notice a car.
Right. So if anyone,
There, you had asked me that before about lights on a car. No, I did not see a car drive off.
so if anyone or any people were pointing gun or guns at Travis or DJ, would you be able to say, yes, that's true, or no, that's not true?
I couldn't determine it. Not that far.
Okay.
And it like I said, it's darker down at that intersection. There is a street light, but it's not really good.
And you couldn't even tell that it was Travis shooting until he walked back towards his home, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Where was Miss Rudolph when the gunshots were going off? You know?
I didn't notice. I know when after the gunshots that she was standing at the front door.
Did you ever see Travis run into his house during the fight?
No.
So what happened or didn't happen to Travis, assuming he went into his house, let's do it this way. Assuming he went into his house to get his gun before the shooting, you didn't see anything like that with Travis going into his home to get his gun.
No, sir.
You only saw Travis go in at the end to go in the house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So assuming Travis did go get his gun, could you tell us what happened to Travis? Because there's evidence that he went in. There's a videotape he went in and came out. You don't know about that, do you?
No, sir. That must have been when I was away from the door getting mine.
Okay. So before Travis went, assuming that's true, before he went in the house, you know what happened to Travis the moment before he went in his house if you didn't see him go in the house?
I don't know. I didn't see him go in the house.
Okay. So if someone pointed a gun at Travis before he went in the house, moments before, is it possible you were on the way to get your gun?
It could have been
And where do you keep your gun? In the drawer?
in the back room.
All right. Is it in a specific spot?
Yes.
You don't want to tell us?
No.
All right. Did you have to
Don't blame
load it
him.
up?
It doesn't take long, but yes, I had to load it up.
What you just put a magazine in?
Yes, sir.
Did you put one in the head?
Yes, sir.
You did.
Yes, sir.
How come?
It only works if there's one in the chamber.
Sure. You were not involved in any way, shape, or form with anything going on with Travis and his girlfriend or the fight. Nothing to do with you, right?
No.
So why is it the first time since you've lived there that you grabbed your gun? What were you personally thinking that could happen to you?
It could move over onto my property.
So you were concerned for your life potentially.
With all that going on, yes.
Okay, and you were in your house behind closed doors.
Door was open, but yes.
All right, but you have a metal door, a screen door.
Yeah.
Okay, and you were still worried.
Unfortunately, it's that time of world now.
Sure, you were worried enough to get your gun and put a bullet in the head in case, God forbid, you had to use it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you didn't obviously shoot your gun.
No, sir.
Okay, but you were ready to just in case.
Yes.
And you obviously know how serious that is when you pull a gun. You didn't have to pull it, but to have a gun, you know the responsibility because you're a gun owner.
Yes, sir.
And you have experience hunting and shooting and.
Yes.
Start hearing helicopters after the shooting. Oh, I'm sorry. You need some water?
No, I'm good. Yes, I did.
Right away?
I can't tell you how long it was.
All right. Did you start hearing sirens coming pretty quickly?
Yeah, but like I said, I can't tell you how long it actually took
Sure.
for that stuff to start going on.
All right. I mean, it wasn't hours, or was it?
No.
Start seeing blue lights around the neighborhood or flashing lights from police cars?
Yeah.
There's no secret the police were in your neighborhood, right?
Right.
Did you see when Mr. Rudolph's sister showed up by any chance?
I noticed a white car pulled up, and that was it.
Okay. And did you see the white car leave?
Yes, sir.
You know who those people were in the white car?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with their whole family and stuff. Just Travis, his mom, and DJ.
Are those the only three people who live in the home across the street from you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when the white car came, were the police in your neighborhood?
No. They were, I think there was some in the alley behind my house. I think they weren't right there.
Okay. But you knew they were around.
Yeah.
Okay. It was no secret they were there.
Yeah, they came and then they backed off for a while. And then after that, then they came in force.
You heard the helicopter going during this time.
Yes.
Did you see Travis Rudolph come out of his home?
No.
DJ come out of the home?
Only when they were arresting him.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Bad question.
Yeah.
All right, so they went in their house. You didn't see them come back out. Travis didn't run away. You didn't see Travis get in his BMW and drive, right?
Nope.
Did you see Travis come out the front door and try to discard a gun or anything like that? And DJ stayed inside his house until the police came? And Miss Rudolph, did she stay inside the house?
Yep.
You didn't have any communication with the family while this was going on, right?
No, after.
Okay, but not during this time period.
It was when the detective was questioning me.
Oh, who'd you have contact with?
DJ and Miss Linda would come over and wanted to know if I could get a drink of water and go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. While the police were there?
Yes.
Talking to you?
Yes, because they weren't allowed to go back in their house.
Gotcha. All right. Was that the extent of your contact with them that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever help Miss Rudolph with our security cameras, not the Ring doorbell, but the cameras that are on the outside of the house?
No, sir.
But you knew they were there.
You know, she had monitors in her, I think it's in her living room.
When you say multiple monitors or one?
I think it was multiple. You could see different angles.
Okay, so you could actually see live what's going on outside the house?
Yes, sir.
Was that a little unusual? Do you ever see that before in someone's house?
No, but I knew about her husband.
I'm sorry. What's the overruled at this point?
You ever see that before in somebody's home?
Let me take this opportunity. Let me interrupt for just a moment. Make sure that any photographs that are taken do not include any images of any jurors. Understood? All right, very well. Go ahead, Mr. Shiner.
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
I've been in different houses that had high security.
Okay. Where was the monitors? Where was it? You said in the living room?
And I think it was in the living room.
All right. So when you're in the house, you were able to see yourself what was happening outside?
Yeah, anything outside.
You know if they were being recorded?
I don't know. I don't know what type of system, but I just knew that, you know, it monitored everything.
Okay. Could you tell the men that were there, how many men beside the Rudolph men were there?
You mean in the piles?
Yes, sir. Or during this whole time before the shooting happened, how many men were there beside Mr. Rudolph and Mr. Travis Rudolph and Mr. DJ Rudolph?
Living there or during the fight?
During the fight, sorry.
During the fight? No. Like I said, it looked like there's 5 or 6 people, you know, but I don't know how many they were because you'd have a pal over here and a pal over here, and they just kept jumping back and forth. I mean, at that time, to give an accurate number, you know, since then I found out that it was 4 of them, but, you know, that would equal up to when I said, you know, 5 or 6 people, you know, they're just all over the place.
Okay. But fair to say there was more of these strange, you didn't know these guys, right, beside the Rudolphs?
No, sir.
There was more of the strange men there than the 2 Rudolph men.
Yes.
Did you ever see any of those men before?
Not that I can swear to.
All right.
You know, they might have come visit or whatever, but, you know, I can't tell you.
From your door looking outside, how far would you say the Rudolph house is, your front door is from yours?
50 feet.
All right.
No.
So,
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Our house, a little bit of yard, the street, this is the same.
When you look out your front door, you're not looking directly at the front door of the Rudolph residence.
No, my front door pretty much lines up with the sidewalk on the Redwood side of the house.
Okay. And your front of your door is actually on Teak Drive.
Yes, sir.
And the Rudolph front door would be to your left. If you're standing at your front door, you have to look to your left.
Yes.
How much to your left? Was it one house over, half a house over? Would you estimate across the street?
Maybe half a house.
But the Rudolphs live on the corner directly across from you?
Yes.
You don't live on the corner. You live in the middle of the block.
Yes.
All right. On the side of the house, were you looking straight ahead? So that would be Redwood Drive.
Yes.
And
My driveway lines up with Redwood Drive.
okay. You to the left of the Rudolph home is the front door. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
From their front door, if I'm staying at the Rudolph house and on my back is faced, I don't want to turn my back to you, but let's say I'm looking out their front door.
Yes, sir.
So now I'd be on my left. My left would be Redwood, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on Redwood Drive, was there parking spaces there if, assuming these men drove there, could they have parked their car there?
There was usually a white pickup truck parked there and right there at the corner. But yeah, there'd be room right behind them if somebody was parked there.
How about across the street on Redwood, on the other side of Redwood, there's parking spots there that night that someone could have parked there?
Yes, sir. In front of my house was open.
All right. So from where you were watching, did you ever see a car drive away after the shooting or during the shooting?
No, sir.
Couldn't see a car.
No, sir.
Didn't see headlights.
No, sir.
Did you see anybody during the fight? Did you see anyone's pockets, what they had in them?
No, sir.
No way you can see from there, right?
No, sir.
So if someone had a cell phone in their pocket or a gun in their pocket, there's no way you could tell us that.
No, sir.
All right. Did Travis Rudolph and DJ Rudolph have a better view than you did of the men they were fighting with?
Of course.
So after during the time you grab your gun and load it like you described, start hearing a couple of gunshots, right?
Yes, sir.
And what's the block behind the Rudolph home? You remember the name? Okay. Is the muzzle flashes on Sable, or was it closer to Sable, or was it closer to your house?
Closer to state.
Could you say if it was on Sable or before it or after it, or no way of knowing?
I couldn't tell. It was down in the general area of that intersection.
Okay, so as you're looking straight on Teak, is the muzzle flashes directly in front of you, to your left, to your right?
As I'm looking out my front door, down to that area, it looked like the muzzle flashes were going west, which would be going towards Redwood.
West towards Redwood. So where do you see the flashes? So let me use the chart. Can you step down, Judge?
Of course. Watch your step, Mr. Estes.
The 13th juror Twitter, we just posted the
Where's that?
court papers for the bench warrant that was released
Okay, thanks.
for
Do
Tyler.
that, Mr. Estes, please.
If you want to see it.
Thank you.
No.
What are you looking for? All right. Mr. Shiner, it's more important that Mr. Estes' voice be recorded than yours. Okay, thanks.
All right. Mr. Estes,
Yes.
so we're clear. You're oriented with this map?
Yes,
All right, show us where your house is, please.
right here.
All right. Is it labeled at all, or
No, it's not labeled.
you have the pool?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as you look straight down,
Bless him.
you got a clear view. Is your front door, right?
Yeah, that's right there's my front door.
You have a clear view of Redwood,
Yes, sir.
and this road here is Sable, like you told us.
Yes, sir.
How do you get into this neighborhood? How do you normally get into your neighborhood when you go home?
When I go home, I can come in on Jasmine if I'm coming from North Lake, or I can come in Teak Drive, which is Crescent Road runs right over here.
All right, so sometimes you have to pass the Rudolph residence. Sometimes you don't.
I don't really pass it. It's right across the street from my house. There's my driveway. There's their driveway.
You would drive past it to get to your house.
Oh, yeah, if I came down Teak this way.
All right, so there's multiple ways to get back to your home if you're driving.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see anyone earlier that night drive past the Rudolph residence right before the shooting? Did you notice anyone or hear anything?
I didn't notice anything.
Okay. So we talked about the parking. Is this what you were meaning? The parking right here that was available?
Yeah, you can, front of my house, there's usually a couple spots here, couple spots there.
And you didn't see any strange cars around that area?
No, sir.
And show us on this map. You said it was Sable, but where do you see the muzzle flashes if you can try to point?
It was down in this intersection, right in this area. I can't say if it was that corner or that corner. I just know it was down in this area.
Is there a tree there in that area directly in front of Sable?
Right here?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You know if that overhangs at all?
a little bit.
Was it near that tree area? Hard to say.
There again, somewhere in that intersection area.
Gotcha.
But it was more to muzzle flashes were more from this side of the street than it was over here anywhere.
When you say this side of the street, that means down the block from the Rudolph residence?
Yes, sir.
Their side, not across the street.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, this is an awkward position. Sorry about that. So the muzzle flashes would be, show us one more time.
Round over in this area going this way.
Okay, so you saw initially in the area you said by Sable and Redwood,
Yes, sir.
and then west would be going,
This way.
Okay, so that the record is clear, the exhibit you're using is what? What's it? State Exhibit 1, and it's really, although multiple people have called it a map, it's really not a map, it's an aerial overhead, right? Okay, is it oriented north, south, east, west? Where's the north?
It'd be up here, sir.
All right, north is at the top of the photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, go ahead. No, I think it's a good idea to do that, given the fact.
put north, south, east, and west on here if you can.
Or at least just north. I think we can figure it out beyond that.
Just so I'm oriented, which way is west? If you just put that.
This way.
You right west over there? Okay. On the front row? Thank you. All right, so initially, it was more east towards Sable the first few shots? Or what?
The first couple, I didn't see a muzzle flash. I just heard it. And then when I got to my door, that's when I heard them open it up and seen the muzzle flashes kind of pointing in this direction, towards the west. You know, it was more longer. If it would have been towards me, it would be a short flash.
So the flashes were going not towards you, the opposite direction?
Sideways.
Sideways westbound?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And could you tell, I mean, obviously, you know, Mr. Rudolph was, Travis was shooting, right? You know that now.
I know it now.
You didn't know it at the time.
No, sir.
Could you tell what he was shooting at?
No, sir.
No idea.
No.
And you couldn't tell anything that was happening in his peripheral or his view,
No, sir.
or DJ's view.
No, sir.
And you know DJ was down there because you saw him come back up.
Yes, sir.
Right before Travis started shooting, did you see anybody run towards a car or run away?
No, sir.
Did you see two men beating up DJ right before the shooting? Down in this area.
No, sir.
So if anything happened in this area at the time of the shooting or right before the shooting, you can't see it.
No. Like I said, I had left the door to go get my stuff.
Okay. And do you have any idea where these men who were fighting went? Do you know personally?
No, sir.
All right.
They did. The car did not come this way. I know that. You know, whatever you guys, just going by what you guys say, I never seen anybody else pass my house.
Never saw a car before or after the shooting that was involved in this.
No, sir.
Hold on a second.
I like this guy. He's very, like, factual. That was funny, too. And he's like, women like that ain't worth the drama.
All right, very well. 9 depicts what? Okay, very well, thank you. Apparently without objection, 9 and 10, defense 9 and defense 10 are admitted without objection.
Oh, I see it.
Obviously, this is a daytime photo.
Yes, sir.
This is a general photo of what your view is out your door.
Yes, sir.
In this photo, show us where the Rudolph residence is.
Right here.
Okay. And obviously, your house is not in there. That would be pretty much your view down your front door.
Close to it.
Okay. Where's Sable on there?
Table is down here.
Okay. And that's how many
Y'all
feet?
hear that? They're doing
At 100 yards roughly?
next door.
All right.
Look for stops.
And this block where this white truck is parked, what is that called?
That's redwood.
Gotcha. And this block, is that teak drive?
This is teak.
Gotcha.
This is my front yard.
Okay. And can you show us on this exhibit where you saw the muzzle flashes?
It was down in this area.
And once again, that'll be between Sable and Redwood,
Sable and Redwood intersection.
and that'll be more east towards Sable.
Yes, sir.
And then you saw them going west.
I seen the muzzle flashes going to the west.
Okay, so that would,
If you're looking at this now,
yep,
this is looking south.
gotcha.
You know, their house is south, and then this would be west, and this would be east.
Okay. Let me show you fence number 10 that's been admitted into evidence. What do we see here, sir?
That's the Sable intersection. That's my house. That's my front door right there.
Okay. You have any idea what this oil or black marks are on your road?
No, sir. I very rarely do I ever go redwood. I don't know why. I just don't use it.
Sure. So from your house there, if a car was parked where that oil slick is or whatever it is, you didn't during the time of the shooting, you didn't see a car there.
No, sir.
All right. And the tire tracks, do you know if they have anything to do with this case?
No, sir.
You didn't see those either.
No, sir.
You didn't even hear a car peel out.
No, sir.
Okay, you just heard the shots.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. If you can be seated, thank you, sir.
Sure. All right, Mr. Estes, go ahead and take your seat again.
My son is the opposite. He, thank goodness. But I think that's because he knows I'm a little bit, I think he's worried for anybody that he brings home if they start any of that mess.
Isn't it true you heard Miss Rudolph yelling over and over that they need to stop what they're doing? She has cameras and they're going to get in trouble, these young men.
That was while a fight was going on.
Yes, sir.
He was at the front door yelling at him to stop. Stop.
And she told him she had cameras. You guys are going to get in trouble.
Yep.
She wasn't telling that to her sons, was she?
No.
Talking to these strange men, right?
That's what I thought.
They pay attention to her?
No.
Yeah, that's what I like about him, Virginia.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Saying
All
what he
right,
knows.
thank you. Any redirect? Yes,
I do too. I think he's adorable.
sure.
Mr. Estes, at some point, did you
I agree. Hi, real boring housewife. Welcome. We're glad you're here.
say, no, Travis, no, Travis? Did you ever hear that coming out of those words coming out of her mouth?
I can't remember.
Okay. All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any reason why Mr. Estes cannot go on about his day?
No, Your Honor. He's excused.
Great. Watch your steps, sir. Stay safe out there, okay? All right. Who's the state's next witness unless the ladies and gentlemen of the jury need a break? Anybody?
Good morning.
Body worn camera? All right, folks. Yes, looks like we do need a break. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Please be back by 9:32, folks, 9:32. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. Leave your pads there. Close them up so people don't inadvertently see your notes.
Court is in brief recess.
Okay. So while court is in recess, this is what I was trying to show y'all before we got started, but they got to go. And but I've got the papers. Let me share my screen. Present. Share. My tab. Not my audio. Okay. We'll wait for a second so we can watch them. We don't miss any of the details. So this is what I was trying to share with y'all earlier. We have, oops. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's better. I put it on here. I highlighted the comment a second ago, but there is a warrant out right now for Tyler, who was the other one who was in the car that went over there to shoot his stuff up. I'm trying to make sure we don't miss any crazy body language stuff before I take this off screen for a second to show you all this. It looks like they're just talking. All right, I'll show you this real quick. So this is the papers. So the state filed this yesterday. The 25th yesterday, Tyler Robinson was advised to appear in court at 9 a.m. He failed to respond as required by subpoena, and the court has the power to order a writ of bodily attachment to compel attendance of witness who disregarded a subpoena. So basically, there is a warrant out now for Tyler, who did not show up to testify yesterday. So, and he is also not there today. So, I assume, I assume that that's what they will do, because they still need him to testify. But with him not showing up, if they do track him down and, they're going to more than likely arrest him, for failure to appear by subpoena. I got something in my eyeball. And then, possibly bring him in. This is one of the ones that, I got something in my eyeball. Okay, I think I got it. This is one of the ones that I was really looking forward to hearing too, because this is one of the ones who, was right there in the middle of everything. The other ones so far that we've heard that were kind of right there in the middle of everything have been bananas. So, Lucy Bowers, Tyler is another one of the 4 who went over there to Travis's house that night. He is the one who I think we know had the gun. At least one of them that we know had the gun. There you go. Good morning. Good morning. Also, let's see. Jury should know he refused to show. I'm not sure if they will or not. I don't know how that works. Yep, there we go. He tossed it and the cops found it. I don't think that they will delay the trial. If we have any attorneys in here, maybe y'all can tell us more. I'm not an attorney, but I'm not really sure. I know that when they did, they have like statements and stuff from him before, and I remember reading in some of the articles that he was kind of hostile during some of that. Yep, he was the one who was shot but survived. Let's see. Oh, the last witness yesterday, I believe, let me double check. I believe it was Sebastian's mom. Oh, or maybe, hold on, we're looking. Sorry, I've been pulling the court documents so we could post them. If y'all haven't followed our 13th juror on Twitter, 13th juror pod on Twitter, you need to, because I set it up and then did not do much with it, because this may shock y'all, but I don't have a whole lot of free time at all, ever. So I kind of lost track of it, but now it is under new management and I am loving every second of it. Okay.
The body worn camera. Who's the next witness? Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. Sure. Yeah. 10 minutes? 15? Okay, sure. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You're okay with this video playing?
Oh, if they're going to do video, please move the camera so we can actually see it this time. So the Twitter is at 13th Juror Pod, and all of our updates and all the breaking information on our stuff and other stuff is all being tweeted there. Like yesterday, she put out stuff that I hadn't even, or was it the day before? She had put out stuff that I hadn't even seen yet because I was on my stream. So follow that, and that's where we just released the court papers for the arrest warrant for Tyler. Okay, so I had heard that it was Sebastian's mom yesterday, but I'm looking now because I hear it's Kayla, the one who he was allegedly talking to, who said that he had a better body, or that Kayla had a better body than Sassy Pants yesterday. What was her name? Dominique. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Clausy is going to now publicly display the body worn camera. No, not yet. Thank you. I'm going to play this video first.
Alright, yeah, what's on 40 the road? Go ahead and start the medics this way. 4015 Broadway. Hey, step back from me, step back from me. Please, okay. Please, bro. Okay, go back. Yes, sir. Hey. 10 for a black belt. I don't feel the pulse. Yeah. What's that? I don't know, bro. Is that bad, right? Yeah. Hey, what is this? What's wrong? We got medics. 51, correct? Does he have a pulse? 10-4. This news probably gonna be 7 what's called. Oh yeah. Alright. Alright, hey, let's try to take him out, bro. I don't know if it's me or him. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Go. We're still not sure on all of that yet. Do you feel anything? P7? We're gonna let them confirm it. Yeah. Okay. He has in the shoulder. Is he only shot? Do you think? Yeah, that's what I want to see. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the pulse of my finger. Yeah, that's why I asked you.
Freeze it up, please. All right, what's the legal objection?
Well, I need to approach somebody.
All right.
Yeah, I believe she should have to watch all of this, and I believe she should have charges, honestly. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, of the guys involved, who's more at fault than any of the rest of them, but they're drilling again. But I think of everybody, she has the most responsibility in all of this. I'm normally like trying to talk to y'all right now, but they're drilling, and every time it gets loud, I mute my microphone so it's not like in y'all's ears all crazy. That kind of stuff is always kind of hard to hear. You know, we laugh at the ridiculous and make fun of the, you know, criminals and do all that kind of stuff. But when you hear the kind of stuff like that, there was a life, you know, that was lost. And that's the part that's always hard is, you know, hearing the first responder stuff and the body cam and that kind of stuff. It's
All
always
right, so
sad to
there's
me.
literally just 3 seconds more.
Looks like 4 seconds.
4 seconds. All right, go ahead.
It's okay. That's it.
All right. All right, are we ready to bring the next witness in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who is that?
Officer Tavares.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, MA testimony is always hard. I agree. Sheila says we can poke and enjoy being in chat family, but it is still real life and can pull at your heart. Especially because it's so senseless. Yeah, perfect word, Elizabeth Evans, so avoidable.
Stand here, face the clerk as the record.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me change our.
Okay, sir, when you're comfortable, will you
Person.
please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
First name Josue, Josue. Last name Tavares, Taveras.
Taveres. All right, thank you very much. You may inquire.
Taveras.
RAS, I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. Okay, you may inquire, Mr. Clausia.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So we already learned your name. What do you do for a living?
Police officer for West Palm Beach
Okay. How long you been a police officer at that?
since September 2019.
Okay. when you first started out, what if any
hitting this in
training
chat.
do you have to get to even start being a police officer with that agency?
I went to the police academy, nighttime, part-time, lasted 9 months.
Okay. And then once you graduate from the academy, did you start into West Palm Beach PD?
Yes.
What was your first position with them?
Training officer. I was in training and then became a police officer once I finished field training officer program.
Okay. And so once you were a full-fledged police officer, what duties were you assigned to?
Patrol.
What does that entail?
Just answering calls for service throughout the city. Yeah.
Okay. Like 911 calls?
Yeah, 911, anything active or delayed.
Okay. And did you have I'm going to take you to April 7th of 2021. Did you have a specific area you were assigned to in West Palm Beach?
Yes.
Where is that?
It was so my specific area was Sector 11 at the time. It's basically from Banyan all the way to Palm Beach Lakes, and then from the water all the way to, like, I would say 7th Street and PBL area.
Okay. And were you on duty around midnight, a little bit after midnight on April 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Were you doing your normal patrol?
I was actually on a call.
Okay. And did you get diverted from that call to respond to a potential shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you were asked to respond to? What area?
While I was listening to the radio on another call, I was hearing that there was a vehicle coming, and we didn't know. They were trying to drive. I guess they were trying to drive to the hospital or something like that.
Okay.
And we were trying to find the location. Eventually, I heard over the radio that they were on 40th and Broadway.
Okay. And so once you heard that location, did you start traveling to
Yes,
that
sir.
area?
Yes. I was on like 37th and Broadway area. So I immediately went over there because I saw the lights and sirens from the other officers getting there, and then they found them.
Got it. So when you get to the area of 40th Street and Broadway, are you the first officer there, or are there other officers present?
There were already other officers present.
Okay. And so did you pull up to the scene as well?
Yes.
Okay. And while you're on duty back on April 7th, 2021, does your agency have what's known as body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your requirement that as soon as you start responding to a call to activate your body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that in this circumstance once you got to 40th Street and Broadway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what you saw when you got there?
When I saw the vehicle. It was a black vehicle parked. It had a few gunshots to the back, and by the time they had already had several of the occupants outside of the vehicle, and I was with one of them throughout the entire time.
Do you remember what the name of that individual was?
Keyshawn Jones.
Okay. And while
That's
you were on
the
scene,
brother.
do you remember what the demeanor of Keyshawn Jones was?
He was in panic and kind of distraught and in disbelief, I would say.
And without saying right now, what, if anything, he said? Was he talking back and forth with you?
I was just trying to, at the time, I was trying to get a location of where it occurred, because it's kind of important to know jurisdiction, because the vehicle was just driving. We don't know if it occurred. It was driving like southbound. We don't know if it occurred like 59th and Broadway. We didn't have shot spotters, so we're wondering maybe it came out from west. So after getting the location, he told me Lake Park, and then I was like, okay. And then I was like, so what happened? And he told me he was in argument with Travis, and he got upset, and as they were leaving, he started shooting at their vehicle, and then they started fleeing because of it. Then he noticed JB, his friend, got shot.
Now, had you ever met any of those people that were outside of the car before
No, sir.
that day? Okay. Now, everything you just said, did that end up being captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, while this is going on, your conversation, are there other police officers kind of in that area doing separate things in relation to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review your body-worn camera prior to today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach defense real
You
quick?
may.
Sounds like without objection, Judge,
To admit Exhibit 64, this officer's body-worn camera video from April 7th, 2021.
All right, apparently without objection, and that's State Exhibit what?
64.
64, State Exhibit 64, body worn camera of Officer Tavares, sorry. My R looks like a D. I'll fix it right now. Yes, you may. All right. Yeah, and then is this likely to be evoke an emotional response from anyone, do you think? There's, okay, very well, thank you. All right, tell me when to dim the lights and I will. All right.
I'm doing the leaning thing again where I'm like leaning over trying to see.
All right.
Where does it occur? Where did this occur? Down the street. Where's down the street? What is that? Address. I don't need address. What do you mean? Where does it occur? Where? In Travis's house. What's Travis? Where? What city? Here. In the city. Yes. Okay, but you don't have address? No, I'm not sure. Rudolph's house?
Search says ask where this happened.
Yeah, we're still this happened down the street, probably like half a mile, not even a mile. We're trying to get from there to down here to the hospital. We don't know what bridge. We don't know. So much shit's happening. We're like 5 minutes down the road. Bro, it's important for us to know where it happened. Where did this occur? No, I did not, bro. I did not. Travis Rudolph's house. What is Travis Rudolph's house? Who's that? That's his name. That's his name? No, Sebastien. Oh my fucking God, bro. Oh my fucking God, bro. Hey, relax. Hey, relax. What's your name, bro? Keyshawn Jones. Keyshawn? Yes. Spell it for me. K-E-I-S. I-S-H. Spell it again. K-E-I-S-H-A-U-N. Date of birth. Third. Last name. 10/15/99. Last name. Jones. Middle initial? J. Where you live at? I live in Del Rey. Address. 1505 Spring Harbor Drive. 1505 Spring Harbor Drive. Harbor Drive. Date of birth? Del Rey, right? Yeah, Del Rey, 5405. What's your phone number, man? 412? Huh? 412-297-1020. All right, dude. You gotta understand, where did this happen? Did this happen here? Did it happen in Riviera Beach? Did it happen in Lake Park? Lake Park. Hey, did it happen in Lake Park? Lake Park. What's the address? I don't know. Bro, I'm telling you, what's the address? I don't know. So you don't know where this person lives at? I don't know where. All right. This is Lake Park, my dude. Do you know streets at least? I'm not from here. So tell me what happened. To talk to him. Who's Travis? Travis is, he's my I'm sorry.
Bro, hey, I need you to breathe and think.
That's me!
Okay, man. So tell me what happened.
We went to the house and talked to Travis.
Okay.
He came outside trying to argue. We're not trying to argue with him.
Okay.
We're on our way out. We get to the car. He runs back in the house, grabs his gun, comes out and starts shooting at us while we're trying to leave.
Okay, and then you guys just started to, you noticed that he was shot, or what happened then?
He was starting to shoot. I didn't know he was shot. I'm driving away. And he told me,
So Travis, this person named Travis did this?
yes.
Okay. He said it, Travis, he lives in Lake Park. He doesn't know the address, he just knows it's in Lake Park. Who's Travis?
Travis was my sister's ex-boyfriend.
Okay. And what about Travis? What is?
He came outside with the gun and started shooting at him. Trying to run away. 1474.
Alright, man. So what else happened? You started driving down here to try to get to the hospital. That's when you noticed him shot?
Yes.
Okay. What was he shot at? Shoulder? Was this the only vehicle they were shooting at?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was there. Sean Jones. Keyshawn Jones. Keishaun. J. Last name Jones. 10-15-99. And he lives at 1505 Spring Harbor Drive. That's in Delray.
He my son that's with me.
Is he still driving the black?
Yeah. Sebastian Jean-Jacques. Yes. Yes.
JAC,
It's like Jean-Jacques.
Jean-Jacques. You know how old he is?
He's 21.
"21 is so young."
You're good.
2179. Born is 2186, I believe.
Hey, who got a better deal?
Hey, my man, let's step over here from them. Come over here.
Why is he still in the car?
Sit down.
Why is he still in the car? Why is he still in the car?
Wow.
I'm just gonna bring up a frame from the judge.
All right, thank you.
Now, just for clarification, officer, can you see this timestamp up here?
0. 0427. 0427, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
0427.
Mhm.
Now, was it 4:27 a.m. when you got to this scene?
Approximately, yes.
Are you sure?
I mean,
You read a report in this case, officer?
yes, yes, sir.
Does that help refresh your memory as to what time you got?
Yes.
You approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing the witness his report in this case. Just take a look at that. See if it refreshes your memory as to what time you got to the
0018.
So that would be 12:18.
1218, yes, sir.
So for the jury's purposes, that timestamp up there, inaccurate.
Yeah, no, that's,
But the date is accurate.
yes.
Thank you. Now, on the scene, clearly other officers are putting up crime scene tape around that area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now, basically, once you're done interacting with the gentleman that we saw in the video, when it came to your personal involvement, whether it was going to interview people, collect evidence, take a statement, go to another crime scene, did you have any other involvement other than basically what we saw right here?
No, sir. I just stood by with Keyshawn Jones the entire time until I went back in service.
Got it. Now, at any point in time, once this crime scene tape comes up, did you see anybody that's a civilian coming across those lines?
No, sir.
And once that crime scene tape got put up, did you ever see anyone that was a civilian on the inside, somebody like Keyshawn Jones, ever interfere with what was in the car or anything around here?
No, sir.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right, no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any cross? Okay.
Do you need this? Hey, do you need this?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You were not the first officer on scene, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I was not.
I'm sorry?
I was not.
Thank you, Carmen. I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
But you spent a good portion of your time with Keyshawn Jones, is that correct?
Yes.
You never saw any injuries on Mr. Jones, is that correct?
Not that I can recall. No.
Did you see any injuries on his face?
No, I didn't see any injuries.
Did you see any injuries on his body?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any blood on his face?
No, I don't remember seeing any blood.
Remember seeing any blood on his hands?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any blood on any portions of his body?
No.
The person that was in the vehicle, you took his pulse, is that correct?
The person inside the vehicle?
Yes.
No, I didn't. I didn't make contact with the
decedent?
the deceased. No.
Okay. Were you present when an officer or an EMT took the pulse of that individual?
No.
So you don't know anything about where the pulse was taken?
No.
After watching the body cam, do you remember seeing anybody take the pulse of the decedent?
There was a few officers over there dealing with it. Like I said, I came in a little afterwards when
Sure.
The other victims that were inside the vehicle, Keyshawn and the other gentleman were already outside. So because they were already doing that, I would have to fill another role, i.e. an example, be with the other victim and see if I can get a location.
Okay. So you never had any contact with the decedent, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
In the vehicle.
No.
You would have had no need to touch that person's hand, is that correct?
No, no need.
Did you touch his hand?
There's already officers there dealing with it. I don't need to be there anymore.
Okay. When you were speaking with Mr. Jones, he never told you that he was in a physical altercation that evening, did he?
No.
And you certainly weren't left with that impression, right?
No, didn't seem.
Did you also speak with the other gentleman?
No,
Lowe?
no.
Did you notice any injuries on Mr. Lowe?
I did not notice any injuries. No,
Did you notice any blood on Mr. Lowe?
no,
Did you notice any torn clothing on Mr. Lowe?
not that I can recall. No,
Did you notice any torn clothing on Mr. Jones?
no,
Did you pat down either of the men for weapons?
No, that had already been done. I was putting on gloves, but they were already getting pat down. So I started taking names and information and location.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the vehicle, the black Cadillac, was not parked near the entrance of this abandoned auto shop?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Was the vehicle pulled in towards the back of the corner of the abandoned auto shop or whatever that building was?
Yes.
And it was pulled in straight? If you're
Ca-
coming off the street, and it was parked towards the rear, correct?
Yes.
Facing the fence?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So the vehicle, when it pulled in, did it appear to you that it had made an attempt to park as far away from the street as possible?
Want to be heard on that objection?
Pardon?
Rephrase, please.
Was it parked near the street? Was it parked near Broadway?
It was pretty inside the business,
When you say pretty inside, what do you mean?
like in a diagonal way. I would say like maybe like 3 meters away from Broadway.
Three what away from Broadway?
Maybe 3 meters away from Broadway, maybe, I guess.
So was it parked in the most furthest distance from Broadway?
Yes,
Okay. Did you search the immediate area?
I did not. No,
You're aware that there was a fence there?
not that I can recall. No,
Did you see a fence in what the body cam footage that we just saw?
I didn't notice a fence. I'm not saying there wasn't one. I just didn't really look at it.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a food truck back there?
I don't remember seeing a food truck. No,
Okay. But you didn't search the immediate area, is that correct?
no, ma'am.
Did any of the senior law enforcement officers that showed up on that scene later that evening ask you to search that area?
No. Like I said, I just stood by with him, and then
Okay. How long would you estimate you were on scene?
approximately 30 minutes.
And you testified that you were pretty much with Mr. Jones for that 30-minute period of time
Yes, ma'am.
before you were
Yes.
reassigned or did something else. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Jones ever tell you that there was another person missing from his vehicle?
No, I don't remember.
Never said that, did he?
No,
No?
no.
Did Mr. Jones ever tell you that he and 3 other men went to Travis Rudolph's house?
No.
When you saw the body cam where Mr. Lowe and Keyshawn Jones were seated down when they were asked a series of questions, you remember that?
Yes.
And while they were sitting down for that period of time answering questions, at no time was Mr. Jones crying, was he?
No, he wasn't crying, but he was distraught.
In fact, he appeared to be angry and upset, right?
Yes.
He was able to tell you where he lived, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
He was able to give you his exact address, including his zip code, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He wasn't crying while he was doing that, correct?
Yes.
He actually spelled out his name letter by letter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He actually told you that Travis Rudolph was his sister's ex-boyfriend. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Not his current boyfriend, right?
Mhm.
Is that a
Yes, yes.
Okay. Same with Mr. Lowe. When he was sitting down there, he was not crying, right?
No, not that I can recall.
And
I didn't really deal with him much.
you weren't dealing with him as much as
No.
Mr.
Yes.
He appeared to be angry as well, right?
Yes.
And they were saying the F word over and over and over, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any bulges in Mr. Lowe's pocket?
No.
If you did, would you have been concerned about that?
Well, yes,
Why?
absolutely. Well, he probably would have been armed with something, with a firearm, probably.
And
A
that
large bolt.
concerned you, right?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I have it pinned in the comments, his name. I'm trying to pin them in the comments instead of putting it on the screen so it's not covering, because they keep moving the camera and we don't know what views they're going to show. And I'm having to be quiet sometimes while they're doing that drilling next door. So I keep, every time they do that, I mute my microphone so y'all can't hear it. It's not real loud, but it'll pick up on the mic. They have, I've never seen these, for all of their court documents that they have these big, like you know how like when you win lottery, they give you like a big fake check. That's how all of their court documents are that they are showing. I've never seen it presented like that I can remember. See, can you hear that? They're drilling again. I'm going to mute it.
Stand up and adjust your position.
Officer,
Yes.
when you first made contact with these two men, Mr. Lowe and Mr. Jones, were they standing upright?
When I approached, they were already with some of the officers, and they had been patted down and searched due to the type of the shooting occurred with the bullet holes. So they had to make sure that there's any weapons on them or anything like that.
Right, but when you first saw them, physically had a visual of them, were they standing up?
They were standing up at first.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to see both of the individuals as they were standing up?
Yes.
Ask.
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you what's in evidence as offense number 4. Now, you've already established that the two gentlemen had been patted down prior to you seeing them. Is that correct? Do you recognize this individual over here?
No.
That's not Mr. Lowe?
Correct. Sustained.
Okay. This person here, do you see something in his pocket?
Overruled.
Do you see something in his pocket? Would you say that that's consistent with a firearm? Could that possibly consistent with a firearm?
I don't think one needs to be an expert. Answer the question if you understand it.
Yes, as a law enforcement officer, looking at that gentleman's pocket, would you say that that is something that could be consistent with a firearm?
Yes.
Thank you.
Could be consistent with a firearm. That the bulge in the pockets that they keep talking about does not, like in the videos and stuff, does not look like a phone.
Okay.
You were cut off during cross-examination. What was Mr. Jones' demeanor?
Distraught, upset, panicked.
Was he happy about what he had?
Absolutely not.
Have you seen people not fly after
Yes.
you react differently to these types of situations in your experience?
Yes.
Now, in terms of these bulges,
Here we go about the bulges. Yes, we'll talk about that at the break.
Do you know what's in that gentleman's pocket?
No.
Is it consistent maybe with a phone?
It could be a phone. It could be a ball.
It'd be keys.
Yep.
So in terms of your experience, you can't tell us what's in his pocket right there, right?
No.
And I think you said in both examinations that when you got there, Mr. Jones was patted down, right?
Yes.
You aware if a firearm was found on him at that point?
No firearm that I can recall was found.
What about the other gentleman? He was patted down as well?
Yes.
Any firearm located?
No.
Any weapons located?
No, sir.
When you were around the scene at all, did you see any firearms lying on the ground, any shell casings, anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. And in terms of the other gentleman's demeanor along with Mr. Jones, what would you describe that as?
Also panicked, worried, upset.
Now, in terms of your questioning, you watched it on the video. Did you get into exact details about exactly what had occurred back in Lake Park?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask more questions about, did you have a gun? Did you ever ask them that question?
No.
Did you ever ask the details of how this all started?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you just trying to get a general idea of what had taken place so you can relay that information?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, officer. No further questions.
All right. Any reason why Officer Tavares can't go on about his day?
Go about his day, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Stay safe out there. All right. You wanted a break, right? About 10? All right. 10 minutes. It's quarter after 10 now. Let's be back at 10:25, folks. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. No discussion. No discussion, no research. Keep an open mind. You will not run into any of us.
Oh, for right now, they're not drilling, thank goodness. So while they're taking a little break, and now they start again, of course. Okay, I think they're done for a second again. All right, oh, hi, John Hayes. Thank you. Your first sub makes me feel so special. Looking back now, Lucy, do you hear Lucy? Now she's getting mad. I don't think it's next door, actually. I think it's right down the hall. They might still be working on the fiber optic stuff because it's like a whole 3 or 4 week process. And they put my stuff in, but they're still running stuff and doing stuff. I don't know. But that drill is driving me everywhere, driving me crazy. I can't go anywhere. There's nowhere for me to go. I live in a tiny condo and it's still coming from this way. So I think which my door is right behind me. So I think they're in the hall. I think it's probably the fiber stuff. Lucy's not a happy camper. She is not loving them being out there. She doesn't like them making noise. So every time it starts and every time they're talking, I mute my microphone just in case they start again. But hopefully they'll hold off for just a second. The only time that they'll probably have a nice long break is while we're at lunch and it won't matter anyway. So whatever. All right. So the papers that we put on the 13th Juror Pod Twitter, if y'all want to take a look at those, those are the ones I was going to show you this morning, but I won't bother pulling them up because now we've got them. Oh, Josh, yes, I need it because this drilling is stressing me out. Plus, I'm trying to multitask because a lot's happening with this case, like kind of, behind the scenes. So I'm trying to get all of the most current information. I'm pulling court documents and I'm, doing all that stuff so we can be the, most informed group out there watching this. So the bench warrant that was put out for Tyler, who was he's one of the 4 guys who was there. He got shot and he was fine. He was injured because he was shot, obviously, but fine as in he survived. He was supposed to be in court yesterday, did not show up. Starting again. And I've got my little thing on here. Maybe that helps. So they have a warrant out for him, and they had given him instructions to appear yesterday. Okay, I think that helped. JT says that helped the noise. I am on sensory overload. I've got drilling over here. Lucy's scratching her bowl. There's somebody in the hallway. I'm getting updates over here. I have not had enough coffee for this yet this morning. And today is my daddy's birthday. Okay. The jury, I do not think that they get to know that. Yeah, just on, I wondered about him too, and I was actually really looking forward to his testimony yesterday. Kathy, I think we can probably get a screenshot of the bulge from one of the videos that they've played before. So we'll have to check for that. There was also okay, that helped. Good. So there's actually also, let me see if I can get it pulled up. There was a article about Travis's dad and how he passed away. Thank you. Thank you very much. Happy birthday to my daddy. He was my hero. He would have been 66 today. So happy birthday to him. Okay, Travis Rudolph. Okay, so Travis Rudolph's father killed in accidental shooting. So this was also kind of circulating around because of, him having the gun and kind of being prepared for violence and that type of thing. So it says Daryl Rudolph, father of NFL draft prospect and former Florida State receiver Travis Rudolph, died in an accidental shooting at a strip club in Florida. He was shot while making repairs. Oops, I just closed out. Thank you, Shar. I appreciate that. He was shot while making repairs at a club. Dean reports I'm going to just share this. I'll make it easier. Okay, Daryl Rudolph was shot while making repairs at a club. The gunshot came from an adjacent room when another coworker was moving a firearm off of a shelf. Police are still investigating the case, but do not believe the shooting was intentional. The younger Rudolph recorded, well, that's going over his football career. I swear the drilling's getting louder. His dad was only 55. There was another one. Here, I'll put Court back in there. There was another. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to take 1 second while they're on break.
Take a seat, folks. Thank you. Ready to bring the next, the jury in and then the next witness? That's right. All righty. That's Mr. Robinson, right? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Jury entering.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats, please. And the state's next witness is? All right, very well. Thank you. All right, thank you. Give me a second to finish this warrant.
Judge is in there still working on warrants. Yeah, I can't talk about his dad anymore, but there's articles out there if y'all want to pull that stuff up. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa Dotson. I appreciate that. Y'all are the best. If I can't spend a day with him, I'm glad I get to spend it with all y'all. Just 600 of my closest friends and family. That definitely cheers me up instantly. Shireen gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Amy H51 for the super chat. I appreciate y'all so much. Yeah, where's JT in a wig when you need him?
Do you promise to report the evidence you're about to give true?
Who's on his necklace? It looks
Okay,
like the
when
same
you're
picture.
comfortable up there, please get close to the microphone and say and spell your first and your last name for the record, please.
It's Tyler Robinson, TYLERROBINSON.
All right, thank you. You may
They got him
inquire, Ms.
there.
Edwards.
And Mr. Robinson, it's very important that everybody can hear you well, okay? So just make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone. All right, tell the members of the jury what you do for a living.
I work security and I'm a student full-time.
So you are both a security, is it officer? How does that work? What's the
Yeah, so you have to get a security license and then basically work as a 1099 contractor wherever you can.
All right, you're
find
so
jobs.
soft-spoken. I just have to make sure you pull the microphone just a little bit closer.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, so you're explaining that you work as a security guard.
Correct.
Okay. And you said in order to do that, you had to get a license. What kind of license?
Security, a D license to work initially, and then a security G license to work while armed.
Okay. So the D license is without a firearm and the G license is with a firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the G license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about, you said something about being a student as well. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that. What are you doing in school?
I just previously graduated or recently graduated with my AS Associate of Science in Paralegal Studies, and I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's in legal studies with a minor in political science.
You want to be a lawyer?
It's not currently my plans. Currently, my goal is just graduating, but it's not completely out of the picture.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 23.
And so back in April of 2021, you would have been 21 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to take you a little bit back in time to when you first met Keyshawn Jones. Do you recognize that person by name?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately when did you meet him? Whereabouts in schooling were you?
I met Keyshawn in sixth grade. And I'm sorry, not sixth grade. I met Keyshawn in eighth grade. We met in gym class playing basketball.
And would you say that your relationship with Mr. Jones got to the point where you were friends?
Yeah, that's like my brother. That's my closest friend.
So you'd characterize him then as your best friend. And I heard you say brother.
Best friends, brothers, yeah.
Did there ever come a point during the course of your friendship that you lived with Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about how long you were living with him, and were you living with him and his family?
Correct. This was later on, starting in high school, around about 10th grade summer, going into our junior year. I was no longer able to stay at home, so Keyshawn's mother and his family opened their doors to me and allowed me to stay with Keyshawn until we
And what high school were you going to at the time?
I went to Palm Beach Central High School.
And your family moved to a different county, is that right?
Port St. Lucie, I believe.
Port St. Lucie?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's.
And so how was it that you were able to stay in that school? Is it by living with Mr. Jones?
That was the only way I could continue to go there. I wasn't actually able. I was no longer eligible to go to that school because I wasn't zoned for that district based on my mother's home residential address. So I was actually going to be moved to a different school much further away. So just to prevent that from happening and just so I could stay with my friends, my mom and his mom allowed me to stay at his house for a little while.
So this wasn't because you were having any issues with your family?
There was some issues at home, but ultimately his mom and my mom just had a conversation, I guess, and just came to the agreement that it was best for everyone if I could just stay with Keyshawn, finish our schooling together.
While you were living with Mr. Jones, you mentioned that his family was also in the home. Who exactly was living there?
Keyshawn, his mother, his sister Dominique, his brother Antoine lived there briefly, and towards the end of us living there, his stepfather as well, I believe.
Would you characterize the relationship that developed to become more close-knit, like a family?
Correct.
How long were you living with the Joneses?
I would say I was living there for like a year and a half, maybe close to 2 years.
Okay. So obviously we've already talked about how close you were with Mr. Jones. What about his sister, Dominique?
Yeah, that's like my sister.
Did you view her in that way, like she was your sister?
Yeah, actually, I have I would say, better relationship with her than I do my own actual blood sister. So yeah, I consider her a sister. We have a good relationship.
Okay. And what about someone by the name of Sebastien Jean-Jacques? How did you know that person?
Sebastien was also a good friend of mine. We met the first year of high school, so at Palm Beach Central. That was also like my best friend.
Anybody else in this tighter group of you, Keyshawn, Dominique, and Sebastien?
Not necessarily. We have a good friend named Landon. That's about it.
What about Chris? When did he become a part of the group?
This is going to be later into high school, closer to I've known Chris my whole life, actually, since elementary school. So he's been kind of just a friend of mine, not as close as I would say as me and Keyshawn or me and Sebastien were at the time, but going or later on in high school, around I would say really closer to graduation, going to prom and stuff like that. I would say all of us developed a close relationship, and that's when, though I've known Chris since elementary school, when we graduated high school, we started hanging out more on an everyday basis, like Sebastien and Keyshawn and I were.
Okay. Had you ever met someone by the name of Travis Rudolph?
Not physically in person, no, but I was introduced to him on like FaceTime as Dominique's boyfriend at the time.
Okay. So you were close enough with Dominique that you knew who she was dating.
Correct.
And you knew Dominique had been married previous to her relationship with Mr. Rudolph. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you aware of whether or not she and her husband were still living together as a couple or still together as a couple by the time she started a relationship with Mr. Rudolph?
I believe they were legally married, but I think they were separated. I don't think they were together, living together, seeing each other, anything like that.
Okay. I want to take you to the night of this incident. So let's start with the April 6th of 2021. Do you recall receiving a call from Dominique on that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did she advise you about anything that had happened between herself and her then boyfriend, Travis Rudolph?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Upset, confused.
Okay. You said upset and confused. I'll take them one at a time. What was upsetting?
Upsetting, just what she was telling me and how upset she was. When someone you care about is that emotional, regardless of what the situation is, it's going to make you upset also for someone you truly care about. So,
And you did truly care about them.
Correct.
Did you know anything about a surgery that she had done recently?
Yeah, she just had cosmetic surgery, and that also maybe played into effect, or that may have also been one of the reasons why it did make me upset, because just the days before that and stuff, she was in such a I would say like vulnerable state, and just after you have any surgery, you're just weak regardless of what the surgery is. So I just saw her in a much like weaker and vulnerable state. So
you also said confusion. Explain that for us.
just confused, because I was under the impression that this was a I don't know the relationship well enough to call it a healthy relationship, but a normal functioning relationship. So when someone calls you that upset, telling you that something like this has happened, it's obviously a bit confusing at first.
Okay. So you thought they didn't have this type of relationship. So when you heard that, that was confusing.
Correct.
Okay, got it. So did you call other people? Did you call any of your friends to let them know what you'd been told by Miss Jones?
Yes, ma'am. I called Keyshawn initially, just to touch base with him, and because that's his actual sister, so I was assuming he spoke to her. Then I also called next, I believe I called Chris Lowe. He was at home. I'm not sure what he was doing, working out or something. He was sleeping, I think. He said he was getting in the shower or something like that. So he was going to come over.
Meaning come over to where you lived?
Come to my house. Just I have my own house.
By this time, you weren't living with the Joneses anymore. You had your own place.
Yes, I have my own place with the roommate, though.
What about Sebastien? Did you call him as well?
Yeah, I called Sebastien a few times, I believe. He was I think he was at Flanagan's, or he was doing something like that, and he said he had to go home first, and then he was going to come over.
So the plan was then for everybody to come to your residence. Is that correct? That they would be coming over to your apartment that you shared with someone else.
Correct.
Who got to your residence first, if you recall?
Remember. I think it was Chris or Sebastien, one of them two, because we were waiting for Keyshawn.
Okay.
Last.
So when everybody was together, did you get the impression that you all were gonna go to anywhere after leaving your apartment?
Yes, to speak with Travis.
Did you know where Mr. Rudolph lived at the time?
I didn't. I knew the area, but like specifically how to get there and stuff. I wasn't exactly sure. That's why we were waiting on Keyshawn.
So you didn't know the exact numerical, but you know the general area.
Correct.
What about Keyshawn? Was he more familiar with our residence than you?
Yeah, Keyshawn's much more familiar.
And did you get into Mr. Jones's car, or was it someone else's car that was used to transport you to Mr. Rudolph's residence?
Keyshawn didn't have a car at the time, so we had to take his mom's car.
Okay. Was Keyshawn driving mom's car?
Yes.
Is that the black Cadillac?
Yes.
Where did you get in the vehicle on the ride over?
I got in on the passenger right side.
So is that the front passenger?
Back. I got in the back seat. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, on the ride there.
On the way there, I was sitting in the front seat because I was the one like when you go out, like I just call shotgun, so I was the one sitting shotgun, and then that's like a reference to the person who gets to sit in the front seat. So it's kind of like, it's not a game, but just a joke. Whoever calls it first gets to sit there, and then you get to play the music and stuff. So I was sitting in the front.
What was your demeanor like around the time that you're getting into this car with your friends?
My demeanor.
Yeah, were you still upset?
Yes, but at this point, so much time had passed that it was more or less turning into like, it almost seemed like a chore to go over there. Like as we waited for Keyshawn and as time to go by, it just seemed less and less serious. But
all right, let me see if we can get the timeline together then. Approximately what time is Dominique telling you about the altercation with her boyfriend?
this is like around 10 or something, around that time, like 10 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. So by the time you're making your way over to Mr. Rudolph's house, approximately what time is that?
It's like getting close to midnight, I think, like around that time.
So it had been at least an hour or more since you'd heard.
Yeah.
Okay. Prior to getting in the vehicle, were any text messages exchanged between you, Dominique, and Keyshawn? Do you remember anything about shoot his shit up or something like that?
Yeah. Dominique texted me and Keyshawn, go shoot his shit up.
And what did you take from that message? How, if at all, did you react to that message?
Just Dominique being herself. When she's angry, she tends to blow things out of proportion at times. I don't want to say exaggerate because it's hard to say what somebody's truly feeling, or if she is feeling that way, or if that's just how she's reacting. But when she texts stuff like that to my phone, I don't really take it too seriously.
Okay. So by that time, you'd been well enough acquainted with Dominique that that message did not send you into rage.
No, not that message in particular, because she kind of acts that way, and when she gets mad at me or Keyshawn or she just wears her emotions on her sleeve. So I just figured she was being a bit emotional. People are emotional. They say things that are a bit irrational sometimes.
Okay. Do you remember a message from Keyshawn about Travis is a dead man walking or anything like that?
Yeah, Keyshawn did text that in the group chat.
What was your impression after reading that message?
Just Keyshawn trying to be a man, I guess you could say. His sister's clearly emotional. He wants to respond in a way to let his sister know that I am your brother and I'm going to protect you. Not necessarily in a literal sense, but I guess you could call it a figure of speech.
As you all piled into that car, do you remember whether or not there were any discussions beforehand about you bringing your firearm to this residence?
Thank you, Shireen.
Briefly,
Thank you.
I had a discussion first with Keyshawn.
What was that about?
Keyshawn telling me he left his fire home at our.
Well, it's hearsay. Listen, the objection, and both sides have used this, the objection non-responsive is really reserved for the person asking the question. But it is hearsay, so sustained. Unless there's an exception to the hearsay rule that you'd like to tell me applies.
There is, Judge. Also, this door has been opened by cross-examination, by other witnesses.
Not with this witness.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Jones, you said there was some conversation without going into details about it, correct?
With Keyshawn, yeah, I had a conversation with Keyshawn personally.
And did you get the impression that you were not supposed to bring any firearms?
Yes.
Okay. What about why did you bring it then?
Just two reasons. Well, one, I was scared. I didn't want to go over there with three of my brothers, and they're looking to me for protection. I didn't want to go over there with nothing, not knowing what we're going into. Initially, I left my firearm inside, and we were getting ready to leave. But I also had a conversation with Sebastien.
Again, without telling us anything about what anybody else said,
right.
Did you also have a fear that you needed to bring it?
Right. It was basically a fear I had to bring it. The first reason, and then the second reason, around this time, I just recently filed my application to receive my concealed license permit. So I was just kind of excited to have my firearm, and I just turned 21. So around this time, I'm bringing my firearm with me, casually places. I don't want to say everywhere, but I'm bringing it to a lot of places at this time. I just thought that's what men do.
So you're sort of getting into learning how to carry it with you a bunch.
Correct.
Got it. What about the ride over there? Did you take it out of your pocket, show it to anybody else as you were in the car or while you were in your apartment?
No, there's no reason to. These are my brothers, so they've seen my firearm before. This isn't a time where it's like a show and tell. Show me your.
Okay.
There's no need for that.
Were you announcing it to anybody in the car that you were armed?
No, we didn't have much conversation in the.
What happened on the ride over?
Just driving over there, listening to music. I was controlling the music, so just picking songs and stuff like that. Really, there wasn't much conversation in the car. Probably on account of like we didn't really want to go over there that badly. It was kind of just something we felt we had to do. So
So you describe it as being a chore.
sometimes there's just things you don't want to do, but you have to do them. Not think looking back, not necessarily saying this is something that had to be done, but in the moment, sometimes there's things that you may have to do and you don't want to do them, and you're scared to do them, or you do it on account of helping somebody else. So those was one of those things. By the time we were heading over there, me personally, I didn't even want to go over there anymore much. And you could just feel that energy in the car. Like nobody really wanted to say it, but it was like, I can't speak on what my brothers felt, but it was, that's how I felt. Like,
why did you still go? Why did you feel any sort of pressure to still do it?
I don't know, just trying to be a man and stand up for Dominique. She can't stand up for herself, or shouldn't have to. She's a woman, so.
Okay. When you got to the Rudolph residence, did you park at the front of the residence or somewhere else, if you remember where Keyshawn parked?
Keyshawn parked like a few houses down, like down the block, basically.
Do you remember driving around trying to case to see if, anybody was home at that residence? There were cameras, anything like that?
Yeah, we were driving past. I remember initially Keyshawn turned down the street, and just out of, I guess you could say, fear of the unknown. I didn't know. I've never personally, I can't, like, this is not something that, I guess the correct way to word it would be like,
Had you ever done anything like this before?
True. Well, it's not leading. It was not a leading question, but finish your answer. Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
Yeah, I was basically finished up with that answer, but to answer your next question, no, I haven't done anything like this specifically before. So that's probably why I was feeling that way. I didn't know who was at his house, or if they were waiting for us, or what was happening.
So you went over there to shoot up the house?
No, ma'am.
What did you go over there for?
Initially, we went over there just to speak to Travis.
What did you think could be achieved by speaking to Travis?
We're probably going to end up fighting. There's not many times that people are able to step back and analyze the situations, and it's hard for people sometimes to like mitigate the situation rather than make it worse. So
did you think that at that moment that you might have been making it worse?
In the moment, I can say no, I didn't, but looking back, yes, definitely.
What happened once you got to actually walk up to the residence? Did you go to the front door?
Yeah, we knocked on the door.
And can you tell me whether or not anyone answered?
Yeah, his brother came to the door, and basically he was telling us, like, telling Keyshawn, because he was like in front of me. He was telling them, like, you can talk to me. I'm Travis's brother. Stuff like that.
Was anybody asking for Travis specifically?
Yeah, we probably all were. I don't know if I was specifically, but I know Keyshawn was, or Sebastien. They were closest to the door, so.
Okay. Do you remember removing your T-shirt that you were wearing that night?
I don't remember it particularly, but I did have my shirt off arriving to surgery. And that is also something that I wouldn't say anymore. I don't spend too much time like playing sports or outside, but as a young man in Florida, I take my shirt off. Yeah, so that is something that does occur.
Have you seen the ring camera footage from the night of this incident where you all arrived to the residence?
Only like pictures of what I've been shown.
And you noticed that you weren't wearing a shirt in those, right?
Right.
Do you remember now why you would have taken off your shirt?
We're going to his house late at night to talk to him. They were just previously fighting, him and Dominique, in some manner. So this, quite honestly, probably isn't going to be a friendly interaction. So I did have my shirt off. People.
I'm sorry. Please finish.
I was just gonna say. I'm sorry. I'm just caught up with my words.
I know this is a little
Is it possible for me to just get some water real quick?
Yes, of course. I think there's water behind you. All right. And if you need the water as we're going, feel free to drink.
Sorry about that.
Okay. No worries. Okay. So I was asking you about when you got to the Rudolph residence and sort of why you had taken off your shirt, and you were explaining that. And my next question was, did you think something could happen?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't think that he would be happy to see you there at that time of night?
No. I don't know specifically why I took my shirt off. Maybe I thought, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Going over there with Keyshawn was kind of a sense of like he won't hurt Keyshawn since we're with him. So maybe that I was trying to play into that a bit. Maybe if he saw that we were with Keyshawn, that it wouldn't even get to that point, and it would just have to stay as a conversation or probably argument.
I think it's the opposite. If you show up with four, I think it would make him
Travis ever actually exit the residence.
Put him more on guard.
Yeah, he came out of the house eventually, and that's when the fight started. The fight broke out.
What started the fight?
Travis ran towards Keyshawn and was trying to slam him on the floor, basically.
And what did you do in response to that?
We kind of got like all wrapped up. I'm kind of having him in like a headlock, trying to grab him off Keyshawn, but I can't really grab him just because there's so many of us all wrestled together, so we kind of all just fell on the floor.
At this point, is your firearm still in your pocket, or have you retrieved it?
At this point, it's still in my pocket, and just because we started fighting and stuff, I kind of forgot it was in my pocket at this point.
So, is it like fist fighting then, and like you said, the trying to do the headlock, trying to pull people off each other at this point?
Yeah, it was a fist fight, but it wasn't much of a fight. I wouldn't say anyone was doing anything too serious to either side as far as harm or damage would go. No, it was kind of just people squaring up and
for the members of the jury that might not understand, what's squaring up mean?
just getting in a position to fight. More or less, everyone's just trying to assert their dominance, show that they shouldn't be messed with. I don't know what the mentality is going into a fight.
That was one of the most
As
honest
the
things that I
fight
think any of them have said.
progresses, is there sort of two different groups of fighting, or are you all sort of wrapped up together fighting?
It's at first we're kind of all wrapped up, but then as the fight progresses, it kind of breaks off into groups, people fighting different people.
And where were you as far as when the fight broke into the two separate parts?
At this point, I'm in the front yard, like by the front door area, like in the main yard. Whereas,
So like right up front where you all had knocked at the door?
right,
Okay.
in the front yard, not on the
Not
porch.
by the door, not
Right,
by the porch.
not on the porch, but actually in the front yard.
So the grass then?
Yeah, the grass area of the front, closer to the street, sidewalk area.
And who is in your sort of group that are fighting right there?
Me, and Travis are fighting in the yard area. And Sebastien and Travis's brother were kind of fighting to the side. And at this point, Keyshawn and Chris are kind of happened so fast, so I'm explaining it. And it seems like there's so much downtime, but I'm saying within seconds, Keyshawn and
quickly.
Chris are standing there now. And then a few seconds later, it progressed even further.
Did you pull out your firearm at any point in what we've described so far?
No, ma'am.
As the fight is progressing and now Keyshawn has joined into your fight with Mr. Rudolph Travis, are you continuing to fight? Does there ever come to be a lull in the fight?
I would say, yeah, there was a huge lull in the fight. No one was really swinging anymore, just because, as I said, this wasn't like a big I guess you could categorize it as a brawl because of how many people were fighting, but it wasn't. It wasn't like where trained professional fighters and they're trained professional fighters and we're going blow for blow, and it's kind of just silly slipping, falling, a few punches being traded, people being tackled. It was just a weak fight. No one wasn't fighting too seriously. I don't want to say that, but just the end result wasn't very good.
Can you tell us whether or not Mr. Rudolph's mom was outside at any point during this fight?
Yeah, she was outside.
What she was doing or saying?
She was trying to show us something on her phone. I guess a video from earlier of what occurred or something that happened. But
did y'all stop to watch it, or what happened with that?
No, I didn't get a chance to see what video she was trying to show us. everything's happening so fast. She's trying to show us a video as we're fighting. So basically, I didn't really hear what she's saying until we kind of paused for a moment. And then there's kind of a brief break. And then I kind of got punched again, which started the fight back.
Okay. So you said there was a lull, then you could kind of hear what she was saying, then you got punched. Who punched you? Do you know?
Travis punched me.
Did you punch back or hit back?
I was swinging back or at least attempting to. I couldn't tell you if my punches connected with him or not, but I wasn't.
You weren't just sitting there
I
taking
wasn't just standing there letting him punch me. At this time, I'm kind of trying to like ask him what happened, like not in a way that's very open-minded. Not asking him what happened, but more or less in an accusational manner, kind
So
of.
you're confronting him at that point.
Yeah, correct.
Are you getting any verbal responses from Mr. Rudolph about what had happened, or are you just fighting?
No, nothing. No, not really.
This fight, how does it, as far as grouping go? Is it you and Mr. Rudolph, Travis, and who else is a part of this melee at this point?
At this point, for about 5 to 7 seconds, it's all about it. Last 5 to 10 seconds. That's as long as it lasted. Me and after I got punched, me and Travis are kind of squaring up or engaged in a fighting position for about 10 seconds, and then Keyshawn and Chris and Sebastien are all in my peripheral. And within these seconds, I see, like I said, Sebastian's kind of more fighting his brother, where Keyshawn and Chris are at this point kind of I think they came to the assumption first that it was probably time to leave, so they're probably just focused on getting back to the car at
Did
this
you
time.
see them actually exiting and trying to leave?
Out of my peripheral, I realized that they weren't close to me. I could see that they were moving further and further from where I was, so I didn't necessarily know that they were leaving until a few seconds later. Because again, it's not like this was like it was like quick. So like a few seconds later, I heard Keyshawn say like, "Oh, we gotta go. It's time to go."
All right. Did you notice that when your attention was distracted by that, Mr. Rudolph went into the house?
Yeah, I seen him run into the house.
Where was Mr. Rudolph's mom at that point when he ran into the house?
She was still standing outside.
Was she near you?
Yeah. At this point, we've moved closer to the driveway, where the closer to the intersection driveway area. So we're standing there towards the end of his driveway. And again, I don't know exactly what his mom was telling me at this point.
Is she still sort of trying to get you to look at something in her hand?
I believe so.
Did you get concerned at all when you noticed Mr. Rudolph was heading back into the residence?
Yes, I was concerned, but I still didn't really understand the extent of to which I should have been concerned. It wasn't at that level yet, more or less. So like, where's he going? Like, that's kind of odd that he just we're all fighting, and he just ran into the house.
When Mr. Rudolph left and ran into the house, was there any fighting still happening outside?
At this point, Sebastien and Travis's brother are fighting kind of more closely towards our car, where our car was parked.
So when you say, if I could borrow states 1 and the east.
Thank you so much, Advocate. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You need Mr. Robinson to step down. Okay, watch your step getting down, but you're going to be testifying from over here in just a minute. So go ahead and step.
Just making sure I ask permission for that. Yes, if I could have you step down a little.
Is it possible if I could stay seated?
Can you see?
Yeah, my hip is just hurting. I have a bad hip, so I'd rather not stand.
Actually, let me take this to you then and have you point out the area and mark it with an X. Okay, give me 1 second.
It went through a jury already to see about it being stand your ground, and they denied it. So now it's coming
Okay,
to jury for this.
Mr. Robinson, if you could, with an X, with a marker, just mark approximately where you believe Sebastien and the brother were fighting.
Let him use your.
Like where this tree is at. Like over here.
You said near where the tree is?
Not this tree on this side of the road, but
the tree on the side of the road where the residence is.
Yeah, there's kind of like, you see this, it's not a shadow, but it's kind of like where the tree is, kind of like right over here somewhere. That's where they're fighting at.
So, okay, got it.
And we're parked kind of like over here.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, permission to publish that to the jury, Judge?
Sure.
And you said your car that you arrived in was parked further down the block, correct?
Correct, further down the street.
Okay. So by the time, do you see Mr. Rudolph actually exit the residence? What's happening by the time he actually comes back out?
Yeah, I saw him come out, like he starts running like out of his house and kind of slips and falls. And then he gets up and he's headed towards the direction of where me and his mom are standing.
So his attention is not focused on the brother and Sebastien?
No.
So where were you? You said in the street by this time with Miss Linda, is that correct?
Correct.
And does he run over to where you all are?
Where me and his mother are, correct.
Okay. And could you tell at that point that he was armed?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of firearm did you see?
Like a AR assault rifle with like a drum on it. So like a magazine that holds like a lot of rounds or ammunition. Like it had one of those on it too. So like a bigger gun.
When did you have a gun of that type?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you ever have a firearm like that? I wasn't sure if that's what you were saying.
Like that?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I was describing
Oh,
what
so
the firearm is.
Gotcha. You're describing his firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And you said it was a bigger rifle type firearm with a barrel?
Yeah, like an AR.
Did you say anything, do anything upon seeing him approaching you with that item?
Yeah, at that point I kind of realized fighting's over. And I was just kind of more thinking about just leaving, getting home with my brothers. So I'm kind of telling them like, you got that. Like,
What does "you got that" mean?
just like a form of like a form of surrendering. Like,
You actually put your hands up like, "You got that, you got that"?
yeah, like regardless of what just took place or occurred, that's not really important. You're clearly asserting yourself in a way that's much more serious than I initially thought it would be. So I kind of just am surrendering, letting them know that it's all right. You don't got to do all that.
So at that, I think you described earlier that if you're in a fight, people are trying to exert dominance, so to speak. You remember saying that?
Correct.
At this point, he's won the dominance fight.
Correct. That's about as far as you can take it. Yeah.
What's in your head at this point as you got that, your hands are up, you're surrendering? Can you see, for instance, what's going on with the brother and Sebastien?
At this point, I briefly looked down to see just where everyone's at, and I see Keyshawn and Chris like towards the car, kind of already getting in the car, and Sebastien was still in the street fighting with Travis's brother.
And that's still about the same place that you just showed us on the map, or someplace different?
That is still fighting, kind of like where, like in the street, kind of where that tree area over there, like they're fighting, and then Chris kind of came back towards Sebastien, and then as when Chris comes over, it's kind of like they switch spots. Now Sebastien is going back to the car, and Chris is kind of standing there squaring up with Travis's brother, and then I look that way, and I see that's all three of their positions are where they're located at, and I look back kind of towards in front of me, and I'm seeing Travis trying to load his gun, load bullets into the chamber.
I'm sorry, you're doing an action, so I just want you to describe it a little bit for us, or at least hold your hand up if you could, just so the jury sees what you're doing.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I don't think it's necessary for me to do the action, but basically to load of the bullets into the chamber, you have to pull part of the gun back, and he's trying to pull it back, but it's whether or not he's kind of nervous or he's a grown man, so he's obviously strong enough to load the gun, but I guess there's probably just so much going on. Maybe his fingers are slipping, but he's trying to load a gun.
Is he having difficulty?
Yes, having difficulty loading the gun.
Does he keep trying?
It continues to load it until it is loaded.
Whereabouts are you physically in relation to the street and the car that you came in around this time when you noticed the firearm is being loaded by Mr. Rudolph?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, where were you when you're noticing this loading?
Directly in front of him.
Are you still out in the street, or have you progressed down the street?
No, I'm still standing in the street.
Did there come a point that you noticed that the brother and I guess Chris is the one left with him now, they're no longer fighting?
It kind of I know that's not a sufficient answer, kind of, but
Explain what you mean.
it happened so quickly that as I see Chris is no longer fighting, at this point I realized he's probably going to start shooting at us. So I'm running down the street to get back to the car just to try to just like warn them, because they're much further away from me. So I'm not really sure if they can see what's going on or not. So as I'm running towards Chris, that's about when they stopped fighting, and me and Chris arrived at the car about the same time.
As this is happening, is Chris in front of you then, as you're headed back to the car?
Chris is right in front of me.
Okay. Do you have to do anything to get him into the car faster?
I'm trying to get into the car, but Chris is kind of taller, so it's kind of taking him like longer to bend over and get in the car. So I kind of push him into the car because at this point he's already shooting at us. I'm not sure how many rounds have been fired, but I did hear gunshots already as I'm running towards the car. So I'm trying to push Chris just to let him know, like, lay down. We're getting shot at.
Did you actually make it all the way into the vehicle after pushing Chris in?
Yes, ma'am. We got in the car and we shut the doors. The doors were shut when Keyshawn started to pull forward, put the car in drive.
The way that the vehicle was parked at this point, was it facing the direction where Travis was coming from or coming to the vehicle, or was it facing away from where Mr. Rudolph Travis was walking down to the vehicle or running? I don't know what he was doing.
It was facing towards his direction. In hindsight, there's no blame on how you park a vehicle, obviously, ever, but we probably could have parked facing the other direction and left a bit quicker. But obviously you don't understand the severity of the situation until afterwards. So it's hard to say that, knowing what you know, what you should have done.
I notice you're wriggling a little. Is everything okay?
Yes, ma'am. Just a bit uncomfortable.
Okay. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Tell me about this point. You're all in the car, all the doors are closed. Is the vehicle moving?
The car is moving, yes. We're driving.
Can you still hear the shots hitting or firing, anything like that?
Yeah. It took a minute for Keyshawn to get the car and drive. So I'm kind of laying on top of Chris as much as I can. Of the vehicle where your feet would go, where your legs would go in the vehicle. He's kind of filled up that whole area.
Feet crouched down?
He's laid down basically. So I'm like kind of laying on top of him trying to get where he's at, but there's no more room.
You said the car doesn't move for a minute. Do you mean a literal minute, or is that just your way of expressing yourself?
Just a form of expression. If we sat there for a minute, we all would have died. So it was maybe 10 seconds to be literal.
Okay. And you said the vehicle doesn't immediately move off. What happens? Describe that for us if you can.
Keyshawn there's a lot going on. He's getting someone shooting at him from, I don't know how close it was, but it seemed like right in front of us. That's practically as close you can get. So someone's shooting at you. It's not like we're in the army or we're law enforcement officers or trained for these type of situations. So he's probably scared, hearing bullets and just knowing that he could possibly die. So it's hard to drive a car knowing that's going on. And then I'm hit. And initially I thought it was Chris, but it was Sebastien who said I got hit.
When the vehicle isn't moving as fast as you think it should be moving at this point, what's going through your head? What's happening here?
So the car, the bullets are coming through the windshield, and then I felt myself get shot in my back. And so when the car gets turned around, I hear Sebastien say, I got hit. And then Travis is standing right in front of us. And then we turned the car, and I'm still laying on the floor at this point, just trying not to get hit with any bullets. And then when the car finally, this isn't something I can see, but I'm aware the cars, and you can feel when you're in a car and it's moving, regardless if you can see or not. So I feel the car moving, and I guess we turned around to leave, but then we just stopped, or it seemed like we just stopped. It seemed like the car stopped moving. So I feel myself get shot in my back.
Is this the second shot?
Yeah, it is. I got after I felt another shot in my back. I kind of was, and the car wasn't moving, so I'm under the assumption that if I'm getting shot, or so I believe I am, and that's what I feel, my brothers are probably getting shot too. So I'm thinking everyone in the car probably died, because we're not moving and no one's talking. So I just assumed everyone was dead.
What'd you do then?
I just got out the car.
You opened the door and ran out?
Yeah, basically, I didn't want to die sitting in the car, so I just got, I just got out.
Mr. Robinson, I know emotionally you're probably going through a lot right here. Are you pulling your firearm? Do you pull your firearm at any point during what you just described?
No, ma'am. I kind of forgot I had my gun in my pocket. I want to protect my brothers, so it's not. I would never intentionally allow myself, or I would never intentionally if I knew I could if I knew that I could or had the power to help my brothers or protect them, I would have done so. But it's just so much going on, and I'm not really too sure what's gonna happen for myself personally. So it's hard to think about what's in your pocket, or where's my gun, or I need to shoot back at him when someone's shooting at you, stuff like that.
Fair to say at this point, your
It's
mind
not really
is
important.
on survival mode.
Yes, ma'am. Surviving at this point is all that mattered.
So you get out of the car. Do you start running away from the vehicle and away from the bullets that are still coming?
Yeah, I hear the bullets like and I can feel them going past me a bit. I can hear the bullets hitting the metal of the car. And then I felt a bullet hit me in my hip area, like my lower abdominal area, and that one hurt the most. It kind of took my footing from me a bit. I slipped a bit, and was so yeah, I got shot again, and now I'm just trying to keep my footing and run down the street, because I know if I don't, or if I fall, or if I don't get down the street, or just from where I'm at, probably gonna die. So just trying to stay on my feet.
This is the first one who seems like, out of the witnesses, who seems like
As
he
you're running away,
realizes
can you tell whether or not anybody
his
is
mistakes,
behind
and
you?
that's why I want to show him some grace.
Yeah,
I want to
can
show
hear
everybody some
Travis
grace in this
yelling,
who seems like they
and
can tell that
then
they've messed up.
shooting from behind me, and then I can hear his brother yelling as well, yelling at him to stop. He's gonna go to jail.
So this is Mr. Rudolph's brother. Travis's brother is yelling, "Stop! You're going to go to jail."
Right.
Is he talking to you?
No, he's talking to Travis. Him and his mom were kind of trying to stop him, just telling him, like, you're taking it too far, I guess. Trying to calm him down.
You said you also heard the defendant yelling. What is he saying as he's shooting?
Like,
I'm not saying they shouldn't be charged. I'm
just,
saying I don't want the chat making fun
I
of them.
can't make it out.
So you're hearing yelling, but you're not exactly sure the words that are being used?
Yeah, just
keep it
cussing,
calm in here.
Yelling. I can't make out the words.
What about the car that you were in? What happened with that as you're describing being out and running?
Yeah, so my
I'm sorry. I know this is hard. Take a minute.
No, it's okay. Oh yeah, my brother didn't see me get out the car, so he was trying to leave. He was trying to leave. He thought I was in the car.
Did the car actually start moving and speed off?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were left behind?
Yeah. Not intentionally, though.
Of course. So you're running for your life at this point, I'm guessing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where do you go to?
Initially, I'm trying to first just flee, like get away from, first get out of trouble. So just get in a position where I'm no longer being chased. So I ran behind some houses where it kind of got dark at, and just was trying to just get to a position where, like I said, someone wasn't chasing me. And then after that was kind of when I realized what shape I was in. I was in pretty bad shape. So it kind of shifted from surviving to seeking help. Just whoever. I didn't have my phone on me. I left it in the car. So it was a huge mistake. So I was just trying to see if anyone was readily available with a cell phone or anything to help. But nobody was outside. It was pretty late at night, understandably. I knocked on a few people's doors. Nobody really was awake. I believe there was one house I knocked on the door, and they didn't really respond much, but I could see through the window. The window was open. I could see they were standing by the door, looking. And I kind of like looked down towards my hip area, and I could just see I had a hole in my hip, and it was like blood, almost like draining out of my body. It was moving quicker than I've seen something like that. But I'm knocking on the door, and they don't. It's understandably. I wouldn't say it's a bad area. We live in West Palm Beach, so there's not much areas that are too bad, but this isn't the nicest area. So it's understandable that at 12 at night, someone's knocking on your door, telling you they got shot. Probably not going to answer it. So I'm knocking on people's doors, but they're not really much assistance.
Really answering, coming out, helping.
No, but it's understandable.
Got it. Do you at some point realize you still have the firearm in your pocket?
Yes. I noticed it's still in my pocket as I started realizing how serious my injuries were. I'm kind of checking my
like checking your body?
Yeah, like my lower body, just to see if I got shot. And that's when I'm feeling my pocket. I still have my gun in my pocket. And then at this point, I'm just kind of scared because I'm hearing sirens in the distance, and I'm just aware that a lot of people are probably calling the police saying that somebody was shooting because there was a lot of shots that I heard. So I didn't want them to think I was shooting anyone, and I didn't want a delayed medical, or I didn't want to delay my medical attention. So I just felt like it was best I didn't have it on my person. So I kind of just threw it in the where I was walking at. I kind of just I had sweats on, I unzipped my pants and just threw it on the floor. And as I crossed the street, I noticed the next house was their lights were off, so they probably weren't home. So I just sat down.
When you got rid of the firearm, did you like hide it under a bush or dig a hole or anything like that?
No, I kind of just threw it. Like I didn't want them to, like I said, think I was shooting people or anything like that. So I kind of just threw it in. I don't even know where I was walking at. Just kind of dropped it.
And you said you found a place that seemed dark and quiet enough and you just sat there?
Yeah, you could say that. I was just knocking on people's doors and they weren't answering. So I went to the next house and their lights were off. So I kind of just accepted. Yeah, kind of just accepted the I don't want to say my fate, but kind of accepted the consequences of my actions. And I just sat down. I was tired, so just ready to rest.
Could you feel yourself changing in strength as you were around this period of time?
Yeah. I could feel myself dying, you could say. I was losing strength and just the ability to communicate my energy. Yeah, I could feel I was dying. That's why I just sat down. You can only fight so much. So I couldn't really find anyone, and I didn't have my phone to call the police. I couldn't find where my brothers were at, so I just sat down.
How did you, if you did, end up getting any help?
There was a older gentleman, not older, I'm sorry, that's rude, but older than me, and he was in the street, and he had a phone in his hand. He was running towards me, saying he heard everything, and that the police are coming. He was saying, like, don't worry, they're coming, they're on the way.
Okay. You starting to get hope at this point?
No, I wouldn't say hope. I wasn't too worried about like if I was gonna make it or not at this point. I'm kind of just I heard one of my brothers say he got hit, so I'm kind of just wondering what's going on, where everyone's at. I wouldn't say I had hope, but there's obviously a sense of relief in knowing help is coming.
At this point, did you know what had happened with Sebastien that you'd heard was hit, or any of the other friends that you had in the car?
No, ma'am, I was relatively ignorant to basically the status of any of my brothers, just because I wasn't with them anymore. And as I'm asking the law enforcement like what's going on and stuff, they're kind of just they don't have much info for me, so I didn't know much of anything. All I knew was I had been shot multiple times, and that I was on the way to the hospital, and I probably needed surgery. So really all that was on my mind was like, if I'm in this, if this is the condition I'm in, hopefully my brothers aren't in a similar position. So that's kind of what was on my mind.
So it sounds like eventually police get to you, or some kind of aid gets to you besides the gentleman that was older than you. Is that correct?
Yeah, the police arrived. A few officers arrived, and kind of just asked me what was going on. Kind of just stood over me, and they were saying that the paramedics were on the way. They were discussing like what they should do, and then one of them gave me a like a shirt or something of that nature, towel. It was just telling me like you should put you should apply pressure to the wound on you have on your lower extremity, because it's pretty serious. I guess to stop the bleeding. So I was kind of trying to just holding my hip.
Oh, that's a shot in your hip.
Yeah.
And what side of your body are we talking about that you were shot at with the hip?
My left side.
All right. Judge, I've already shown to defense counsel what will be marked as states 10A through I. If I may approach the witness.
You may.
Me saying that I want us to show a little bit of grace to him doesn't mean that I don't think that Travis deserves grace too. This is not a one or the other. This is a human thing, not a prosecution or defense thing.
Miss
All right, thank you.
Ms. Robbins, if you could take a moment to look through the series of photographs I just handed to you in States 10.
He hasn't been, we'll see how he does on cross-examination. He has not been combative and non-remorseful like the others were, which is why, you know, I think he seems to
Are
understand.
those photos of you and your injuries after this happened? Sorry, I just need you to verbally respond, yes or no.
Yes.
And how long after the shooting were these photographs taken? Immediately or sometime after?
Sometime.
I'm not sure. No plea deal, but I'm not sure.
Sometime after, but I don't want to. Sorry, it's hard to answer that question because I don't know how you define immediately.
Let me give it to you this way then. Was this after you had been out of the hospital and detectives came to your residence that these photographs were taken?
This was when I left the hospital, and the detectives came to my residence to take these pictures.
All right. And do those fairly and accurately reflect what your body looked like at the time after being struck?
Correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, state would offer that into evidence.
And there's no objection. So State's Exhibit 10, Composite 10, A through I, which would be 9, I guess, photographs is admitted without objection.
And permission to publish, Judge?
You may. Do I have to worry about any kind of emotional response here? All right, very well. Thank you. Sure.
All it takes is the humility for me to, like, I have no sympathy for Dominique. None. Zero. Zilch. She was combative. She started this whole thing. I have none. But there's the drilling again. But this guy, the fact that he said, you know, he was honest about this whole nonsense was because he felt like they had to, you know, fighting was all about trying to show dominance and stuff. That was probably the most honest thing that I've heard as to why all this BS even happened. But like I've said the last 2 days, if you show up at my mama's house, you know, jumping me and my brother, I can't guarantee how I'd act either. So I'm not, until I've heard all the evidence, I can't say 100% one way or the other, but I've been, this entire time been leaning toward the defense. But I also don't want to, I just want to give grace to people who seem to own up to some of their BS. But what they did was definitely wrong. They shouldn't have gone over there.
State is now publishing States 10A.
Hopefully nobody stands in front of it this
Mr.
time.
Robinson, can you tell us what portion of your body we're looking at here?
My right shoulder.
And were you struck in the right shoulder in the back there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I have no compassion for their actions. They were wrong.
States 10B. Same question, if you could identify for us where we're looking, what part of your body?
That's my lower back.
And again, is this the left side of your body?
That is on the right side of my lower back.
All right. And again, were you struck here as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the injury we're seeing there.
Yes, ma'am.
Agreed. Johnny, I don't feel sorry for them. I just
Tennessee.
feeling sorry for someone and showing them grace are
Different close-up of that
not the same
shot.
in my
Same
book.
picture, just closer.
I don't feel sorry for them at all.
And 10D. That just showing both of them at the same time.
It's showing my shoulder and my lower back at the same time.
Nope, it's a drill.
Now to 10
Next door.
Can you tell the members of the jury what part of your body this is?
That's my hip, my left hip.
And that hole that's there, is that as a result of the shooting in this case as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's where I got shot.
So that's the one the officer was telling you to put pressure on?
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely stupid actions.
And 10H, is that sort of before the bandage was removed so that we could see that wound?
Correct. That's with bandaging. That's how it looked. I just had to dress it. I'm not sure if it's dress the wound. That's the correct term, but that's what the hospital told me to do 3 times a day. So that's what it looked like.
So after you got released from the hospital, you had to dress it yourself and clean it?
Yeah, like stuff my hip with gauze, and then after I clean it and stuff, and then bandage it up, and then take it back out and then restuff it, and just until it healed up.
Okay, now also 10G. What part of your body and what is being shown, if you remember?
That's my arm, my wrist, my left, or looks like my right wrist. I'm not sure if the correct term is shrapnel, but basically, I guess when the bullet, because the bullets are so hot and they're hitting metal pieces or like fragments of the metal. This is what the hospital told me. I don't know for sure, but they said pieces of the metal kind of break off, and when you see those little specks underneath your skin, it's basically the metal hitting your skin, and then sometimes it heals underneath just because they're so small, so it's still there.
And again, this is also a result of the shooting in this case.
Correct.
I don't feel sorry for them either.
And then finally, states 10I.
But I'm still going to give grace when it comes to making fun of him for other stuff. Not for his actions. His actions were stupid. He got his friend killed.
My knees or shins. That's basically just falling after I got shot or in the process of like trying to escape. Just fell, and that's my knee scraped up.
So these were after you jumped out of the vehicle that you got scraped up on your knees?
Yeah, around that time when I was exiting the vehicle, trying to get away.
Okay. I know you've been saying that you're uncomfortable. Why are you feeling uncomfortable?
I'm just not in the best physical shape. I didn't really receive much. I didn't do any physical therapy or anything after the incident. So doctors told me I don't necessarily need anything like that, but I guess when you get shot, not just shot multiple times, but in general, it takes such a toll on your body that it takes a little while, not a little while, long while, for your body to get back to where it was. So I'm just still a bit uncomfortable just sitting here. I don't know. It's just
Okay. All right. So I want to talk with you about going to the hospital. How long were you in the hospital for, and had any surgeries?
I got to the hospital and they put me in the waiting room for surgery. I guess you don't just get to go straight to surgery.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you have surgery?
Yes, ma'am. I did have surgery, but I didn't get to go straight into surgery. Like I was saying, I had to wait until it was assessed that I had to wait for the trauma unit to assess that my injuries were first of that magnitude that I needed surgery, and then they needed to see if surgery was even going to if it was even necessary as far as if I was going to live. So I guess they take x-rays and CAT scans, and so it was kind of
I don't know whether it is.
oh man,
Do you recall?
these are things that
Ruled
I
it.
personally experienced.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Yes, ma'am. This isn't hearsay. These are things I personally experienced at the hospital.
Okay.
Overruled.
After the surgery and the x-rays that you just described, were you eventually released from the hospital?
First, I was in the hospital.
Judge, he's barely had a moment to answer.
Yeah. Overruled at this point.
As I was saying, after surgery, I had to wait to first meet with people because it was COVID. No one could come in, so I didn't really get to touch base with anyone. The doctors and nurses still hadn't told me the extent of what had happened to any of my friends. I think maybe.
Sorry to interrupt you, but how long were you in the hospital for?
I was in the hospital from like 1 a.m. until like 3 p.m. The next day. I was released after surgery just because I don't have insurance and stuff like that. So they sent me home. They said I could recover at home. But the doctors and nurses didn't really tell me what had happened to anyone else.
That's sustained. Next question.
Did you at some point later discover that Sebastien had passed away?
Yes, ma'am. While I was in the hospital,
Sustained. Next question.
Can you tell me whether or not, on the day that the photographs were taken of your injuries, whether or not the detectives also took photographs of items related to the Tavares, the firearm that you had in your possession on the night of this incident?
yes, ma'am.
Already shown to defense counsel, this is state 61, 62A through C, and state 63. If I may approach the witness.
May.
The attorney who's questioning him is she's got such a like kindergarten teacher type of way of coming at him. I'm really curious to see how his demeanor is during cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. Robinson, I'm going to first hand you states 61. And do you recognize the photograph of the image that's there?
Yes, ma'am. It's a receipt.
And is this a receipt for what item exactly, or what items?
This is a sales receipt for the number of items purchased from Delray Shooting Center. The items were a Taurus handgun, a magazine, and it looks like a gun case, gun case.
And you had these in your possession when the detectives came over to take photographs?
Correct.
Okay. And does this accurately reflect that receipt?
Correct.
And is this receipt for that same Taurus that you had in your pocket that night?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, state would offer into evidence state 61, Judge.
Thank you. Submitted without objection. That's 6-1, right?
Yes, Judge. Moving now to state 62A through C. And again, if you could take a look at all the photographs, let me know whether or not you recognize the images.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you identify what the item is that's being photographed?
This is a gun box.
Is this what you used to store that 9mm Taurus that you had?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have a gun safe, so this is kind of the next best option. That's where I used to store it.
And this again was in your possession at your home when the detectives came over to take photographs?
Correct.
And does this accurately reflect what that Taurus looked like, both closed and then open?
Correct.
At this time, state would offer into evidence states 62A through C.
Thank you. 62A through C is admitted without objection.
Moving now to state 63. Again, if you could take a look at the items in the photographs and let me know whether or not you recognize that.
Yes, ma'am. I recognize this is a firearm bill of sale.
And is this the bill of sale between yourself and someone else for the same 9mm Taurus that was in your pocket on the night of this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the seller of the firearm?
Keyshawn Jones.
And Mr. Jones sold that firearm to you?
Yes, he sold that firearm to me.
And do these pages accurately reflect that bill of sale between the two of you for that firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, say would offer into evidence states 63.
Thank you. Submitted without objection.
Thank you.
That's what the general consensus of this chat has been the last couple of days
Permission
based
to
on everything
publish,
we've
Judge?
seen so far.
First, starting with states 61, the receipt. And Mr. Robinson, you identified that this was Mr. Jones's original receipt for the purchase of the firearm from the Delray Shooting Center.
Correct.
Also purchased that day was a magazine for that same firearm. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it looks like the gun guard or box that we were seeing in states 62. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. At this time, state would request permission to publish state 62. Showing state 62A. Is that the gun box that we've been discussing?
Yes.
And obviously the box is closed. 62B, is that now the box when it was opened?
Yes.
And when the items on top were removed so that you could see the contents?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, did you still have that 9mm Taurus gun?
When these pictures were taken?
Yes, when the police came to your house to take the photographs.
No, ma'am.
Did you leave it in the location where you dropped it that night when you were trying to get help?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the police doing at your residence? Checking to make sure you didn't have anything else?
No, they just wanted to make sure that the firearm was legally mine and legally obtained, and
Okay. Did you have any other firearms?
No, ma'am.
Moving now to State 63, permission to publish that.
May.
Showing State 63A, the first page of that bill of sale. And again, this is a bill of sale between yourself and Mr. Keyshawn Jones, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And it's a 3-page document, was that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so State 63B is then the second page. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then finally, the third page with the signatures and notaries.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For the next exhibit, Judge, that I will be requesting permission to utilize, I would ask for assistance from Mr. Clausy, if that's okay with the court. And Mr. Robinson, I'm going to be showing you some videos from the day of the incident. If you could identify yourself on the screen, if you can see yourself, okay?
2-minute bathroom break. You won't even make it to the restroom in 2 minutes. All right, let's, well, let me, excuse me, before we do that, how much more direct examination do you have in terms of?
Under 10 minutes, I would say.
Can you wait 10? No. All right, fine. We'll take a 10-minute restroom break then. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules, folks, when you go back there. I can't get lunch today. Yeah.
Tyler, do you need a restroom?
So we'll have to have more time. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so real quick, me saying to chat to show grace to the guy on the stand, that does not mean that I feel sorry for him. It does not mean that I think that what he did is okay. I think it was stupid, and I think that he's got to live with the rest of his life knowing that his friend is dead because they're all acting like idiots. I think same thing with Dominique. I think that she started this whole thing. She got, everybody riled up. She was dishonest. She impeached herself multiple times. Same with yesterday, he impeached himself or perjured himself multiple times. Me saying to show grace is not saying that I feel sorry for them or think that what they did is okay, or that I think that that I'm all of a sudden not leaning towards defense on this. When I say that, that means that all of the stuff that's like the personal attacks on him in the chat, like I want to chill on that. I will make fun of the people who are, acting like butt heads to everybody, and the people who are disrespecting everybody, the people who don't feel remorse. Right now, he seems like he understands the gravity of what he did, and that's at least more than we can say for some of the rest of them. You're able to have any opinions you want about his actions and talk about those. But what I'm saying is the personal, I've deleted some of it as we've gone, but like the super personal and aggressive stuff, I just don't want that stuff in here. Me saying to have grace is about that, not about saying, oh, he looks like he's sorry, so we should all be nice to him. No, what he did was stupid. He got his friend killed. And I saw, I didn't want to talk during it, but during their testimony and stuff, but I saw that there were some talks about them being not being kids because they were old enough. They are like, my kid will be 20 this year and I still call him a kid, and anybody that's like 25 or under, just because I'm an old lady, I call them kids. But they are adults. I just I think that a lot of us refer to them as kids because when you're not as old as we are. If you didn't have to call the movie phone to find out what time stuff plays, then you generally refer to anybody under 25 as a kid. Let's see. Some comments in here. I'm sad for all involved. Yes, me too. This is a whole bunch of lives that got ruined over some stupid BS, stupid decisions. Let's see. Do you think they changed their ways since then? I hope so, but I don't know. I don't think that the other ones seem to have any kind of, have not seemed to have any kind of acknowledgement for what they did or remorse or anything. As of right now, he sounds like he understands that, all of this was ridiculous drama started by Dominique. And I think possibly because he got injured, maybe that's why he seems like he feels the gravity of it a little bit more. But you know me, I am always open for everything in my mind to change as I see things progress. So depending on, it's easy to be calm and nice and all of that when you have somebody talking to you in the manner that this attorney is talking to him. I think when we will really see if he's feeling the things that he's projecting right now, I think when we'll really tell that is his behavior when cross-examination starts, because they are not going to go easy on him just because he got shot. He got shot because he showed up where he shouldn't have showed up. So they're not going to go easy on him. So his reaction to that, I think, will show us a more clear version of really where he stands, Let's see. Everyone was allowed to trash others. I don't think that we trash anybody. We make fun of people's funny stuff. I don't like the trashing. We can laugh, we can joke, we can do that stuff. I don't like the personal stuff that was being said. Yep, that's it. Just don't make the personal attacks. You can have any thoughts you want to about that could agree or disagree with me or anything like that, and post any of your thoughts in here. But I don't like the personal attacks in here. Nope. And I think that the couple, most of it's been deleted now, and I think that the couple of issues that we had have now left the chat. So I think we're all good now. I think they've been gone for a few minutes. So I think we're good. Yep. Man's life at stake. He could go to prison for something that they started. There's that drilling again. And that's the thing. This could ruin. That's why I say that this could completely ruin, all of these lives. Oh, one other thing. Somebody had mentioned a civil case. There is a civil case already filed. Gosh, that dang drilling. And I believe I pulled up the court papers earlier. Let me get it pulled up over here. It's on a different tab. Sebastian's mom filed a wrongful death suit. And I have the court papers. We can tweet that out if y'all want to take a look at them later. But so I made a mental note to try to remember to tell y'all that during the break. But there is a civil suit. Let's see what other. I think I missed something. Who's too young to own a gun? They were old enough to own their guns, right? I agree. This is something that we've talked about the last couple of days. I don't understand how there weren't charges from them. I really don't. To show up armed at midnight and start fighting. I don't understand how they didn't get charged. And I think that Dominique knows that she could have been in trouble too for, in getting charges, which is why her Google search yesterday showed her looking about being, accessory to murder, I think is the term that she Googled. Yeah, I deleted some stuff, but I think that the two who were kind of the issues are gone now anyway. But I say that to y'all because I explained to y'all where I'm coming from. I know most of y'all have been with me through a lot of this, so y'all understand me anyway. But I think the ones that from the comments I deleted I think they're gone now anyway. Let's see. Yeah, that's true. Human brain's not finished developing until the age of 25. I did stupid stuff, when I was in my 20s. Of course, I never went to, took a gun, went to a fight, but I'm also not very aggressive or confrontational. I just want everybody to get along. Yeah, I do the same thing. My kid, he'll be 20 in a couple months, and I still call him a kid, but yep, old enough for a license for a firearm, old enough to know better, but yeah, definitely a waste, Marla, all the way around. And that's something that they have to live with forever. I hope that at some point, the ones who we've already seen who did not seem like they are like remorseful or take any kind of responsibility for any of it. I hope that, that's something that they can eventually kind of understand. Yes, I remember calling the movie phone too. You had to listen the whole time. Let's see. Oh, I'll send that link. Yeah, I'll send the link for the civil suit thing so y'all can look through it. We'll post it on the 13th Juror Twitter. Let's see. Yes, the defendant is Rudolph right there in the middle, sitting at the defense table. That is Travis Rudolph. Yep, that's what I said. Old enough to know better. It's a waste all around. Carmen Burgess, I really do too, because, this whole thing is just, it's a waste of a life, really. I hate that because I've said it multiple times the last couple of days that I would more than likely, I can't guarantee how I would have reacted. You go into defense mode, especially with his, family there, his brother and his mom there. So, showing up midnight with weapons and fighting. Yeah, said that's how she was. Yep, I thought the same thing. Let's see. Gosh, that drilling is driving me nuts. Let's see. That I would have thought when they asked that question, it would have been an immediate no. That was a little bit surprising, actually. Kim Newton, from what I saw, because course, I don't know her personally. I can only tell y'all my little humble opinions based on the things that I see. But from what I saw, you know, she didn't seem like she's had any. Well, I mean, she definitely still had her sassy pants on, like we were talking about yesterday. So she doesn't seem to have changed that much. Yeah, if it tells you anything, today's the only day I've ever removed comments. Thank you, Phyllis. Happy heavenly birthday to my daddy. I'm not going to break down again. Today's an emotional day for me, so I will not break down again. At least till we're off camera. Yeah, Debbie Blair, cross will be very interesting. That's why I always enjoy the cross to see. I think that's when you start to get a lot more of a gauge on. It's kind of like you get to see like the good, like the angel on one shoulder and the demon on the other, you know, like after you get to see how they react to both, you can kind of, you know, we can form our little opinions about, or I can form my little opinion about, you know, who I think they really are. Like I said, it's easy to be remorseful when somebody's talking to you with that sweet voice that she's talking to him now.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. You're working on that order now? Perfect. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a good idea. Sure.
Oh. No, I didn't think I did. I don't know how to time out. I just deleted a couple comments, but no, it wasn't you. They're gone now.
Okay, welcome
gosh,
back.
that's
folks. We're ready
ruined.
to continue with direct. Ready to continue?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
For the record, Judge State is publishing State's 30 ring video camera
Okay.
of the arrival. When you can see him good. Okay. Mr. Robinson, can you identify which of the gentlemen, if you see yourself on the screen, identify which is you?
I'm in the back right.
So that's you with the shirt off, and of course you have tattoos. That's you that we can see.
Yes, ma'am.
So the gentleman with the red pointer on there now.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we just saw in the video when you removed T-shirt. Do you recall doing that?
No, ma'am. But after watching the video, that is what happened. Yes.
Okay. So that helps you to refresh your recollection of that.
Correct.
You see the vehicle that's positioned out here?
Yes,
Was that vehicle there during the fighting as well?
I believe so. That car doesn't look like it moves much.
Okay. All right, if you could play for us. What does holla at Travis mean?
Like speak to him.
So where Travis at? Where Travis at? Want to talk to him? Can we holla at Travis? That holla means talk.
Correct.
If we could now publish states.
Thank you, Teresa Blake. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go with states 33. Okay, so again, sort of what we did with the last video, I'm going to ask that you identify yourself if you can, okay? So if we could play it from the beginning. Do you see yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And, oh, thank you. Is
At
this
least this
gentleman
view is
you
better.
here with the shirt off still?
Furthest to the right, correct.
Okay. And at this moment, is that when Mr. Rudolph is in front of you?
Correct. After exiting the house.
Okay.
He's not.
Can we back it up a little bit, please? At this point, there seems to be 4 people by that car in the street. Do you know if you are one of those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Mr. Rudolph's mother one of the individuals as well?
Yes, ma'am. At this point, she's still, as you can hear her saying, look at the tape.
So she's trying to actually physically show you something in her hand.
Yes, still.
Okay. If you could play, please. Did you hear that in real time? Her yelling, "Travis, come on, stop."
Yes.
And did Mr. Rudolph in fact stop?
No, ma'am.
I don't think anybody's buying that.
Good press play. Take a pause there. At this point, it's just you, Mr. Rudolph's mother, and who else? Just Mr. Rudolph? Travis?
Correct.
So just the 3 of you out in the street.
Correct.
Okay, press play. Is that your voice saying you got that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now publishing states 31, Judge. Surveillance footage.
All right.
He finally showed up today. I haven't found out anything. I haven't seen anything else. They haven't done any more court papers about if they're punishing him or anything. We'll find out. I'm on it. I'm watching it.
And Mr. Robinson, sort of same thing we did last time. I want you to tell me if you can identify yourself in the video, okay?
Okay.
At least they're giving us a better view today.
Okay, is this gentleman here you coming from the front passenger?
Correct.
And we can actually sort of see your tattoos on your arm there, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the two gentlemen that exited from the rear of the vehicle, who are they?
That's Sebastian and Chris.
And then that would mean Mr. Jones, Keyshawn is the gentleman here with the hoodie from the driver's side.
Correct. He was driving.
All right, if you could play. While we're watching, do you recall where in the vehicle you left your phone?
In the trunk of the vehicle.
Okay. And do you know why you did that?
That's just a safe place to store our stuff. Like before, I'm sorry, I don't know another example. For instance, like when we go play basketball, we put all our stuff in the trunk. We just put all our stuff in the trunk because, like I said, we wouldn't really know what was going to happen. So you don't want to lose your expensive phone or anything like that or break it.
And what type of phone did you have at the time?
I just got a new iPhone. I think it was like 13 at the time, iPhone 13.
So you said it was new to you?
New to me and new like it just came out.
Oh, like a new phone that just came out from Apple.
Correct. So that kind of plays into why I didn't have it with me. It's like $1,000 phone, so I don't really want to break it.
So as we're looking at the image on the screen, as the vehicle is facing the direction where we could see the headlights, can you tell us if that is towards Mr. Rudolph's house or away from his house?
Towards.
Okay, if you could play. Were you in the vehicle when Mr. Jones pulled up a little, or outside of the vehicle?
At this point, I still believe I'm outside of the vehicle.
Okay. After you all exit the vehicle, make your way up. If we could fast forward in time, yep, to about 12:10 or so. I want you to pay attention. Let me know when and if you see yourself, okay?
Okay.
Do you know what those flashes are in the video?
Gunshots.
Okay, press play.
Very briefly, that was me exiting the vehicle.
So the sort of shadowy image that we saw, and if you could back it up a little bit and perhaps pause.
This is the clearest view we've had of this so far.
Yeah, right there, kind of right now, I'm like in between the two bright LED house lights. If you kind of point towards that area of the screen, yeah, like right there.
Okay.
I don't know if you can
So
see.
it's not so great on the still shots, so we'll back it up and play it a little bit, but there's a shadow that passes there. That's you?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. I want to talk to you a little bit about whether or not you provided statements to law enforcement throughout the pendency of this case. Do you remember the first statement that you provided to law enforcement? Was it the day of when they're coming to aid you and they're asking you quick questions, or sometime later?
They were asking me various questions throughout, but the first real statement would be when I was in the hospital post surgery.
Okay. So then that would have been on April 7th of 2021.
Correct.
And do you recall it being a male detective that you gave your first formal statement to?
Yes, very. My memory's a bit hazy from that particular moment, just because I just got out of surgery and I was in a lot of pain. They gave me a lot of pain medication.
Okay. Did you remember, or do you remember, an additional statement being provided to the lead detective, Detective Vanderlaan, on April 8th of 2021?
Yes.
And is that the day she came to your house, you think?
Yeah.
And of course, that was also a formal statement, right?
Right.
Do you also recall having to come to the courthouse for a deposition?
Yes.
And that does June 16th sound about right of the same year, 2021?
Right.
And also there you provided a full statement, correct?
Correct.
And do you also recall being brought to the courthouse again for a hearing and providing a statement there as well?
Correct.
Tell us a little bit about that statement that you provided at the hearing. What was happening on the day that you were brought to the courthouse?
I'm listening.
We can approach.
All right. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I think they're done drilling for now. I can unmute my microphone for a second. Lisa Wilmot, that's what it looked like to me too, because it looks like the light's coming from different spots. I know it's hard to see on that video, but that's what it looked like to me too. That's a good question, Susan Bilbrey. I want to know how many bullets were in his gun when it was found, and if it appeared to have been fired recently. That's a good question.
Okay. So the question that I left on was about the day of the hearing. Do you recall your state of mind on that day?
Yes, ma'am. Angry, upset.
You were angry and upset?
Yes.
What for?
I just didn't feel like it was necessary for me to, I guess, relive everything that happened. I didn't feel it was necessary. Obviously, it was, and I was legally obligated to. But I made a immature decision to not do so, and acted a bit rebellious, and I was frustrated because the law enforcement arrived at my house and took me into custody, and was basically forcing me, I felt, to testify, even though I didn't necessarily want to do so.
Okay. Up until that point, had you refused to provide statements to anyone regarding this incident?
No, ma'am.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
I would yield the witness, Judge. No
All right,
further
very
questions
well.
at this time.
Clearly, there'll be some cross-examination. It's 12:45 almost. We haven't taken a significant break yet. What's the, well, let me talk to the jury first. You want to take a lunch break now before you get into cross? Yeah, okay, I see a bunch of nodding heads. All right, now, I'm told that the cafeteria is not open, so you're going to need a little time to go get some lunch. We will be out of here, as I've promised yesterday, multiple times. We'll be out of here no later than 5 o'clock today. But that said, how much time do you want to be able to go get some lunch? 1 hour? 1 hour good for everyone? Anybody say no, you need longer? Okay, 1 hour it is then. It's quarter to 1, so be back please at 1:45. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. No research, no discussion about the case with anyone, even amongst yourselves. If you see one of us, we'll duck you, you duck us, and keep an open mind. See you at 1:45, or 1:45. 1:45.
Oh, this is from the Stand Your Ground hearing. He didn't want to show up that day and refused to talk to cops. I sent you the info, Brandi. Oh, I will look at it. Where'd you send it, Shelly? I have to pull it up. Let's see. Oh, and yeah, the sidebars, he goes up there for them, which has been kind of different. We're not used to saying that, but yeah, he goes up there for all of them. I guess that somebody said in chat, I don't know this, so but somebody said in chat that that they're allowed to do that in Florida, but I have not actually seen them do that. Let's see. Scared me when that changed. Yeah, I keep seeing that chat's being weird. If y'all refresh it, Twitter's been doing, or not Twitter, YouTube's been doing weird stuff on chat all week. We've had kinds of glitches and stuff. So if you just refresh it, that seems to be working for most people. Oh, look at his little head. Rick Thomas says some use headphones and some walk up with the lawyer. Lady Gray says, I've seen it. I just can't remember who. I may have seen it before. I just can't remember seeing it. Let's see. So he was mad and didn't feel like he needed to give a statement to police. I have seen a few different things about him and his unwillingness to cooperate before. So let's see. cross will be spicy. That's what I keep saying. I'm wondering how he will act during that. Yeah, airs definitely fire more rapidly. Okay. Yep, forgot it's Friday. The judge has been talking about Friday all week. I have not forgotten it's Friday. I am excited about a 3-day weekend. Let's see. All right, I was trying to catch up and see if I missed any other comments or anybody that sent me stuff. I'm going to look for some stuff while they're at lunch break. Nope, didn't miss cross. They're going to do cross right after lunch. Buffy Bot, I love juries being able to ask questions. I love that too. Yes, Hannah Fullwood, me too. I sure do need it. Friday night means night court. Yes, that's true. If y'all are, if y'all haven't joined us yet, we have night court Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 8:45, 7:45 Central, where we do infamous throwback trials. Brother Brewmeister, JT, will be pretty much running things. I'm going to come on for a little bit tonight. But this is his jam. He runs all this and does a great job. This is we're doing Jodi Arias, and it is spicy stuff. So it's such a good time. We have such a great community, and we enjoy that. And it's kind of cool because even though we know how the trial ends, we haven't got to experience it all together with our little trial community. So it's been nice. I don't know if he was arrested, but they did put out the the warrant for him yesterday. So we will keep an eye on updates on what his punishment is. Jodi was a phone snooper too, but and she wouldn't call it snooping. Don't forget, she wouldn't call it snooping. Buffy Bot, I can't wait till night court. Yes, me too. Memorial weekend. Yes, I wore my patriotic stuff today for Memorial weekend. Jay Phillips, I'm glad you love this channel. We love having you here. We appreciate it. Lucy Bowers, this is lunch. He did kind of seem half asleep or like very low energy. Maybe he didn't want to be there. Well, we know he didn't want to be there, but night court starts at 8:45, 7:45 Central. It lasts depending on, around 3 or 4-ish hours, kind of depending on the testimony that we have to go over that day. But it's such a good time. Yes, we love having you all here. Yes, I am going to take a lunch break. It is We got about 50 minutes. It's my daddy's birthday. My brother texted me. I'm going to go text him back, talk to him for a few minutes. So I'm going to take my camera off while we're at lunch. I'm going to go talk to my brother, do a mental health walk on the beach, and I will be back. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. Today is a very tough day for me. So I appreciate y'all being here. I will see y'all in about 45 minutes. Hello, hello. That's a good question. Here's my gnomes. I've got, let's see if you, I don't know, you can see them all right here. I'm scared to move them over because it'll fall. Let's see. Which ones are missing? You can see this side, you can't see this side. This one. And then this one, me and this one kind of matched today, actually. It's like my little Nomi's twin. I don't know how I just had these. They looked fine how I had them, and now I've messed them up. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Did I scare you? I should have come back and be like, boo. I wish we had like some waiting music, like elevator music to give y'all a nice little nap time, little lunchtime nap while you're gone. Yes, I dressed for the holiday. And I went, I needed to get out, get some air for a minute, talk to some of my family. And I know that Memorial Day is Monday, but I'd kind of forgotten about the effect that it has on me here. So I went for a walk on the beach, and it's packed out there already. Packed. But me and Lucy had a nice little walk. It was good. All right. So was everybody napping on lunch break? Did y'all eat? Did we have fun? Thank you, Annie. Sure. I have my headphones on and I jumped a mile. Sorry. Next time I'll sneak up. I'll be like, I'm coming. Thank you. I love my little gnomes too. I think they're cute. They keep me company while I'm doing this. Yes, every day I'm scuffling. I had that. Oh man, Prankies World, dang it. I had that out of my head after everything today. And then now it's going to be right back in there. Look what you've done. Look what you've done. Yes, he is the best. He just portals on over to help me out. He's the best. And y'all have helped me a lot too. Today's a tough day for me. So I normally don't even get out of bed much on my daddy's birthday. So y'all have been awesome to have here. Hello, Ricky Watson. Hello. How are the horses? Yeah, I know, right? It's like I walk out there like this is my first time ever being on the beach in Memorial Day. Like I forgot that people were going to be here. And it's funny because it I went out there this morning and I woke up real early. I didn't sleep well. Woke up about 4:30 this morning. So went out there, watched the sun starting to come up, and had my blinds up and my drapes and everything open this morning. And it, was watching before we got on the stream. I was watching and it's like, it was so nice and calm out there. And like the beach was empty and stuff. And then, and I know that I'm aware that like we've been sitting here together in our little portal and like time has, gone by in the outside world without us. But I kind of forgot that little fact. And so when I just walked out there and there's like a ton of people, I was like, oh, where did these people come from? Lexi, I had a Hot Pocket. That's what I had. Oh, you've got action in the courtroom. I just went over there. I got to jump over there and catch the end. I'm going to have to catch up on. I've missed a lot of his stuff. I'm going to have to catch up on it this weekend. Amy H51, the only one that I know of that's been said was that he fired. We know that Travis fired his, but I have not heard them say anything about if they fired the other gun too. And somebody had actually said in chat that would be a good one to a good question to know if, or a good thing for them to have done, if like to check to see if he had fired his gun. Tyler had fired his gun recently, or if it had been fired recently. Thank you, John Hanson. I appreciate it. Yes, we love Night Court. Night Court is so much fun here. We have such a blast. They haven't turned on the microphones in there yet. As soon as they do, we'll make sure they're on. Night Court is such a blast. For those of y'all who weren't in here this morning when we've talked about it, Night Court is fun because it's ow, my hair is pulling in my thing. Night Court is fun because it's our throwback trials. So right now we're doing Jodi Arias. We actually have talked to her attorney, and he's going to come on as a guest. So we'll, as soon as we work out dates on that, we'll let y'all know. But I am so excited to have him on. I've read his, if you haven't read his book, Trapped with Miss Arias, it's really good. He doesn't seem like he's much of a fan of her. So based on what his books say and interviews and stuff. So he's going to, so Jodi Arias' attorney is actually going to come on our show, which is really cool, and talk about it. So Night Court, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 8:45, 7:45 Central. And yeah, Jodi Arias is the one we're covering now. So, and then when that one finishes, we'll pick another one. We got R-Aid. We had an R-Aid. Like a raid, but an R-Aid. Hello, everybody. Yes, we had our Letitia lunch, our Hot Pockets. Every time I eat a Hot Pocket now, I think about that. She's ruined them for me. Raid. Yeah, this is what they're saying, that only Travis fired. In the video, they need to turn on their microphones. In the video, you can see lights. It's hard to tell if it looks like there could have been another gun flashing, but then it looks like it could just be a reflection. So, but the, I think official story is that, that Travis is the only one who actually fired. Let's see. Hello, recovery addict. Hello, welcome. Oh, my StreamYard just jumped and it scared me. I thought I lost all of y'all all of a sudden. I'm actually not sure about that yet. I will talk to JT about that and we will let y'all know. All right, I'm behind on chat. I was trying to catch up with all y'all, but chat started moving fast and I got way behind. I'm sorry. So if I missed any of y'all's questions or anything, I'm sorry. They got behind. They still have not turned on. We've got audio on, so they still have not turned on audio in the courtroom. So as soon as we have audio, y'all will hear it. I think we had, let me pull it up. I think I have his the witnesses on the stand. I think I have it pinned. Yeah, it's still on there. Tyler Robinson is who's on the stand right now. So I think they just finished his direct, and we are going to be going into the cross. And the cross examinations are the ones that have been getting very spicy over here. Yep, he's been on the stand. The warrant worked. He was supposed to have showed up yesterday at 9 a.m. He did not show up. They issued a warrant yesterday. We got the papers last night and was trying to share them in chat this morning, but then they started court as soon as we started to share them. So we just tweeted them out, but it got him in there today. So he has been the only one so far of the witnesses that we've seen that has seemed like he kind of understands a little bit of the gravity of what happened. So, but the attorney who was questioning him is very, I think I've referred to her earlier as like kindergarten teacher, kind of how she's talking to him. Like she's very, you know, like, okay, honey, tell me what happened next. Like that type of, you know, tone. So I think that it's going to be hard to tell how he, you know, will really react until he gets up there on his cross-examination. Thank you, RA. Oh, RA, have they told you the what do they call them? The 13th addicts or something? They had come up with a name for all of us that are doing double duty on both all the time. I think it was the 13th addicts. Is that what they were saying? Because I know a lot of us swap back and forth. Well, I can't really swap back and forth anymore, but I just have them on in a different tab now. Let's see. Hi, Alley Cat. Yeah, this has been a crazy one. He has not been a smarty pants, not yet. Hopefully, you know, he understands what a big, huge, terrible mistake he made, and, you know, it helps out, but we'll see how cross-examination goes. Yep, 13th addicts. Yep, in Florida, the person that is on trial can go up on sidebars. That's something that everybody's noticed more so on this one, I think, than any of the ones that we've seen before. It's been not something that I think we're used to on most of our trials. Thank you to the person who gifted membership. Welcome, welcome. You look good in green. We love having members. Let's see. Pamela Glamper, welcome back. Oh, I think the judge is coming in, so we should have audio soon. Yeah. 8:13 now. It's going back and forth. Craziness. I think the most we've gotten was when we were doing the verdict for Lori Vallow. I think that was the most. I have to go back and look. Hi, big girl. Lucy just finished her lunch too. Yes, I am too. I love that. That's so funny. Yep, we've heard this today. Somebody else said this earlier too, Angie, that headphones have been used on sidebars too. Thank you so much. I am feeling better. Getting out and going for the walk really helped. You know, talking to my brother. Today's all, you know, my dad's birthday will always be really hard on me. It's just one of those things that you just, you know, try to get through it every year. But I appreciate that so much. And I appreciate all the love y'all sent me. I appreciate it more than y'all can even understand, really. Yeah, Tommy, I think it'll get good on cross too. It always, these have been some crazy crosses. That one with, I think the one with Dominique beats all I've seen. That one was like the spiciest of the spice. Let's see. They're getting all their big old poster boards together. They remind me of those lottery checks. Lucy is cute. She can tell when I'm having a tough day too, because she stays like right on me, like she's checking on me.
Sorry about the delay for inventory purposes. All right, we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes.
Okay, and I see Mr. Robinson's already on the stand. I know it's painful for you, but you got to stand up when the jury comes in. Hey, Bree, how are you? Okay.
And Judge, there's one last thing I want to do because it pertains to what the process is going to be, so we're going to handle that right before Mr. Schneider.
Okay.
Jury entering.
Welcome back, folks. All right, everyone take your seats, please. Apparently, the state has another question or so for Mr. Robinson. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Robinson. All right, so right before we left for the lunch break, we were talking about your time with the detective when they came over to take the photos of the receipts and your injuries. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that also was done, do you recall having to give permission for them to be able to enter your phone?
Yes, ma'am. I had to give permission.
And your phone was still located in the Cadillac, or did you have it on your person by then?
No, I didn't have my phone. It was still inside the vehicle.
All right. Did you give the law enforcement permission to enter your phone to be able to search and download the items in there?
Yes, ma'am. I thought they already had done that and had permission, but then the detective came to my house with a form to sign.
Like a consent form?
Correct.
Okay. And you did sign that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm approaching the witness with what's already been shown to defense counsel as state 60, Judge.
Okay.
I really like the suit she wears. That might be a
Mr.
weird
Robinson,
thing.
have you seen this document just recently?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is, in fact, your phone log from the phone in question that you had on the night of the 6th going into the 7th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, those are the numbers you called or received calls from?
Yes, correct.
At this time, state would offer to evidence state 60, Judge.
Any objection? All right, very well. 60 is admitted without objection.
And permission to approach witness.
You may.
The final question, you don't deny making any of these calls or receiving these calls, right?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
All right, very well. Ready for cross-examination?
Sir.
Okay, Mr. Shiner, you may begin.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, here we go.
The right to go over this
I didn't necessarily have the right to do so.
You did it anyway, right?
Correct.
It was your choice. Nobody forced you to go.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Nobody forced Keyshawn Jones to go, right?
No, sir. No one forced Keyshawn Jones to go.
Grown man, right?
Keyshawn Jones is a grown man, correct?
Smart guy going to honors college. He's an FAU, right?
Correct. Keyshawn does go to the honors college at FAU.
Smart guy too. You got your associate's degree. You're going on to college for furthering your education, right?
I'm trying to do so, correct?
Right. Chris Lowe, grown man, right?
Correct. Chris Lowe is a grown man.
Works out a lot.
No, he doesn't really work out a lot.
You don't think so?
I know he doesn't work out a lot.
How about back in 2021 when this case happened? Was he working out?
I'm not too confident on what Chris's workout regimen was in 2021 to say.
Best friends, right?
Best friends, yes, but not his gym trainer. No, sir.
You never went to the gym with him back then?
On occasion, we did.
He's was he about 6'3", 6'4"?
I personally think he's about 6'1", but he says he's 6'2".
Okay, and how tall are you? How tall were you back in the day when this happened? Same height, I'm sure.
I was 5'10" then, and I'm still currently 5'10".
How much did you weigh back when this case happened?
I didn't really use a scale or anything like that. I didn't weigh myself often.
About the same size as you are today?
I would say yes, sir.
You know, if you weigh 180 pounds?
No, sir. I don't keep a scale at home. I don't weigh
You
myself.
can't tell us approximately how much you weigh.
No, sir. I'm not a doctor. I don't have a scale. I couldn't tell you.
No idea.
Honestly, no, I don't. Couldn't tell you. I haven't been to Publix in a while.
And your other friend that went with you who passed away, Sebastien.
Yes, sir.
Forced him to come, did they?
No, sir.
This whole thing started when you get a call from Dominique Jones telling you she was in a fight with her boyfriend, right?
Right.
And then you took it upon yourself as soon as you got that call to call your buddies, right? Your brothers.
I'm sorry. Can you ask that question again?
You get the call from Dominique, and then you start calling your brothers, right?
Are you telling me or asking? I'm sorry.
I said, right. Isn't that true?
Is it true that I called my brothers after Dominique called me? Is that what you're asking?
That's the question, sir.
Yeah, that's true.
You were rounding up your posse, right?
No, sir. I don't have a posse. I'm not sure. Can you define posse?
You know what that means or no?
No, sir. That's why I just asked you if you could define it.
How about a gang of 4 men?
Could you define what a gang is, sir?
A group of guys who are vigilantes who are about to do something.
I wouldn't consider myself a vigilante, so no, sir. I wouldn't
so
say that would consider us a gang.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
I wouldn't you defined a gang as 4 vigilantes. I wouldn't consider myself a vigilante, so I wouldn't consider us a gang either.
But nevertheless, you called your friend. Who'd you call first? Who'd you call first to come help you?
I believe I touched base with Keyshawn first.
Okay. You knew Keyshawn was mad, right?
I knew he wasn't upset, but by his tone, I wouldn't say he was mad. Keyshawn's not generally a mad person or
He
angry
wasn't
person.
mad until somebody disrespected his sister, right?
Well, I'm not Keyshawn, so I can't really speak on how he felt.
He's your friend. You know him better than anyone. You said he's your brother. You lived with him. You know he was mad, right?
Like I said, I wouldn't describe him as mad, but I can't tell you exactly how he felt because I'm not Keyshawn.
Okay, so he was okay with this happening. Allegedly, his sister getting slammed on the ground, like she alleges, right?
Was Keyshawn okay with that happening? I don't think he was okay with that.
Okay.
There's a difference between not being okay with it and being angry.
All right, so you won't even give me that he was angry. You won't agree with that.
Overruled. It's cross-examination. Go
You
ahead.
won't agree with that, right?
I won't agree that Keyshawn was angry. I won't give that to you.
You won't agree with that is the question. That he was angry, your brother, your best friend.
Again, I wouldn't say he was angry, but it's subjective if what you define someone being angry as, or what I define someone being angry as. It's up to the person to say.
But you were with him that night.
I was with him, and like I said, he was pretty regular composure for how he carries himself. That night was no different.
So you call Keyshawn, right?
Right.
You discuss what happened to Dominique, right?
Briefly, yes.
You don't know what really happened or didn't happen to her, do you?
Correct. It's not possible for me to really know. I wasn't there.
See any injuries on Dominique? Did you ever see any injuries from this incident on her?
No, sir. It wasn't possible for me to see injuries because I wasn't with Dominique.
Out of the hospital the next day. You didn't see any injuries on her when you saw her again. You saw her at the hospital, actually, didn't you?
I was focused on my own gunshot wounds at that time. I'm saying I didn't see her beforehand.
How about when you got out of the hospital? You never saw her again?
I was primarily focused on my own gunshot wounds, not if she had bruising on her body. I was beyond that at this
I
point.
asked you what you were focused on. I asked if you ever saw Dominique again is the question, sir.
You asked if I saw her bruises actually, but to answer both of those questions, I didn't see her. I didn't see her bruises, and I'm justifying that with because I was focused on my own gunshot wounds.
Let me ask you a simple question. When's the next time you saw Dominique after you got out of the hospital?
I saw her at the hospital, but to answer your question, the next time I saw her was she came to my house to bring me something to eat, probably when I was healing.
Did you see any bruises on her then? Or did she show you bruises that were allegedly caused by Mr. Rudolph?
You're not going to like this answer, but I was focused otherwise on my gunshot wounds.
So my question is, did she show you or did you see any bruises? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
He came out swinging with that question.
All right. Okay. All right, very well. If it's not already in, it is now.
Show you defense number 11. I'm sorry, man.
No, yeah, sure.
Show you number 11. Can you see it all right?
Yes, sir.
That's your gun, right?
Yes, sir.
That's where you dumped your gun, right?
That's where I threw it as I was fleeing for my life.
So you were fleeing for your life. The guy was threatening to still kill you. Travis Rudolph was chasing. Let me get a mic.
Please.
You can hear me?
I can hear you better with the mic.
Problem. So this is where you, what's your word, through or placed?
Whichever you prefer. It's your,
all right.
Your statement.
It's where you threw your gun while you were running for your life, right?
Correct.
And he's chasing you still, shooting at you, threatening he's going to kill you and finish you off, right?
Correct.
And that's when you think it's important to throw your gun away. As somebody's trying to shoot you and kill you as you're running away, you dump your gun?
Well, no, sir. The way the series of events took place was I disposed of my gun after I felt I was no longer being chased and I was safe.
Jumped one fence and threw the gun right there, right?
I waited a while, and once I was no longer being chased, then I jumped the fence, correct? And then
go ahead. You're not finished?
No, sir, I wasn't. Then I waited for a while. And then I jumped the fence. Then I disposed of my gun.
So the guy, Mr. Rudolph's chasing you with his firearm, saying he's going to finish you off and kill you, shooting at you still, right? As you're running away is your testimony.
It's on video, sir.
That's what your testimony is.
My testimony is, yes, that's what happened.
So he's chasing you in the backyard, right?
No, sir. He didn't chase me very far into the backyard. His brother chased me further into the backyard.
You saw that on video. That's not what you said previously. You said my client was chasing you, right?
Sustain.
When did you find out that it was Darryl Rudolph chasing you in the backyard?
when I heard his voice behind me when I was there.
We'll talk about that also in a minute.
Okay.
All right, so you got rid of your gun because you knew you are one of the people responsible for getting Sebastien killed, right?
I got rid of my gun because I was scared that law enforcement would believe I was the person shooting that night, and that they wouldn't give me any medical assistance, or they would delay medical assistance in fear of what I was doing or what I had done. So no, sir, I didn't throw away my gun because I believe I was responsible for Sebastien dying that night.
You didn't want to get arrested for pulling a gun on Travis, Rudolph, and his brother, did you?
I never pulled a gun on Travis Rudolph or his brother, sir, so that wasn't necessarily a fear that I had.
You never told the police when they arrived to help you after you saw the gentleman in the street who called 911 and the police came before the ambulance. You never told the police you just threw your gun somewhere, did you, sir?
I had been shot, so I was in shock. It was very but I don't know how to put it in words, but
answer my question. Did you tell the police or not?
Can you start the question from the beginning, please?
Simple question. Isn't it true you did not tell the police you threw your gun by a fence before the police found you?
Isn't it true that I did not tell the police? Correct, sir. That isn't true because I was focused on that I had been shot and I was scared that I wouldn't live. So
okay. Would you be surprised the paramedics said you had all your faculties about you and you were sitting up talking properly?
I was trying to maintain my composure and breathe and stay alive. So
all right. So did you tell the police or not? Because I'm not sure what your answer is. Did you tell them you threw a gun there?
wait, I already answered that question, sir.
Yes or no?
I already answered that question.
All right, just say it again, please. Yes or no?
No, sir. I did not tell the police because I was focused on my own gunshot wounds.
Why do you keep having to answer? I'm just asking yes or no questions.
All right, sustain. Next question.
I don't like answering questions and not justifying them. I don't want to give you empty answers or leave room for
Wait for the next question, please.
Yes, sir.
The paramedics came there. Did you tell the paramedics you threw a gun?
No, sir.
Weren't you worried that a kid could find this gun and possibly hurt somebody?
What's the objection? What's the legal objection? Sure. Stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. So he is, you can tell he's getting frustrated, but he's actually staying calmer than I was expecting. He's not sassing the judge like Dominique did at this point, but we knew this one would be, this is where he pushes. And I know it's very split in chat. The lawyer either, doing a great job or doing a terrible job. But remember, this is the lawyer's job. Like, this is, he's wanting to get up there and push those buttons. And, he wants that snarky side to come out of the witness. He wants the jury to see that.
Yeah. Mr. Robinson, you're going to have to keep your voice up, okay? Because
Yes.
it's very difficult to hear you. And use that microphone, please, too. All right, go ahead. Nick. Mr. Shiner, go ahead.
Thank you. You never even thought about if the child would find this gun that could possibly do something bad with it. Right?
No, sir.
When you get to the hospital and you give a statement to the detective, do you know his name, the detective you spoke with?
No, sir. I cannot remember.
Right? And you never told that police officer you threw your gun somewhere or dumped your gun or whatever word you want to use, right?
Correct.
Okay. It wasn't until you were released from the hospital the next day, right? You released the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have to talk up because it's being recorded. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
All right. And did you say on direct that Detective Vandelin showed you photographs of your gun?
Overruled.
That's my notes. I mean, I could be wrong. That's why I'm asking you. Did you say that before?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
That the detective showed you photographs of your gun.
Did the detective show me photographs of my gun at what point?
Well, I'm asking you if you said that on direct. I don't know what point. I'm asking you if that's what you said. Anytime from the day this happened till today, did she ever show you photographs, or anybody from the police department show you photographs of your gun?
Well, it was a different question, but I think it's clear enough. Simply put, did a detective show you a photograph of your gun at any point in time, apparently?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When?
I can't particularly remember at what point I was shown a photograph, but I know at some point I've at various points throughout this whole process I've been shown photographs of my firearm.
Well, you know the police officer showed you a photograph before you were questioned the next day, correct? By the female detective, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Female detective from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Do you know Detective Vanderlyn? You know who I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I know Detective Vanderlyn.
He's the one who showed you a photograph of your gun before you even gave your statement, right?
Did she show me the photograph before I gave my statement?
My question, isn't that true? She did.
I'm not sure if that's true or false, sir. I can't tell you when, at what point. I've been, like I said, I was shown photographs of my firearm at various points, and it's been almost like 2 years since Sebastien passed away, so I can't remember.
Well, you never told anybody in law enforcement you dropped your gun or put your gun where it was before they showed you a photograph of that firearm, correct?
I'm not sure if I told them or if they showed me. I just understood that it was it was known knowledge. I didn't know that it was something, or think that it was something that was being hid or people didn't know about.
How did you find out you found your gun?
Like I said, or like you said, when Detective Vanderlyn came to my home, at some point, we had that discussion about if I had my firearm that night, and things like that. I can't tell you exactly if she showed me a photograph first or if I told her first. I was recovering from my gunshot wound, so my memory's a bit foggy from that particular time.
I'm not asking anything other than how did you find out? Well, maybe you never did. And how did you find out the police found your gun?
It was, but last time. Answer the question, please. How did you find out?
I'm not sure.
All right, but at one point you knew, correct?
I know that I currently know.
All right, tell me what police officer or officers you told you threw your gun where we just showed you those, or I showed you those pictures before they came and talked to you. Again, after this.
I can't necessarily recall the statement that I gave at the hospital when I was post-surgery, that the first statement I gave. So it could have been at that time. If not, like I said, I know I had a discussion with Detective Vanderlyn at my house. So.
Okay. Well, I thought you agreed with me earlier when you spoke to the detective at the hospital. You didn't tell him you threw your gun.
Sorry, sir. Like I said, my memory is a bit foggy from when I was at the hospital because I just got out of surgery and I was receiving pain medication because I was in such pain.
All right.
He
So
brings
now it's possible
up
you told the first officer who questioned you in the hospital that you threw your gun, right?
We're moving backwards, but yes, sir.
All right, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I think he's trying to make sure to remind everybody that he was
Yes,
shot
sir.
because he does bring it up a lot that he was recovering.
No, I don't have a copy. Oh, I'm sorry. No, sir. I haven't. I believe I may have been presented a copy of it in my deposition, but I haven't been over this. I haven't. I don't have a copy of this.
Okay, well, it's pretty short. Take a look at it and tell me where you told that detective on April 7th at 3:51 a.m. when you gave a statement where you told that detective you dropped your gun?
Just a moment, sorry.
Yeah, they've all been very big on sticking to things in chronological order on the timelines, on all the questioning, which makes you think that they have to stick to a timeline because that's their story. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, if people ask you questions about this time, that time, it's not hard to answer if it really happened. But if you're trying to stick to if you're trying to stick to a story, then you have to stick to the chronological order. But I have noticed that too, Ken, and they've all brought up them asking questions out of order, which makes me wonder if the defense is doing it even more now to try to trip it up. Because that's how they got a few of them caught in lies yesterday.
State will stipulate that agrees that there's no reference to the firearm in that statement that you're looking at. Is that
Okay.
okay? You agree?
Yes, sir, I agree.
All right, very well. Next question.
You never ever even told the detective at the hospital you had a gun with you, right?
No, sir.
Huh? It wasn't until well, let me backtrack. You were hoping no one would ever find this gun, weren't you, sir?
No, sir, that wasn't what I was hoping. I was at what point in time are you asking me what I was hoping?
Before the police found the gun, isn't it true you didn't want anyone to know you had a gun with you that night, right?
Do you want me to answer what I was hoping for or answer that question?
I want you to answer my question, not your own, my question.
First question ended with what am I hoping for? The second question ended with a right or wrong. So that's
all right.
two
My
questions.
first question is: you were hoping
I was hoping my friend would live. I was hoping I would live.
Not what I asked you. Now I'm responsive.
Sustained. All right. So just answer the question if you remember what it is.
I don't remember, sir. Asking multiple questions at the same time.
One question: you were hoping nobody would find your gun, right? The police wouldn't find your gun. That's what you wanted.
No, sir, that's not what I wanted.
Then why didn't you tell them when they first came to you or at the hospital? Why didn't you say I had a gun? You guys better find it. Why didn't you tell them that?
My mind was all over the place. I got shot multiple times.
You got released the very next day, right?
That's because I was given the option to either recover at the hospital or recover at home. So I chose to recover at home just because I felt more comfortable doing that.
All right. So you disagree that you didn't want anyone to find your gun in law enforcement. You disagree with that statement.
No, I would disagree with that statement, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, he's brought up the being in
Why'd
the
you have an
hospital a
extended
lot.
clip with hollow bullets in that gun? Hollow point bullets.
The bullets I had in the gun were just the ones that I got when I was given it. And then as far as an extended magazine, I believe that that is one of the stock magazines that actually comes with the firearm. It just has a piece of the plastic removed to make it appear as if it's an extended magazine, but when in fact it's just a magazine that holds a higher capacity of rounds.
Oh, so that's the way you bought the gun from your friend Keyshawn, with that extended magazine?
Again, it's not an extended magazine, but that is the way I bought the gun, correct?
Okay, so it's a normal magazine in your opinion.
It is. The gun, when you buy it, comes with two magazines. One, I believe, has, let's say, under 10 bullets, and then the other one has above 10 bullets. So it's not an extended off-market magazine like you would, like the one, like Travis had a drum on his gun. I would
I asked you about Travis's. I didn't ask you about off-market. I'm asking extended. Did you disagree it was extended or not? That's all I'm asking.
I was explaining. He just interrupted me. So now
That's all I asked you. You're not being responsive again. I'm asking you if it was an extended magazine.
All right, sustained. Either you agree it's a extra capacity magazine or you don't. Does it have more rounds in it than the other one? Or is it able to accommodate more rounds than the other one? That's the question.
Yes, sir.
Next question.
Why'd you have hollow point bullets? That was given to you by Keyshawn?
Keyshawn, yes, sir.
Okay. Did he tell you what hollow point bullets can do to a human being if they go in them?
I'm under the impression that it hurts more.
So do you know they explode, or you don't know that they actually fragmented a human being? Do you know about that?
I've never studied anything like that to know. No,
Okay.
sir.
So you thought it just hurts more is what you were believing?
I know for a fact it probably does. That's the point, if I'm not mistaken. They're defensive rounds rather than range rounds. That's the point. Defensive rounds are to be used outside of the range, whereas range rounds aren't particularly, they don't give you any form of advantage, as you say. I'm sorry, what type of rounds were they?
You paid $1 for this gun, right?
Yes, sir.
The same day Keyshawn buys the gun, he sells it to you for $1, right?
I'm not sure if it was the same exact day. I can't really remember.
Were you with him when he bought the gun?
I'm sorry.
Were you with him when he bought the gun?
I was with him the day he bought the gun at the gun store.
Okay. You didn't have a concealed weapons permit on April 6th of 2021 or April 7th of 2021, did you?
No, sir. But in the state of Florida, you don't need a concealed weapons permit to own a firearm.
That wasn't my question.
That's justification for my answer to your question, sir.
All right. I'll ask my question once again.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true on April 6th of 2021 and April 7th of 2021, you did not have a carrying concealed weapons permit?
No, sir. I had not received one yet.
And you carried that gun. Well, you told this jury you carried that gun in your pocket, right? Yes or no?
You're speaking about two different dates: the date of purchase, and then you're talking about the date of the incident occurred. The date of purchase, I had not filed my concealed weapons permit. I was just going with a friend.
What I'm asking you, the simple question: isn't it true you told this jury you carried a gun in your pocket the night this incident happened? Isn't that what you told them?
Yes, that is what I told them, sir.
So why are you talking about concealed permit and this date and that? That's not what I asked.
Sustained. Next question.
You don't understand my question. Let me know. I'll repeat it or rephrase it, okay?
He's definitely
You were
wanting to push
never
his buttons.
charged with carrying a concealed firearm, a felony of carrying a concealed firearm, were you, sir?
Was I ever charged with a
For this incident, for carrying the gun in your pocket without a permit, you were never charged, right? You were never arrested for that.
Was I ever arrested for? No, sir.
Wait.
I don't.
Sorry?
No, you seem to be getting frustrated when I think about my answer before you want me to just blabber out answers.
All right.
Have a moment to think, sir.
You don't ask the questions, Mr. Robinson. He does.
Sorry.
Next question.
You were never, ever by any police officers, ever accused of possibly a federal offense of buying a gun as a straw man. No one ever even talked to you about that, right? A straw man purchase.
No, sir, because that never occurred.
Okay. So buying a gun and then selling it to someone the same day or the very next day for $1, you don't know what a straw man purchase. You don't know if that's a federal offense, do you, sir?
By definition, I don't know what a strongman purchase is, no, sir. And also, I don't believe that it was the same day that he sold me the firearm. I don't know if it was the same day of purchase. I can't really remember, sir.
July 1st, yeah,
Witness?
in Florida.
Prosecutor, just put this in evidence. Let me show you it was exact same day.
Yes, sir.
February 20th, 2021. You see that on the receipt?
Yes, sir.
I'm not making it up. Do you see it?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury the date of the bill of sale.
Where am I looking, sir? February 20th, 2021.
Exact same day, right?
I see the first one again.
Yeah, of course.
Correct, sir. But the bill of sale, I believe.
No question pending, Judge. I object to his
Next
answer.
question.
Nikki gifted 5 memberships. Nikki
Nobody from law enforcement
ZZZ.
questioned you about buying
Thank
selling a
you.
gun on the same day, right?
No, sir, because the bill of sale wasn't necessary for the sale of a purchase of a firearm in Florida, and the date was just used as a reference date per se, because we didn't have an exact date of when it occurred. As
You a lawyer? You're a police officer?
no, sir, not at all.
All right, next question. When the question calls for a yes or no answer, please just give us a yes or no answer so we can move
Yes, sir.
this along. All
Sorry.
right, thank you. Next question.
You explained to the jury earlier that you and Sebastien met in school, right? In Palm Beach Central?
Correct.
And you lived with Kashan's family for a couple of years?
Correct.
And all of you, all 4 of you gentlemen that we talked about in this case, you need me to mention the names to you, or you remember the names?
No, I know our names.
All right. You all are very close, like brothers, right?
Correct.
You're their protector, you said, right?
Not in general. I was more of speaking particularly on occasion, like
I can't
on
hear you. I'm sorry.
speaking on that occasion in particular. As we're together so much that at different times somebody might step up and say like, y'all are my brothers, so I'm not necessarily a protector, but you just sometimes you look towards or lean on your brothers for confidence. So maybe at that time I don't know.
The question was, isn't it true you told the jury you were your friends or brothers' protectors? Isn't that what you told them earlier?
Yes, sir.
You spoke to Keyshawn every single day since you've known him, right?
Not every single day, literally, but as a figure of speech, you could say that we speak every day.
All right. And you would talk to Dominique, what, 4 to 8 times a month?
More often than that, probably at that time.
The day you decided to go over Mr. Rudolph's home, you didn't have an invitation from the Rudolph family to come, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't call Mr. Travis Rudolph and say, hey, I'm coming over to talk to you, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't ask, did you have Mr. Rudolph's phone number?
No, sir.
You didn't ask Dominique Jones for his phone number so you can try to talk about this or meet maybe at a McDonald's where there's won't be any problems, right?
Right. No, sir, I didn't.
Why? Why didn't you do that? If it was so important to do what y'all had to do, why didn't you try to call him and say, hey, let's meet in a mutual place where there's cameras, there's witnesses? Why didn't you do that?
I just made a mistake, quite honestly. I'm young. I was young and I'm still young. I don't know. I mean, sometimes you make poor choices. That was definitely just a poor choice that I made.
Well, would you call a hit like you were trying to do a poor choice?
I'm sorry,
Call a hit on another human being a poor choice?
Can you define what a hit is? Like
know what that is.
when you punch someone?
When you go to kill somebody.
I'm sorry, what's your
You
question?
go to kill somebody. You ask me what it means. I'm telling you what it means.
Right.
No.
When you go to kill somebody, what's the question?
You went there to kill Mr. Rudolph, didn't you?
No, sir. I never intended to kill Travis or showed any intent that I was going to kill him.
Pointing a gun at somebody, that's not an intent to kill somebody?
Never pointed my gun at Travis.
What's taking your shirt off at midnight before he even comes out or his brother comes out of the house? That shows an intent to beat someone or shoot somebody, doesn't it, sir?
Intent to fight, I wouldn't say so, but actually, honestly, yes, I would say so. Yes, having your shirt off would probably show an intent to incite a fight or
what?
Or have a physical altercation of sorts.
Or it could lead to somebody getting severely beaten up or killed, right?
I don't necessarily think having your shirt on or off would particularly affect that situation.
Why'd you tell the jury earlier that it's summertime? You're a young guy. It's summertime. That's why I took my shirt off. Why'd you tell them that earlier?
Yeah, I honestly, I don't recall that testimony.
In my notes, Judge, I do.
All right. Well, based on that representation, then go ahead.
Can I
ask the question?
Can I ask another question? Before?
Sure. Go ahead.
Did you tell the jury that it was something to the effect, I took my shirt off because it's summertime. I'm a young guy.
That was more or less my justification of, I said I take my shirt off often. So I was justifying why I would take my shirt off, why I do it often, why it's not a irregular occurrence. I'm telling you, I'm a young man. We live in South Florida. It gets hot. I take my shirt off. I'm not saying on that particular instance, that's why I took my shirt off. No. But to answer your question, I did tell the jury that.
All right. You were trying to let everybody know you weren't there to do any damage to anybody. And that's why you were saying, I'm a young man. It's Florida. I took my shirt off. That's what you were trying to insinuate when you were answering Miss Edward, the prosecutor's questions. Isn't that true, sir?
No, that's not what I was insinuating, sir, but I wasn't there to harm.
Well, what difference does it make if it's summertime? You weren't there for summertime to go to the beach or play basketball, were you?
You're right. It makes no difference, sir.
It was cold that night.
We live in South Florida, so I would say April, no, it was probably not cold.
Well, do you remember?
It was spring. I know. I've lived in Florida 23 years. Never.
Do you remember the temperature that night?
No, sir. I don't recall the temperature that night.
Okay.
Far from the point.
Far from what point?
That Sebastien was murdered.
Okay. That's all you want to talk about?
Particularly, yes. I was called to be here. I want to be here.
So you take your shirt off. Why do you take your shirt off before the brother of Travis Rudolph, DJ, comes out of the house? Tell us why. Before anyone comes out.
It happened so quickly. I don't know.
Why'd you have your gun with you?
Made a terrible mistake.
All right. So
that's for sure.
The gun is allegedly in your waist or in your pocket?
In my pocket, sir.
Left or right?
I would say my right pocket. I can't recall.
Just a guess?
Yes, I can't recall. So that would be a guess that it was in my right pocket.
So that your gun was in a holster, wasn't it?
No, sir. My holster was at home.
Okay.
It's in the picture.
So when you carry a gun, because you want to be a man, you said you want to be a man and act like a man. So I put my gun in my pocket.
Right.
Is that where you normally carry a gun in your pocket?
No, sir. I've learned from that and just life, like you're saying. I'm not sure if you're telling me to teach me or you're telling me just your opinion, but you're right. You shouldn't carry a gun that way. You should carry it in a holster. I made a mistake.
You were carrying a gun in your pocket like that every time you carried a gun? Because you said you carried a gun other times during that time period, remember? Did you carry it in your pocket also?
I can't recall, sir.
You didn't do that. You put it in a holster. You didn't want to shoot yourself, right?
I can't recall where I kept the gun, sir. You have to give me a particular instance of where I was and where I kept it.
I'm not with you. It was your statement that you said you carry that gun multiple other times, you said on direct examination. So I'm asking you if you had a holster or not.
I did have a holster, but it was at home.
On the other occasions, I'm asking.
Correct.
So you left that holster at home every other time you carried the gun with you?
I don't really remember every single time, sir. We're talking about stuff from 2 years ago.
Okay.
Over 2 years ago now.
How do you carry it now? You carry it in a holster?
I don't necessarily carry a gun anymore, sir.
So you're talking about these G licenses and whatever letters you use for your security job that lets you carry a gun. Remember you were talking about that?
I was explaining at the time of the incident, I did have a security G license, but currently my security G license has expired as of January 1st, 2023. So I no longer have a security G license. I can't tell you where my concealed weapons permit at, and I can tell you where at home my firearm is located. It's not really that important to me anymore. I'm more focused on school.
Okay. You knew Dominique was married at the time of the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't even know if Dominique worked during this time period, did you, sir?
I believe she did work, because if I ever needed like help or like lunch, or I could text her and she'll send me a few dollars to get something to eat.
My question is, isn't it true you didn't know if Dominique actually worked during the time of the shooting?
No, sir.
You didn't know?
No, sir.
What does her sending you a few dollars have to do with my question working? I'm just trying to.
It doesn't have anything to do with it, sir.
You've been to the shooting range before this incident happened, right?
A few times, correct.
You knew how to shoot your gun, right? If you wanted to.
To get your security G license, you have to be proficient in shooting a firearm, or you have to show proficiency at least that day at the range. So, yes, I did know how to shoot my firearm. It's not very complicated.
Pull the trigger, right?
Basically.
And put one in the head, right?
Basically.
You were describing how Mr. Rudolph allegedly couldn't load his firearm. Remember that?
That's a different firearm, so the process of loading it is different. That's why I'm telling you, basically, it depends on the particular firearm. Different firearms are loaded in different ways.
How do you know about the gun that Mr. Rudolph had? How did you know about that?
I can see it, sir. I play lots of Call of Duty. It's not like I'm ignorant to what an AR looks like, sir. We live in America. It's a Second Amendment right. Everyone has guns. I'm not ignorant, sir.
So you know how to load that gun, or you know how allegedly how Mr. Rudolph should have loaded that gun?
He said he knows an AR because he plays Call of Duty.
I don't, but I could infer, or I can guess. I can make an assumption based on how it looks, or how the operating system or mechanism is, and based on his motion of what he was doing, I'm clearly correct. That is how you load the gun.
Video never showed Mr. Rudolph having problems with his firearm trying to load it, did it?
I saw that in person, sir.
That video showed it that you saw in the courtroom, sir.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Did you see a video in the courtroom today?
Did I see a video in the courtroom today? I've saw various videos in this courtroom today, sir.
Well, you know which one I'm talking about, the one with Travis coming out with the gun. Remember that one?
Yes, I remember Travis coming out with the gun and shooting me. I could never forget.
All right, so you think I'm talking about a different video when I'm asking you the question when he came out of the house and you saw the video?
Sustained. Next question, please.
So the video you saw with Mr. Rudolph coming out with the gun, it doesn't show him having problems loading or putting a bullet in the head like you want this jury to believe. Isn't that true, sir?
I don't necessarily care what the jury believes.
Quiet in the gallery, please. Say again? Sure.
I can't believe he just said that he knows what an AR looks like because he plays Call of Duty. This trial gets weirder and weirder. I don't even know what to say. Call of Duty. Very split down the middle. Maybe not the middle, but very split. Polar reactions to this lawyer. Some people love him and some people are annoyed by him. But he's definitely...
Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, you are permitted to sit here and watch and listen to this entire trial. And that's your right as citizens and as members of our society. What you are not permitted to do is engage in any kind of behavior whatsoever that is disruptive to this trial. That is not fair to any of the participants in the trial, including the jury, as well as the lawyers and Mr. Rudolph. So If you engage in any kind of actions that I perceive to be disruptive, you will be removed from the courtroom. All right, continue.
My question, I'll repeat one more time. Do you agree or disagree that the video of Travis Rudolph coming out with the firearm does not, the one you saw in this courtroom today, does not show him having problems loading the gun?
I wouldn't say that video was of clear enough quality for me to see directly if he was or wasn't having trouble loading the gun, but I can tell you from my personal experience.
10 times I'm asking about the video. If you didn't know, you don't know. That's okay.
Sticking to the video, it wasn't of clear enough quality of me to see that he was or wasn't struggling, so I don't know, sir.
Okay. You went to the shooting range with who? Keyshawn before?
I've been to the shooting range with Keyshawn before.
Keyshawn Jones carries a gun pretty much wherever he goes. Isn't that true?
I'm not Keyshawn. I couldn't tell you.
His best friend, his brother. You lived with him. You guys will do anything for each other. You don't know that?
It's not like a long period of us even carrying firearms. We were under the age to legally carry them. And then when we were of age, we didn't have them very long. And then now currently it's kind of just a disinterest in them altogether.
Right?
Our brothers, of course.
Carries his gun wherever he goes to this day. Isn't that true?
I am not sure whether or not he carries his gun. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're busy a lot, and with school, we go to different schools, so it's not like I'm with him every second and every day.
Okay. You not only practice with that Taurus 9mm that you dumped in this case, you also shot a Glock before, right?
Keyshawn owns a Glock that I shot at the gun range before.
I didn't ask you who owned it. I'm just asking if you shot a Glock before.
Sustained. You did get the answer, however. Next question.
You also shot an FN firearm before, right?
Correct.
What's an FN firearm? What's that?
It's just like a brand. There's different brands of firearms. So that was actually my first time shooting a gun. I went to the gun range with a friend, and that was the brand of gun that he owned.
What caliber is it?
Believe the same as most handguns, 9mm, with the size of the rounds in reference to the caliber.
Okay. So you were trained as a security guard and also trained by going to the shooting range multiple times, right?
I went a few times, and I was only the security course was just one day, so I wouldn't say I was proficient enough to say I'm an expert or anything like that, but I had some training.
Is it your testimony you never spoke to Mr. Jones or Mr. Chris Lowe before you spoke to Detective Vanderlyn? You gave her a tape statement the following day when you were released from the hospital. Is that your testimony?
I spoke with them briefly. They were the ones who told me Sebastien passed away.
Spoke to them on FaceTime?
Correct.
Chris was actually at your hospital room, Chris Lowe, right?
Yeah, that was the first person who came to see me.
Before you spoke with Detective Vanderlyn, correct?
He did come to see me before I spoke with Detective Vanderlyn. Yes, sir.
Right. Dominic Jones was also in the hospital before you spoke to Detective Vanderlyn too. Isn't that true?
Yeah, she was the one who was holding the phone when Keyshawn and Chris came on FaceTime and told me Sebastien passed away.
You never told any of the police officers. I'm talking the first responders who found you. Were you sitting up, or you don't remember when they found you?
I believe I was sitting upright just because I was trying to keep pressure on my wound.
Okay. You never told the first responding police officers. How many were there? 2? Do you remember a couple of them?
A couple or a few, you could say.
Okay. You never told them or the paramedics or the detective that took your statement in the middle of the night the following after surgery, or you never told Detective Vanderlyn the following day that Dominique told you and Keyshawn to go shoot his shit up. Isn't that correct?
Correct, sir. It was in text. There was no need for me to tell. They had our phones. They were bound to see it.
Did you tell him or not?
No, sir.
Why not?
I was focused otherwise on my gunshot wounds.
All the police officers I spoke about, anytime you never told him your brother Keyshawn texted first, actually, before Dominique did, texted first that Travis is a dead man walking before you went over to his house, right? Never told any law enforcement that, did you? Ever?
I'm sorry, you repeat that? Somebody's phone. Sorry, I got distracted.
No problem. My question is, do you agree that you never told any law enforcement officers to this day, and I'm talking police officers, people who wear uniforms, have badges, have guns, that Keyshawn texted first before Dominique responded, and you got the text because you were in the group text. You never told anyone that Keyshawn texted that my client, Travis Rudolph, was a dead man walking, right?
That was an extremely long question, sir.
Did you ever tell anyone that anybody in law enforcement that let me just break it down for you. You spoke to multiple police officers, right?
Correct.
Many times.
Various times throughout this whole 2-year process I have.
You never told a single police officer who has a badge or a uniform ever that your friend Keyshawn texted Travis as a dead man walking, right?
It was common knowledge already.
I didn't ask if it was common knowledge. How do you know it was common knowledge? How do you know that?
I don't. You're right. You're right. I don't.
How do you know that?
You're right. I don't.
You're under oath. Why are you saying things that you don't know?
Just making an inference or an assumption. I am under oath, but I'm still allowed to make assumptions. It's my personal opinion.
How many other assumptions you've been making to this jury?
Well, when I make an assumption, I say so, as I just did. And when I'm giving you justification for my answer, I tell you as I am. So I don't understand where there's room for confusion on that. You seem to be confused. I don't know that anyone else
I'm
is.
not confused. You didn't answer my question. Can you answer my question, please?
Question was so long, I didn't get a chance to answer it. And we got it.
Last time, and if you don't want to answer, I'll move on.
Okay.
No problem.
Yes, sir.
You never told any police officers. You know what police officers are?
Yes, I know what law enforcement officers
Remember I said they're wearing badges or uniforms and have guns usually?
Correct.
You understand so far?
Yes.
Not confused.
No, not currently.
You know who Keyshawn is, right?
Yes, I know Keyshawn is.
And you know he texted you and Dominique that Travis is a dead man walking on his phone to your phone and her phone, right?
Right.
You with me so far?
Yes.
You never, ever, to this day, spoke to a cop about that. You never told him that, right?
I believe I've had that discussion with Detective Vanderland about the contents of our messages, what may have been said, but I was told that things said with no action behind them are just more or less empty threats.
Am I asking about what they meant to you? Did I ask you that, sir?
No, I'm explaining the conversation I had.
I'm asking the simple question. Did you tell that to law enforcement that your brother made that statement that my client is a dead man walking?
I just answered that question, sir. You weren't listening.
I couldn't understand it. Did you say Detective Vanderland?
I did.
Maybe or yes?
I know. I said Detective Vanderland. There was no maybe.
Okay. I'm going to approach the witness.
Hey.
Show your transcript of your audio statement on April 8th, 2021 at 6:46 p.m. Go through it as long as you need and tell us where it is that you told Detective Vanderland that Keyshawn Jones sent a message, Travis is a dead man walking.
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, first of all, I can't unhear the what's his name? The guy from Step Brothers. Now I can't unhear that. So whoever said that this attorney sounds like him, thanks a lot, because then now that's all I can hear. And I'm picturing him like in his like that t-shirt that he wore in Step Brothers and stuff, like with the drumsticks and stuff. I'm literally picturing that as he's talking, which makes it a little bit harder to take seriously. But also, he's being incredibly condescending, which is, I think he's figured out is the thing that's starting to help his witness lose his temper a little bit. He's staying very calm. Don't get me wrong. He is staying very calm. This is nothing like the, stuff that we saw from Dominique. So he's staying calm, but with his snarky responses and stuff, and you can tell that he's getting, upset. You can tell the attorney now figured out which button to push to get that reaction out of him. So now they are going at it. Going at it. Let's see. And I'm trying to read chat, but y'all know how my brain works. I can't keep up with all of it. So if I'm missing some, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to keep up. Let's see. Yeah, when I say he's calm, I mean, he's not like snippy, like he's not raising his voice or anything like that. His demeanor is still very calm. But yeah, he's being going right back at the attorney too. They're pushing each other's buttons now.
Okay, Mr. Robinson, have you had a chance to look through that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Very long.
Go ahead. Mr. Shiner, go ahead and ask your next question.
You never told Detective Annalyn during that interview on April 8th, 2021, that Keyshawn made that statement we just talked about multiple times, right?
Correct.
You have another formal interview with Detective Vandalin?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
You ever call her on the phone and say, hey, detective, I forgot to tell you this. It was this nonsensical statement my friend made about Travis is a dead man walking. You never did that.
No, sir.
You never told Detective Vandalin or any police officers that Dominique made the statement to go shoot his shit up, right?
No, sir.
You didn't want anyone to know that, right?
I guess you could say neutral position on that. I didn't really care or not whether people knew that because that's not necessarily what occurred.
Neutral about those facts? That's premeditated murder if you guys would have killed Mr. Rudolph.
But no one was doing that. No one was trying to do that.
Because you guys got surprised that his mother came out the door. Isn't that true?
No, his mom was not outside for quite a while. It was just us and him and his brother. So
you got surprised his brother came out, right?
I don't live at his home, or I don't go there often. So I'm, like I told you, or I'm not sure if it was you or the initial.
My question is, were you surprised? Yes or no? Well, I don't know.
Surprised by
the brother coming out. Were you surprised that the brother came out? Yes, no, or I don't know.
Like I was saying, I don't know who lives with the residents, so that's not really of much surprise to me. Who would come out of the door first? I don't go there, and I don't live there. So if you go somewhere you don't go often or haven't been often, and someone comes out of the door, you're not necessarily expecting it to be any particular person because that's not a place that you visit often.
You were expecting Travis to come out, weren't you, sir?
That's who we went there to speak with. So
Shirt off to fight with Travis Rudolph, not Mrs. Rudolph or Mr. Rudolph named Daryl Rudolph, right?
I didn't necessarily take my shirt off to fight with anybody.
Okay, because it was a hot summer night.
It wasn't hot. You actually said it was cold, but I don't know what the temperature was. It was 2 years ago, spring of 2021. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't.
You know Travis Rudolph had firearms, didn't you, sir? Before you went to his home.
I did not know that he had firearms at his home. No.
Okay.
I agree. I think they meant for it to be 4-on-1, and they were surprised. That's my own personal thoughts on it.
Dominique never discussed with you her personal relationship with Travis Rudolph, did she, sir?
No, sir.
Never told you if they were going to get married or she was upset that he was going to Winnipeg to play in the CFL. She never told you about that, did she?
No, sir.
She tell you she was upset because the last month Travis Rudolph was in Miami and she was concerned that he was cheating on her? Did she tell you anything like that?
No, sir.
Never told you about her sex life with Mr. Rudolph, did she?
No, sir.
So because she tells you she was slammed, that's when you decide to call your friends to go over Mr. Rudolph's home, right?
Correct.
You don't even know Mr. Rudolph, did you?
I didn't know him well. No, sir.
You know him or not?
Didn't know him well.
I don't understand that. Did you know him or not know him? Did you ever meet him?
Physically, no. On FaceTime.
Okay.
A few times.
Did you guys go to a gun show together?
No, sir. I wasn't there.
Huh? When the detective spoke with you, and you probably have the statement in front of you, that would have been on April 8th of 2021. You signed a medical release at that time, didn't you? Or to get your records?
Correct.
You don't know when she got them, do you?
I'm sorry.
You don't know when the detective got your records, do you?
No, I have no clue when she got my records. No clue.
Right. Dominique never called you about any of her relationship with Mr. Rudolph other than this night, right?
No, sir. I don't believe so.
Right. Isn't it true your phone was in the front door pocket of the car?
No. I believe it was in the trunk.
Remember, you guessing? You should shrugging your shoulders. Is it a guess or you know that for a fact?
I can't really remember where exactly my phone was to tell you for sure, but it was in the car somewhere.
Why'd you tell the jury it was in the trunk earlier if you didn't remember? That was your words.
I do believe it was in the trunk, but it seems like you're trying to tell me it was in the door pocket. So I'm trying to tell you, sir, I can't tell you exactly where it was. And I just didn't have it on my person. It was in the vehicle, out of my possession.
Saw that video a little while ago. Remember the video?
Yes, sir.
Actually open the front door and put something in the car, right?
Probably, sir. I wasn't watching for that.
You just saw it. Don't remember that?
I when you played the video, I wasn't asked to look for that particularly. So.
May.
I'll show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 12. 1-2. Ask if you recognize this. Yes, sir. Recognize it? You talking to Mike, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Defense would offer into evidence. Well, how do you recognize it?
It's a cell phone.
Your cell phone, right?
From this view, I can't tell whose cell phone it is. It's just more or less the silhouette of a cell phone, or the shadow, or it's a awkwardly took picture.
All right, I'll show you some more. Do me a favor, turn that picture.
Sorry, folks, we're going to have to take a break. I have to review this right now, and I got to be able to pay attention. So it shouldn't take me more than about 5 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Go on back to the jury room. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules and leave your paths.
I think they put the phones in the trunk because they didn't want them to get shot up. Yes, I give grace to everybody. I think y'all are misunderstanding what I'm saying by that. I'm not saying that I think he's an angel or he's innocent or what he did was wrong. I still 100% am against what he did. My grace came from the 2 trolls that were in here earlier. I was saying no personal attacks. I think y'all are misunderstanding me. Let's see. If Travis had been home alone, Brandi would be covering the trial of this witness as a defendant. 100%. I do not think that they believed that or knew or expected that his brother was going to be there. I think that they went there thinking it was going to be 4-on-1. And, you know, obviously this did not turn out how they planned, and they put themselves in a position to get themselves really screwed up. And I think it's really unfortunate that the only one who has charges in this is Travis. I don't understand it, and I don't agree with it. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. FYI for those who did not hear it yesterday, the judge is the, oh, look at that close up. And he has no idea. Judge is the on-call this week 24/7, so he has to review warrants and such as they come in. That's why he needed to review something immediately. Thank you for that. Let's see. Yeah, you can see he's getting more and more irritated. That attorney knows which buttons he's pushing, and he's starting to get it. Let's see. That's a possibility too, Wendy. I was thinking they put him back there to like protect him because I think that they went up there knowing there was going to be trouble, but that could be too. Let's see. I like that. Empathy for all, even those who may not return it. It's about us, not about them. I like that. What the heck is going on in this courtroom? Everything all at once. This trial has been wild. Yep, that's the motto, apparently, in that group of friends. I wouldn't recommend being friends with them. They get you in trouble, and then the one that got shot, they left him side of the road. Let's see. No, and or not that I know of. I haven't seen any evidence of that yet, and that's one of the things that we had talked about before, or somebody had mentioned it before, Joshua Costner, that they would love to know, or would have loved to have for them to have done. I don't think they did it, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I know trying to multitask up here, I miss some of the things they say sometimes, but I don't think that they did any, which drives me nuts because I know that they found the gun that he's talking about. I know that they found it in the bushes. I would have loved for them to test all of them, you know, for, oh, here we go. We have audio again. I've been really impressed by the attorneys in this trial. Really impressed. Yeah, Tyler was let out of the hospital the next day. Oh, there you go, Angie. He did testify that they put their phones in the trunk because they didn't want to get them damaged. Because they knew they were going up there for trouble. Ain't nobody going at midnight, banging on the door to form a cuddle puddle and talk it out. I would love to see
All
that.
right, go ahead and take your seats, everyone. I apologize to everyone for that interruption. It couldn't wait. All right, you may continue.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
All right, so making sure we're clear before the break. Should be number 12. Picture just a cell phone. You don't know whose that is, right?
No, sir, not from this picture.
Mm-hmm.
Did you recognize that one?
I had this exact color phone, but when it was in my possession, it wasn't broken yet, like this. But I did have this phone. Yeah. Yes, sir. This is my phone with it looks like it may have got shot. I don't know, it looks shattered.
I'm talking about the picture on the cover. Does that have a name to it?
Oh, the phone case. That is a clothing company called Bathing Ape.
That's your phone.
Yes.
Oh, Bathing Ape.
Bathing Ape.
BATHING.
Bathing Ape. Yes.
APE.
Yes, like a gorilla taking a bath, like bathing ape.
And exhibit number 13. You recognize that picture?
Yes.
All right, so you recognize everything except the damage to your phone? You recognize everything in these photographs except the damage to your phone?
Correct. Just because it wasn't damaged when I had it yet. But I believe it did get damaged, but
You don't know that, do you? For sure?
I'm not
no,
sure.
sir, I don't.
Okay.
I'm not sure, Betty Hawk. They haven't charged him yet, and they have the evidence.
This time, defense would offer in 12 defense exhibits number 12 through 15.
Any objection to any of those? 12 through 15? Okay,
Well, 12 he did not judge.
I'm sorry?
12 he said he did not.
Okay, so you want to show them then to counsel and see if there's still an objection?
So I'm just not sure that it would be proper.
So,
Conditional
13
relevancy, Judge. I can tie it up later on.
all right, 13, 14, and 15 are admitted without objection, and 12 is not at this point.
I only know about Bathing Ape or Bape because of my son. That's funny. If I didn't know, I would have been so confused when they said that.
Just a minute. Can I have those back when they're done? Permission to publish, Judge.
Certainly.
I just hand them to the jurors.
No, that's fine.
That will be. I'm really
That
looking
phone,
forward to that.
You'd be
To
surprised
hear
to know what's
his.
found in the front door pocket of the Cadillac.
I wouldn't be surprised to learn that.
Okay. You gave Detective Vandalin the code to your phone on April 8th, right?
I believe so.
And you did that, so she told you she can get a warrant to open your phone, or you just give me permission, I'll do it either way, right?
Right.
And said, all right, here's my password. You can open it up, right?
Right.
Okay. You have no idea when your phone was opened up, do you?
No, sir.
You remember the passcode to that phone?
No, sir.
Did Keyshawn have your passcode to your phone?
No, sir.
How about Chris Lowe?
No, sir. No one has the password but me to my phone.
No one has a password at the time but you to your phone?
Yeah.
All right, that's a yes?
Yeah.
And specifically, how about one more person, Sebastien Jones? He didn't have your password either, did he, sir?
Sebastian's last name is
I
Jean-Jacques.
apologize. Sebastien Jean-Jacques, I apologize.
He did not have the password to my phone unless they guessed it.
Sorry, what's the last name?
Unless someone guessed it.
So he may have guessed it.
It's possible. That's a hypothetical. I don't think we're here to talk about hypotheticals.
I'm asking if you gave him your password. That's all I'm asking you.
No.
It's those little snarky comments here and there that are showing that he's staying very calm, but you can hit those little snarky
Remember
comments.
back on June 16, 2021, you gave a deposition?
Yes, sir.
And I was there?
Yes, sir.
State attorney's office and prosecutors were there too?
Right.
Court reporter?
Right.
You're under oath?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember being asked whether or not at that time, if Dominique Jones told you to either burn the place down or shoot the place up, and you said you can't remember? Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
All right, let me show you a deposition taken on June 16th. I'll give you a copy. May I approach the witness?
You may.
These defense attorneys are so prepared to pick apart everything. They're really, really good.
We'll direct your attention to page 59, line 6 through 18, or anything else that helps you, sir.
Yes, sir.
59.
Which line on page 59?
Line 6 through 18.
Okay.
Or go to line 18 or 22. You can read the whole page, actually.
Okay.
Finished?
He does.
No, sir, not that quickly.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you said okay. Paul, I'm sorry. Take your time.
He does sound like Ray Romano too. Like if Ray Romano and John C. Reilly had a middle brother, that would be this dude.
All righty.
Oh, I just looked up. Y'all, we have 991 people in here right now. Welcome to all of our new people. And thank you for the gifted memberships. They were talking and I didn't want to talk over them when they came through. So thank you so much for the gifted memberships for those of y'all who sent those. And welcome to our new members. We appreciate it. Y'all have made this day easier on me. Oh, yeah. That's a big, big courtroom golden rule right there. Don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. Let's see. He's like, dang, it's like, there's been a couple of the witnesses when they ask questions about something, they've kind of responded like, well, I don't know. Do you have a video? Do you have a question? Like, do you have proof? Like, I'm not going to admit to anything unless you show me proof. See? There has not been much respect at all of this whole courtroom since this trial started at all. It's been crazy to watch.
Did you finish reading that whole page?
Yes, sir.
I'll refresh your memory.
Yes, sir.
So back on June 16, 2021, while you're under oath, you can remember if Dominique said anything like that, right?
Correct. That's the statement I gave.
You couldn't remember if she said anything about burn it or shoot the place up or anything like that, right?
Said verbally, no, but text maybe.
You ever say she texted that anywhere in that deposition?
And the page and
Go through
line.
it all. It's not in there. If you want to find it, go ahead.
That's my point. The part of the deposition book you referenced to, I didn't see any question about text. It said, did you hear her say that? Hear with
I
your
didn't use the word
ears.
here. You think it says here and there?
I believe that's what I read,
Read it
maybe.
again.
Okay.
I'm going to allow it. Go ahead. Oh, okay. So I'm
Sorry, it says, did you ever
Okay,
hear anything like that from her?
Or keep reading. Read the rest of it in context.
No, sir. I'm not here to, you can, if you want to ask a question based off of.
all right. Stop. Next question.
Well, you understood when I was asking those questions, if you ever heard anything like that from Dominique, did you take it literally that I meant that she was talking to you versus texting you? Is that the way you took those questions?
This incident, as well as school, has taught me that words are very literal and that you should take words literally. So maybe I learned from this experience, and I've been taking words more literally. This did occur after, so maybe I did take your words literally. I can't tell you my mindset of June 16th, 2021, sir. It's
All right.
2023.
You can go through this as long as you want. If you ever mention anything about Dominique texting you in this deposition, you go shoot his shit up. Texting or telling you.
Sustain. Next question, please.
You told me in deposition under oath, and I'll tell you what page if you want to see it to refresh your memory. Page 60, line 24 through 25, and also page 61, the first line. You didn't even remember if Dominique sent you a single text that night of the incident, correct? $60, 24 to 25, 61, line 1.
It says it references to text messages in general, no specific text messages.
You need to speak up. My hearing's not so good. I can't hear you.
It references text messages as a whole. It doesn't specifically ask if I received any or saw any text messages or any phrases or terms in particular. It just says, do you remember any text messages? You were asking the questions in the deposition. You could have went further in detail and asked if that's specifically what she texted me. I may have answered you that. I don't know.
No, I had them. You don't think I asked questions properly? You complaining about that? Did you?
It is. Sustain. Next question.
Didn't I tell you in the deposition in the beginning, if you have any questions about my questions, let me know. If you need a break, I'll give you a break anytime you need it.
How could I preface that? How could I know that in 2023 we would?
Sure. We will be out of here by 5 o'clock.
Judge is so over these people. So I put the poll up. Basically, we know that all of the evidence hasn't been presented yet. We haven't heard from defense yet, but just based on what you've seen now, do you think that he should be acquitted? Because the thing is like the stand your ground hearing, they said that the judge said he's not going to consider it stand your ground. He's going to leave it up to a jury, put it before the jury. The charges are first-degree murder with a firearm, attempted first-degree murder with a firearm for the rest of them.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So the first-degree murder for Sebastien,
Gave you
and then
deposition on June 16, 2021. That was April, May, June. 2 months after this happened, roughly, right? I can't hear you.
What was the question?
You gave a deposition in June of 2021.
Correct. I did.
2 months after the incident happened, right?
June was 2 months after.
Approximately.
Correct.
Okay. And you told us then you didn't remember any text specifically that Dominique gave you or sent to you that night, correct?
Reading this statement, correct.
All right. So that was your opportunity to tell us that she made any statements to you on text about going over to his house, about shooting his shit up. You didn't do it, did you?
I wasn't privy to the fact that I was supposed to be it's hard to answer a question you're not asked. We didn't do anything particularly wrong for me to say that. It's not as if she or I or he texted somebody and then that's exactly or directly related to the causation of a crime. These texts were empty threats at best.
Why didn't you say it in deposition when I asked you any text that Dominique sent you that night, sir? Tell the jury why you didn't tell me that answer on June 16th. Why didn't you say it?
I wasn't asked that question, sir.
All right. You didn't want me to know that, did you?
Is that a question or are you telling me your opinion?
That's a question. You didn't want me to know that, did you?
Didn't particularly care whether you knew or didn't know. At the time of this deposition, I was more or less happy to just be alive. And
you were under oath, weren't you?
Correct. I was under oath.
Under oath today.
Correct. I did take an oath today.
Back in June 16th, you couldn't, or whatever reason, whatever you explained to the jury, you didn't understand the question, or I didn't ask the right question. Is that what you're basically saying? Is that why you didn't tell me about Dominique's statement to go shoot his shit up? Because I didn't ask you the right question?
You're saying I didn't tell you because you didn't ask me the right question? You're asking me that, if that's what I think?
Just trying to find out why you didn't say it. That's it. Very simple.
Just trying to figure out what your question is, sir.
Trying to figure out what your answer is. Why didn't you say it on that day?
Say what?
That she told you to shoot his shit up through a text message. It's not a verbal communication. It's a written communication. Why didn't you tell me that?
Because that didn't happen. Simple. I thought we were talking about, as we are today, stuff that actually occurred, not things left to be inferred upon. Or
you don't want anyone to infer that you were there for a hit and you could have been arrested for attempted murder or felony murder if somebody died, right? That's why you're hiding it from the police, and that's why you're hiding it from me in deposition, right?
Is that your opinion, or are you asking me?
I said, right. You want to know it is, but I'm asking you.
So can you word the question one more time?
Because you didn't want the police to know she said it, and you didn't want me to know she said it. You didn't want anyone to know she said it until the gig was up when they found it on Keyshawn's phone. That's when you're admitting it now, right?
No, sir. There was no gig to be up. I didn't particularly care who found out or what they found out. I knew what occurred that night, so I wasn't in fear that I would be in any form of trouble.
You're protecting your sister, Dominique, right? You didn't want her to go to jail, right?
No, sir. I don't want Dominique to go to jail, to answer that question. And then
that's why you didn't tell about those text messages to the police, right?
No, sir. I told the police I answered all questions honestly that I was asked by the police. So I can only tell you why I answered what I answered. I can't tell you why I didn't answer questions I wasn't asked.
So the police have to have the evidence before you'll tell the truth, right? They have to say, hey, I found your gun. Now you'll admit it. Hey, I found the text messages. Now you'll admit it. That's what you're telling us, the way you operate?
No, sir, that's not the way I operate. I operate within the parameters of the law because I study the law. But that's not what happened that night. So it's such a small, minor detail. It's not as if these texts were shared online for the world to see and then the events following those texts occurred. No, these were, like I said, texts about things that never occurred that night. Only thing that occurred was me getting shot, Sebastien dying, and that's about it.
The rest of it doesn't matter, right? It's irrelevant.
To me personally, or to you, it's subjective, the relevancy of the information. I don't know.
All right. So to you, it was such a small thing about her sending those messages and Keyshawn sending the messages. You decided, since you studied the law, this wasn't relevant, right?
No, sir. I'm currently studying, you could say, parts of the law. I'm trying to get my bachelor's in legal studies, so I'm not completely finished studying the law. I'm no legal expert. I'm not a registered attorney with the Florida bar or anything like that. I'm just telling you why I operate the way I do. You questioned why I operate how I do, and you're mischaracterizing me in the way I operate, because that's
Why don't you
untrue.
characterize yourself properly and explain why you didn't tell the police or tell me in deposition when you had the opportunity? I don't want to mischaracterize you, sir.
To characterize myself, I'm 23. I go to school.
Not the question about not talking about the text messages from Keyshawn Jones and Dominique Jones. That's what we're talking about now. With your education, going to school, I'm asking you a question. You don't understand it? I'll repeat it.
My education has nothing to do with my ability to answer your question, sir.
Why don't you answer the question I just asked you?
Can you re-ask the question?
I'll move on.
They're doing it to each other
Sorry, I
on
didn't
purpose now.
understand that.
I'll move on. You knew before you got to my client's house that he had firearms. Isn't that true, sir?
It's untrue.
All right. Go to page 61 and 62 of your deposition dated June 16, 2021. Starting on line 17 of page 61, read the rest of the document and go to page 62, line 1.
If you read closely, it talks about how.
Read it to yourself.
I finished reading already, sir. If you read, like I was saying,
Hold on, I'm not asking you a question. Did
Look
you
for the
read that?
question, please. All right, what's the question?
Original question was, you knew Travis Rudolph had a firearm or firearms before you went to that home, correct? And you said, no, you didn't know that, right? Isn't that your answer?
right, that is my answer.
All right. Isn't it true when I asked you in deposition on June 16, 2021, let me go back to line 17. Read that. I'm going to put this in context. Line 17 of page 61.
Well, it's not improper yet, as far as I can tell.
Finished?
Everything is proper up to this point in time. All right, have you finished reading whatever it was that Mr. Schreiner directed your attention to?
Selena K just gifted
Refresh
5
your memory that
memberships. Thank
you
you,
knew
thank
prior
you,
to
thank
going
you.
to Mr. Rudolph's home that he had firearms.
That refreshes my memory that when you asked me if I knew he had firearms, I answered, and then justified that with, I've never seen a gun. I don't know specifically that he has a gun. I'm kind of just assuming based on the fact it says while I was at the gun range with Keyshawn one time, he talks about having plans to go to the gun range with Travis. So I probably answered that question based off of that assumption of the conversation me and Keyshawn had about going to the gun range previously. That's all I can say. I wouldn't go knowingly to someone's house knowing they have a AR with the drum waiting at the door for me.
All right, let me tell you what I asked you. You done talking?
No, that was the answer to what you asked.
Actually, it wasn't, but let me read the question I asked you. So did Keyshawn ever tell you he also had guns? He had a concealed weapon permit. And we're talking about Travis. You can look that in context. You don't disagree with that, right?
I'm not sure, sir.
Oh, you said firearms, and I said, you said firearms. I'm sorry. And you said, let me go back. So did Keyshawn ever tell you he also had guns? He had a concealed weapons permit. You said firearms. I'm sorry. And then the question was, yes, firearm. And you said, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Question was, who told you that? And your answer was, I've seen him on Facebook before at the gun range. The next question
It's not what it says.
I've seen him on FaceTime before at the gun range.
Okay.
Question. Okay, so you knew he had firearms. Your answer, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Remember making that statement under oath?
I don't remember, but yes, I believe you. I'm reading along with you.
You said it, right?
Right.
So you knew Travis Rudolph had firearm, at least one. You saw him on FaceTime at the shooting range, right?
Right.
So why are you trying to leave the impression you didn't know he had a firearm before you went to the house, sir? Why are you trying to do that today? I objection to a speaking objection, Judge.
Yes. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
So they are not fans of each other. Clearly, I don't think they're going to be going and having supper together when this is all over. It's funny because he's keeping his demeanor very calm, but you can tell like he's getting, kind of obviously real snippy with his answers, but he's trying to do it in a calm way, which almost makes it like even worse. No cuddle puddles.
Yes, please do.
Judge is so over it.
Why did you tell us a few minutes ago under oath that you didn't know Travis had at least one gun? Why didn't you say that?
I guess I misspoke. I didn't know the extent of his guns. I can I'm sorry, I can assume that a man who lives in the United States first, where the Second Amendment is to bear arms, and then again, a man who lives in Florida, a place where you don't necessarily even need a concealed weapons permit to own a firearm. I could make the assumption that he probably does own a firearm. Again, like you said, I saw him at the gun range. That's usually places people with firearms go. But I didn't know the extent of which he had firearms. I didn't know he had a drum Call of Duty gun.
Who asked you that? Anyone?
Who asked me what?
Next question. That's the end of that answer. Next question.
I'm asking. I'll move on. You never went to Mr. Rudolph's house any other time to talk to him about his personal relationship with his girlfriend, did you?
No, sir.
You never went to any man's house to do that before, did you? To do that?
No, sir. Nothing like this.
You're not a marriage counselor, are you?
No, sir. Not at all.
You never called the police about Dominique allegedly getting slammed to the ground and she was in such pain because she just had surgery, right? Like you want this jury to believe?
It's not what I want them to believe, per se. I just am speaking my opinion on the events and how I feel.
Never called the police, did you?
No, sir.
Never even thought about calling the police to show that an NFL player, a former NFL player, just beat up your sister, right?
To be an NFL player, you have to be in the NFL.
Former NFL player. You want to play games, word games? I'm telling you, listen to my question.
Aren't word games, sir. We're in court. It's important.
I said former. You know what that means, or you want me to explain it to you?
He did say former. Next question. Or answer. Excuse me. Answer the question.
The answer.
The answer is whether or not, I'm sorry, what's the question? The question, rather.
You didn't call the police. Let me ask you this. Did you know Travis Rudolph was a former NFL player?
I know he tried.
Yes or no?
I know he tried to play in the NFL.
Tried to play? What does that mean? He tried out?
Lamar Jackson plays in the NFL. People who play. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Someone who does something does it. I can't tell you what someone aspires to do or what they fail to do. I can only speak on what people are currently doing, sir.
All right.
Okay, make sure you use that microphone, Mr. Robinson, please.
I'll move on.
The jury has to hear you, as does the recording system. Go ahead.
While you were at the house, did you ever decide to walk away before anyone knocked on the door at Mr. Rudolph's home?
No, sir.
How many calls did you get from Dominique on the night of April 6, 2021?
I can't remember.
Many calls, right?
Probably.
You guys are going back and forth about what y'all are going to do, right?
No, maybe just updating her of if we've went over there yet.
Okay, just updating, right?
I guess you could say that.
Small details.
Subjective again to you, to me. Things may matter more or less to them. I don't know. It depends who you're asking.
I'm asking you. Small details.
Me,
Doesn't matter.
I have gunshot wounds. I'm currently focused on graduating school. My best friend passed away. So to me, these are small details. To
I'm
you,
focusing on
you're-
getting on the truth. Don't you want to do the same?
right, you're
Don't you want to do the same, sir?
I mean, me particularly, I know what happened because I was there. So the truth isn't really something I'm seeking. I'm more or less, like I said, focused on my own personal goals. So I could see why you would think these minor details are important. You're working a case,
All right.
but I'm not on a case. This is actually just my life.
Okay. Well, really, the truth doesn't matter to you in this case, right? You already know it in your mind. Isn't that what you just said? Isn't that what you just said?
Overruled.
Isn't that what you just told this jury and this court and the judge
I
and
can't
everyone
hear-
in here?
I'm sorry, what?
You know what? I'll move on. You don't understand that question?
Are
That wasn't
you
a question.
moving on? Or
That's not a question. Next question.
I'll
please.
move on.
Thank you.
Judge is so over it. He's watching the clock. He's ready for this to be over. You can hear him sigh into the microphone. I can't believe he's letting it get
Before
to this
you
point.
left your home, it was Keyshawn Jones, you, Tyler Robinson, Chris Lowe, Sebastien Jean-Jacques. Your brother was there, right?
Yes.
Who's your brother?
His name's Tyrone.
Tyrone who?
We share the same last name. We're brothers.
Okay, older or younger?
He's older than me.
Was he present when y'all were talking about what was going on?
He was home, but he was like initially playing Madden with his friend, a video game.
My
And then-
question was he present when y'all at any time were talking about what you were doing going to Travis's home or about Dominique getting allegedly slammed to the ground? That's my question.
I mean, I discussed individually with Keyshawn. We were going over there. And then I discussed with, as I called, Sebastien. And
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you a question. Was your brother present when you guys were discussing this? That's all I'm asking. Not who you were discussing it with. Was he present?
I'm sorry, you asked if I had the discussion, and now you're asking if he's present. It's two different questions.
I didn't ask two questions. I'll repeat
He's
it.
asking one question. Was your brother present?
Yes, he was present.
Next question.
Judge is so
Was your
over
brother's
it.
friend present?
He was with a friend.
Was your brother's friend present when you all were talking about this?
My brother's when. What did you just say?
I'll move on. No problem.
Yes, sir.
Police never talked to your brother or his friend, did they, sir? About this case.
I'm not them, so I don't know.
You never heard that, did you, sir? To this day, you never heard that, did you?
Not something we talk about much.
The question is, you never heard they talk to either one of them. Can you answer that or no?
No, I haven't heard that. I haven't asked.
Brother never told you, right?
No, sir.
Friend never told you. Brother's friend never told you that, right?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that Sebastien Jean-Jacques was pleading in front of the other two gentlemen, Chris Lowe and Keyshawn Jones, for you to bring your gun? Isn't that true, sir?
Pleading with me, I can't tell you if they heard what he was asking me. I'm under the assumption that he said it loud enough for them to hear, but that doesn't particularly or necessarily mean they heard him, because they may have been focused otherwise. So, but I can tell you that's a conversation me and him had personally, not justification for anything, but influence at most.
Finish?
Need to be.
You're trying to talk yourself out. Well, I'll go back. Let me ask the question. Isn't it true your friend Sebastien was pleading with you in front of Sebastien and Keyshawn
No, sir.
for you to bring your gun?
Sebastien cannot plead with himself. That doesn't make, I can't, you said Sebastien was pleading with me in front of Sebastien. That doesn't make sense.
Well, you know what? I'm getting a little tired, so let me backtrack. Thank you for pointing out my mistakes.
Tired as well, sir.
I'm talking about Keyshawn and Chris Lowe. They heard Sebastien pleading with you to bring your gun, right?
Tell you what they heard. I can only assume that they heard it because it was loud enough that I heard it.
They were right there, right?
Doesn't mean I'm to say what they did or didn't.
I'm asking you if they were there. I'm not asking you what they heard. I'm asking if they were right there while he was pleading with you. Yes or no, or you don't know?
Quite literally, we're just asking me what they heard, and now you're asking me if they're there. You're switching your questions.
All right, so answer the changed question, please.
Yes, sir. They were present. I can't tell you if they heard or not.
I didn't ask you that.
All right, next question.
And then Sebastien got a little more adamant with you, and you listened to him and brought the gun, right?
Correct.
And isn't it true, Sebastien was saying this loud enough, it wasn't a secret among the four guys that you brought your gun, right?
I'm only sure, 100% sure that I knew and Sebastien knew. I don't know who else knew.
All right, well, let's go to your deposition once again on page 73, lines 5 through 9, if you turn to that. Then you go to page 74, and we'll talk about that one as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of them want to go like smoke a cigarette. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, and I feel like I need one after all this mess. It's like listening to youngins fussing.
Isn't it true? You done?
Just begin.
Take your time, sir.
Wow. Look, judges over there still just focusing on the warrants.
Okay,
like,
I'm finished, sir.
I ain't messing with y'all anymore. I bet he does. Look at him.
It's true. You were asked the question by me. So there was no secret. The four guys, Chris, Keyshawn, and Sebastien, knew you brought your gun, right?
Correct.
Your answer, let me finish. And your answer was, yeah. I said, okay, is that a yes? That's a yes. And you said, yes.
Correct.
But everyone knew you brought your gun, right?
Um,
Just said that under oath back in June. Were you not being truthful then?
No, I was being truthful, but as I stated today and as I did in June, I can't fully tell you for 100% fact what information someone is or isn't privy to. I can't tell you if he knew that or not because you asked me, did they know? And I said it loud enough for them to know. I'm assuming they know.
All right. Today you don't want the jury to know for sure that they really knew because you knew that's different than what they testified in court, right?
It makes no difference.
Makes a big difference to you because you want my client convicted of killing your friend, right?
Don't care. Quite honestly, don't care, sir.
All right, go to page 74.
Oh.
Well, you know what? Let's move on. All right, I'll move on.
They've been caught in so many lies, so many. All like the witnesses.
You were drinking that night too, weren't you, sir?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
All right, go to page 81, line 16 to 19 of your deposition.
They're going to prove them wrong.
Page 81.
81, yes, sir.
Okay.
16 to 19.
Okay.
You know what? I'm taking that out of context. You did say we don't really drink that much. You didn't say that night, so you didn't say you were drinking. I apologize. Okay, I'll move on.
Aw.
You
They
agreed
had a
you smoked
moment.
a little pot earlier in the day, right?
It says I may have. I don't really know.
That affect you in making decisions?
I'm not sure if I did or didn't, so I can't tell you if it affected my decision making or not, sir.
You passed Mr. Rudolph's home before y'all parked, didn't you, sir?
Yes, sir.
When you did that, y'all looking at the cameras and different things to make sure you can do what you got to do, right?
No, sir, not.
You can see the cameras?
No, I didn't personally. I'm not looking for cameras.
The other friends looking? Or you don't know?
I don't know that. I couldn't tell you. I'm not them.
But you definitely passed by the front of his home before Keyshawn parked, right?
Yes, sir. It's in the video.
Pardon me?
In the video of driving up, parking.
I'm talking past his front door.
I don't know, sir. I couldn't tell you.
You just said yes. Now you're saying you don't know?
If we drove past his front door,
Yes, sir.
I don't know the direction we entered the street because I wasn't driving, so we probably did.
All right. You were at the Rudolph residence a few times before this night. Isn't that true, sir?
Not inside. I rode with Dominique to pick something up, but that's it.
You've been to their house before, right?
On the property, not in the house.
It's in the house. To the house.
To the house? Yes.
You knew they had cameras, right?
No, sir.
Keyshawn didn't tell you there's cameras and all kind of cameras all around there and there's a security screen inside?
I don't really remember that much, sir. At that point, I wasn't thinking too straight.
You're thinking straight, you want to have a gun in your pocket, right?
Correct.
You wouldn't go over there and get involved in somebody's relationship in the middle of the night, right?
That's correct.
You wouldn't go there with 4 guys, right?
I went with 3 guys, but there was 4 of us, yes.
Good point. You wouldn't park a block and a half away, or at least I know you didn't park. Keyshawn parked the car a block and a half away, right?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
You were thinking straight. Y'all went to park the block and a half away, right?
I said that very fast. I'm sorry.
If you were thinking straight, you wouldn't have had Keyshawn went to park the block and a half away from the Rudolph residence, right?
I was thinking straight. I don't think
He said they pointed them at him.
at that point thinking straight has anything to do with parking.
Plenty of parking spots in the front of the house, right?
I believe there was cars parked out front already.
So it was blocked. You couldn't guys come park in front of the house. Is that your testimony?
Sure, it makes no difference, honestly.
Sorry?
Sure, yes, it makes no difference, honestly.
I'm asking if it's your testimony. Whether it makes a difference is not for you to decide. My question is, was there cars parked in front of the house blocking y'all from parking there? That's the question.
There was a car in the driveway, like we saw in the video, and then there was cars on the street. So not blocking. I didn't say the word blocking. You said blocking.
I'm just trying to find out in plain English if there was parking spaces in front of their house or not. That's all I'm trying to find out. At 12 o'clock at night on April 6, 2021.
I can't definitively say that I know what the parking situation was.
There was tons of spots in the front, across the street, on the side of the house. Isn't that true, sir?
Sure, yes.
And y'all decided to park far away because this was a sneak attack, right?
You can't sneak up on someone who has cameras, as you said.
Okay, well.
They didn't know he had
there
cameras.
Under the guise of talking. What you going to talk about? What were you going to talk about with your shirt off, with a gun in your pocket at 12 o'clock at night? What were you going to talk about, sir?
Basically just what transpired with Dominique. Probably, I don't know. When something like that happens, then you go have a discussion about what happened and basically that shouldn't have happened or justify why it happened. And then, yeah, that's basically what the conversation would have been about. But we weren't able to have a conversation. Instead, we got shot at.
Okay. Tavares came out of the house shooting at you right away?
Initially, no, sir.
Tavares came out of the house with a gun and shot you while you were on the corner?
After he slipped, yes.
All right, so he slipped and then he shot you while you were on the corner in the intersection, to use your word, right?
So first he approached me and he was having difficulty loading the firearm, and then
I didn't
that's
ask you that. I asked if he shot you on the in the intersection. Is that what you want us to believe?
no. The first time I got shot, I believe I was already down the block.
I didn't ask you the first time, did I? Please answer the question. If you can't understand it, I'll repeat it. You understand my question?
That one or all of them as a whole?
You don't care what the jury thinks. Why do you keep saying you were shot and you were injured over and over and over and over when it's not responsive to what I'm asking you?
It's just
Sustained.
All right. So he comes out of the house and he slips, right?
right,
You're still armed. Right?
right.
You don't walk away. Right?
This is seconds. He's approaching me now.
You don't walk away when the fight breaks out or when you're standing there with the mom screaming and showing you a video that y'all on camera or whatever she's showing you. You don't walk away, do you? You stand there waiting, right?
It's hard to,
And ask if it's hard. Did you walk away or not?
as I was saying, it's hard to walk away when you're in fear of someone approaching you with a firearm.
Okay. So did you walk away or not when you were standing there before Travis went in the house or after he came out of the house? Did you walk away during that time period, sir?
No, sir.
Who prevented you or what prevented you from leaving and walking away at that time?
Nothing, sir.
Travis didn't shoot you when he came out of the house. He had a clear view of you, right?
Yes, he hadn't loaded the firearm yet.
Okay, so it's still your position it was unloaded, right? Right?
Yes, sir. That's my position, personally. But
Why would you give up and surrender, to use your words, if the firearm's not even loaded? Why don't you pull yours out and shoot him? He's got a gun. He's threatening you.
I wasn't there to shoot him, and that's not what I intended to do or wanted to do or something.
What are you surrendering about when there's an unloaded gun? And you knew it was unloaded because you keep saying over and over he didn't know what he was doing loading the gun or he couldn't do it.
I didn't view it as a unloaded weapon, but I viewed it with the potential to what it could possibly do to me. Or my brothers down the street. So I kind of more or less froze up because I didn't want to initially get shot from a distance or have them get shot at from a distance. At least attempt to defuse the situation further, if possible.
Just like you diffused the whole night, right? You did everything to diffuse the situation. Is that what you're telling us?
No, not the whole night. There were instances where my actions furthered the events of the night. But
Well, you started the events by going to a grown man's home and his mom's house and his brother's house, waking him up in the middle of the night, banging on the door with your friends. Isn't that true?
I believe the series of events began with Dominique being assaulted by Travis. But no, sir, that's not. To answer your question, that's not what started the events.
Okay. So are you a law enforcement officer too?
No, sir, I don't. I'm not currently
Ever?
training to be a law enforcement officer. I have plans to.
You have a badge?
No, sir.
Why'd you leave your phone in the car?
Expensive phone. I didn't want to break it.
How much did your gun cost? $1, right?
Yeah, it's
What's
cheap.
it worth? What was it worth?
Not as much as that phone.
That you wanted to bring with you because that's what you were going to use if you had to or if you wanted to, right?
More or less.
I'll wear
I
it.
was scared. I probably brought it. Just didn't.
Scared? Why didn't you leave or call the police?
We did attempt to leave, but we were being shot at.
Why'd you leave before you even got there? Why'd you get in the car?
A mistake, honestly. That's really
Deadly mistake, right?
quite literally.
So you were scared before you even went there, right? You were scared. You just said that.
Yeah, that's not something that I was trying to show I was trying to basically not show that, so my brothers felt, I could tell Keyshawn kind of didn't he kind of felt obligated to go, more or less. Didn't feel like he wanted
I'm
to.
not
so-
asking about Keyshawn. I'm asking if he was scared. Why do you keep giving me dissertations on what your brothers wanted or what they wanted to do? Simple question.
Sustained. But there is a question pending. Answer the question, please.
You were scared, right? Before you went there.
Yes, sir.
Keyshawn was scared, right?
Probably a little bit.
Obviously, Sebastien Jean-Jacques was scared, right?
I can't say that Sebastian's really ever scared.
Why would he be adamant and asking you to bring your gun if he was cool about going over there? It was no big deal. Why would he do that, sir?
Maybe a fear of what could happen to his brothers, or just because he's not scared doesn't mean he has a lack of or disregard for his life. He still wants to live, so he's
All
not.
right. So you say Sebastien was not scared as your testimony, right?
I'm not sure. He's not here for us to ask him, so
I'm asking you. You were with him.
I'll tell you.
All right. And how about Chris Lowe? Was he scared?
Maybe a little bit, probably.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit number 1. It's a picture from the ring camera. Who's in that picture? Do you know?
Keyshawn and Sebastian.
Keyshawn, this guy with the hoodie.
Yes, sir.
I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Puts that hoodie on when he gets angry?
I don't.
Yes, no, or you don't know?
Not like the Hulk. He doesn't put a hoodie on when he gets angry, particularly. He just.
So you disagree with that statement? He puts a hoodie on when he gets angry. You disagree with that?
I wouldn't agree or disagree, sir. I don't know when he does or doesn't put his hoodies on. I don't know.
He's your best friend. You don't know that?
You know when your best friend puts his hoodies on, sir? That's not like a normal thing. When you don't ask your best friend, hey, when do you put your hoodies on when you get angry? Or
You asked him. You're with him all the time, right?
and as I'm with him, he puts his hoodie on sometimes. Sometimes he's wearing hoodies. Sometimes he's not. I don't know. It's an article of clothing. So
And nothing to do with anger is your testimony.
I don't see how putting a hoodie on could.
That's what you see. I'm asking what you know. And if you don't know, that's okay.
Sustained.
And Sebastien is right here, the gentleman in the middle.
Correct.
And who's this guy with the white shirt, or at least appears to be light colored?
I believe that's Travis's brother.
Never met him in your life?
No, sir.
First time you ever saw him?
Yes, sir.
When you found out that wasn't Travis, and now there's another man involved who you don't even know, you don't walk away, do you?
No, sir.
Don't call the police and get them involved, do you?
No, we still haven't spoken to Travis.
Because you guys were there to do what you wanted to do, right?
We were there to do what we wanted to do.
You confused?
Yeah. We were there to do what we wanted to do. I don't really understand what kind of question
We'll
that
move
is.
on. I'll show you defense number 5. The guy with the tattoos, no shirt on, obviously that's you, right?
Correct.
Did you know you took your shirt off? You didn't know, or you forgot?
Probably forgot a series of events.
Right? Obviously the guy with the hoodie is still Keyshawn, right?
Right.
That's the same thing I picked up on Abe.
The guy in the back with his arms folded, that is Sebastien, right?
Right.
And the guy behind him, do you see somebody else?
Yeah, you can see Chris just barely.
And this is before anyone came out of the house, right?
Right.
Who's that guy look like? I know he sounds like John C. Reilly and Ray Romano's middle brother, but who does he look like? He looks like somebody.
Read that, Sebastien, with the arms folded, right?
Yes, sir.
This is defense number 5.
Right.
Sebastien left his phone in the car, right?
I believe so. Man had it in his pocket.
Pardon me?
Had it in his pocket.
That's why you left it in the car earlier, didn't you?
I believe he did. I don't know exactly.
In the trunk. Isn't that what you said?
Well, we put our stuff in the trunk. That's where I put my phone. Couldn't tell you particularly where he put his phone. As you told me, my phone wasn't even in the trunk. My phone was in the side door. So
You agreed and you said that your phone was in the side door.
right, as the evidence showed, it was in the side door. So I'm telling you, don't ask me the positions and locations of where whose phone was or what. I don't know, sir.
Isn't it true you said Sebastian's phone was in the car, whether it was in the trunk or anywhere else? You said it was left in the car. Isn't that true? Yes or no?
Thank you, Kim. Thank you.
Today? You're asking me if I made that statement today?
Today or any day.
I can't really remember, sir. I'm sorry.
You didn't say that earlier on direct examination?
Keyshawn
and Sebastian put their phones in the trunk or in the car?
I can see that too.
Probably. I don't know, sir.
Oh, probably. All right. You know Keyshawn has something in the pocket because you see this picture, right?
Yep.
Not his phone, right?
No, I'm answering, yep, I see the picture. I don't see Keyshawn's pocket at all.
Not Keyshawn, Sebastian. Thank you for correcting me, sir.
There's something in Sebastian's pocket. I can't tell you what that is, sir.
Not his phone, right?
His phone, could be his keys, could be a watch, wallet, socks, could be anything, sir.
My question was, it's not his phone. Isn't that true, sir? It's not his phone. Not Sebastian's phone.
I can't definitively tell you what is in his pocket for me to tell you whether or not it is his phone. Can't tell you what's in his pocket, sir. I don't know.
You know his phone's in the car.
Don't know if his phone's in the car.
Why'd you testify to that? Why are you backtracking now? Because now you see something in his pocket and you know we got a problem because his gun's in his pocket and not his phone? Is that why you're saying that, sir?
No, sir, not at all. I could care less what you think is in his pocket. I don't
care what the jury thinks either, right? You don't care what anyone thinks.
I care what a lot of people think. More or less, I don't care for the image you're trying to paint. If you want to say there's something in his pocket, if you want to say there's something in the car, if you want to say this or that or whatever, Mark, I quite honestly could care less at this point. I've been here all day, so I'm more or less worried about getting home. My back hurts a lot right now. This is just, we're far from the point. What are you getting at?
You okay with that? You need a break? Maybe ask the judge. Want to ask the judge for a break?
Oh, you needed the potty break, Mark, not me. I'm good.
My name is Mark. We know each other personally.
Is that not your first name?
All right, it is time for a break. We'll take a 10-minute restroom break, but before we all head out for the restroom break, I want to talk to the lawyers. Folks, remember, obey your 4 cardinal rules.
Holy crap.
Open mind, no research, no discussion.
What?
See you back in about 10. That would be 4:17. 4:17.
I'm like speechless. What just happened? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That, look, chat's going wild right now. I can't even begin to keep up. Yes. He just called him Mark and told him, oh, you need the potty break, right? Told the attorney that and called him Mark. Oh, let me move myself. I want to see this. Look. Oh, he's not happy. He's tugging on his britches. He is mad. I cannot believe that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The judge is like, I'm over y'all. He's like, oh my God, we got less than an hour left until a 3-day weekend. Get these people out. Get all of these children out of my courtroom. Oh my gosh. But, oh my gosh. I think the judge is, it's moving too fast. I can't see it, but somebody said he's too lenient. I think I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he's just thinking he's just going to let them, fight it out. What the heck? I cannot believe he just said that. What I tell y'all though, the real thing will be when he gets up there on cross. Oh my gosh. I can't believe he just said that to him. We're going to rewind it for a second.
I'm more or less worried about.
My question was, it's not his phone. Isn't that true, sir? It's not his phone. Not Sebastian's phone.
I can't definitively tell you what is in his pocket for me to tell you whether or not it is his phone. Can't tell you what's in his pocket, sir. I don't know.
You know his phone's in the car.
Don't know if his phone's in the car.
Why'd you testify to that? Why are you backtracking now? Because now you see something in his pocket and you know we got a problem because his gun's in his pocket and not his phone? Is that why you're saying that, sir?
No, sir, not at all. I could care less what you think is in his pocket. I don't
care what the jury thinks either, right? You don't care what anyone thinks.
I care what a lot of people think. More or less, I don't care for the image you're trying to paint. If you want to say there's something in his pocket, if you want to say there's something in the car, if you want to say this or that or whatever, Mark, I quite honestly could care less at this point. I've been here all day, so I'm more or less worried about getting home. My back hurts a lot right now. This is just, we're far from the point. What are you getting at?
Getting at the truth. Are you okay with that? You need a break? Maybe ask the judge. Want to ask the judge for a break?
Oh, you needed the potty break, Mark, not me. I'm good.
My name is Mark. We know each other personally.
Is that not your first name?
All right, it is time for a break. We'll take a 10-minute restroom break, but before we all head out for the restroom break, I want to talk to the lawyers. Folks, remember to obey your 4 cardinal rules.
That is so insane. I cannot believe it. Oh my gosh. Yep. That was. Oh God. Well, I'll say this though. It took him a while to get to that point. He's still staying, like, his demeanor and everything is just staying, like, kind of calm sounding, but this attorney has gotten all that snark out of him, which is exactly what he was wanting. Crazy. Oh, yeah, night court will be good tonight. We'll talk about some of these moments once we have a minute to digest them all. We'll laugh about it together before we get started on Jody. I'll be there for the beginning of night court. Oh my gosh. Goodness. Okay, let's see. Matthew Harris Law, are you still in here? I'm curious to know, as an attorney, what would you do if somebody spoke to you like that? How would you handle it? Or have you seen anybody speak to you like that? It's crazy. I can't wait for Travis to get on the stand either. I'm so interested to hear his side of it. Matthew Harris Law is still in here somewhere. Yeah, I want to hear from Travis too. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I bet you're right. The jury might think that they're on that jury duty show now. That'd be really funny, actually. Oh, here we go. The attorney had this coming. He has been very aggressive. He'd been showing disrespect and contempt for this witness and deserved to get it right back. He was. I said, what word did I use earlier? Condescending. He was being really condescending to the witness. Very condescending. It's crazy. Yeah, my first 2 trials that I was able to do during daytime have been what a way to get kicked off, huh? Or kick it off, I guess I should say. Crazy. Let's see. Straight from the jump. Yeah, his very first question, he came out swinging. What gave you the right to go over there? But you know, that's also what he wanted. You know, this is what the attorney wanted. He wants him to. What are they doing to us? Judges sent them all to timeout. He wanted this moment. Like that may have, you know, pissed him off, but inside he's probably thinking, heck yeah, he wanted the jury to see the witness like that, I bet. So craziness. Oh, there now we got a little thing.
So is it your testimony that you forgot you even had a gun in your pocket?
Yes, sir.
You always forget you have a gun in your pocket?
I don't carry a gun often enough to forget or remember where it is. It's not that regularly that it's just in my pocket anymore. So it's hard for me to answer that.
When the trunk opened up, did you ask Sean or did anyone tell you why he put his phone in the trunk?
No, sir.
How about Sebastien? Did you ask him why he put his phone in the trunk?
I'm not sure that he did, sir, so no.
Well, you know he left it in the car, right?
I don't know for sure the location of anyone's phone except for my own, sir. I can only assume or try to recall or recant the events as they occurred. My memory isn't perfect as I got shot multiple times that night, so.
You heard that. I know that.
Yeah, so do I. But that's why I'm trying to tell you that I can't tell you the particular location of Sebastian's phone or Keyshawn's phone or.
Trying to find out if Sebastian's phone was in the car. That's all.
I'm not sure, sir. The car is in evidence. Did you check the car? Did you find the phone?
Next question. You're not asking questions.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
May I proceed? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go to your statement to Detective Anlin. You have it there from April 8th, 2021?
Right. Right.
All right. Go to page 23.
Right. Okay.
Waiting for you to get there.
Right. And the point is?
You want me to tell you the point?
Yes.
Or do you want me to tell you what page and line?
I'm on the page.
You want me to tell you the line? Line 20 to 24.
I wish we could see the judge.
Right.
That refresh your memory that you told Detective Anlin that both you and Sebastien left your phone in the car?
Page 23, lines 20 through 24 reference the location of the gun range on my packet. I don't know.
You're not looking. You're looking at the statement dated April 8th. You want me to show it to you? Maybe you have the wrong one.
You've given me so much, sir. I don't.
We're live on the feed.
Please do. With the microphone, if you're going to ask him questions from up there. Okay, all right.
Yep, I think that's why the defense keeps picking at him. Because they've all lost their cool up there.
Lines 20 to 24. That refresh your memory that you told the detective the day after you released from the hospital that you and Sebastien left your phone in the car.
Lines 20 through 24 of the packet that I just asked you, is this the correct packet? And you assured me it was. Talks about how big the gun Travis had was, and he ran towards me.
He may.
Told me this was the right packet.
What you looking at, please?
Like 5 packages. There's this one. There's this one. There's this one.
No, this is Detective Ema. Not that one. One to Vandalin. Here's the date right here, April 8th. Thank you.
I think showing how combative
23.
they can be works in Travis's favor
20 to
because
24.
it shows them in an aggressive light, if that makes sense.
Right.
So doing all this works
Sebastian
for
left his phone in the
defense.
car, right? That's what you told her.
Right. That is what I told her.
Why are you telling us today you're not sure? You don't remember it. You don't want anyone to know that. Why? Why is it different?
No, it's not that I don't want anyone to know. If that's what occurred, that's what happened. If his phone was in his pocket, it was in his pocket. If it was in his car, it was in his car. It makes no difference to me, sir. It clearly makes a difference to you, and I'm not sure what that is.
Well, isn't it true? It makes a difference to you because you're trying to convince everyone what's in Sebastian's pocket is not a gun. It was his phone, and that's why you're taking back what you previously said. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir. You're trying to prove that was what wasn't. You're trying to prove that what was in Sebastian's pocket was in fact a firearm when Sebastian doesn't even own a firearm. And I'm telling you, it could have been his phone, his keys, his wallet, socks. And I'm telling you, I don't know what the contents of Sebastian's pockets are. I don't perform cavity searches on my friends when we depart and arrive
You know
from.
what under oath means?
I know what under oath means. I also, do you know
Let me
what
finish my question.
I don't remember means? I couldn't.
You just told us a few minutes ago, and now you looked at the statement to refresh your memory, and you realize you did tell Detective Allen, Sebastian, and you both left your phones in the car, right?
Right.
Now you're still telling the jury he may have had his phone in his pocket in that picture, right? That's what you want us to believe. Why do you keep saying that?
No, sir. I can clarify.
Isn't that what you just said? Under oath again?
Yeah, we are under oath still. I can clarify if you would like.
I want you to clarify it. Why do you keep saying he had his phone in his pocket? Did he have a second phone with him, your friend?
You're not allowing me the opportunity to speak.
The question is, did he have a second phone? Prosecutor gets another chance to talk to you.
I don't know. Maybe he did.
Did you see him with a second phone?
Oh, sir, I didn't.
You ever
That's
seen him
what-
with a second phone?
So all of
during
them
this
will
time
be
period?
thinking.
Just got a new phone, so it's possible he kept both. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Do you know where that second phone went? Did he lose it during this altercation that we're talking about?
The second phone in question is not. I have no knowledge of that, so I couldn't tell you where it was or where it wasn't.
You would agree there's no chance Sebastian had a phone in his pocket when you guys went to Mr. Rudolph's house before Travis came out of the house, right?
Well, when I came in here today, I told you that
You understand my question? Yes, no, or I don't understand.
that's not the sufficient answer for me. Well, for this question, at least, I don't
The
think.
question is, you know what? I'll just move on. Never mind.
Okay.
Remember saying back in June of last year, you had a patchy memory about what happened in front of Travis's home?
Probably said that.
And that after you parked the car, you really didn't remember much about what happened?
Probably said that. I don't know.
You want to look at your deposition, or do you remember saying that?
Not really, but I don't need a refresher. If you said I said it, I agree. I concur.
And at that time, when you gave your deposition in June of last year, 2021, Detective Vanlin told you before June of 2021 that there was surveillance cameras that captured possibly what happened in front of the house, right?
I don't remember having that conversation with Detective Vanderland about surveillance.
Sure.
Right now, I don't remember, but if you want to look through it and refresh me about things that happened 2 years ago, we can do so.
Yeah, well, no problem. Go to page 94 of your deposition. That's the big statement given on June 16th. Look at the front cover. If you need help, I'll help you. Go to page 94, lines 13 to 24.
Okay.
Now refresh your memory. Detective Vanlin told you there were cameras of what happened in front of Mr. Rudolph's home?
Yes.
So you knew that before you gave me answers to my questions about what happened in front of the door, and then you said you didn't remember too much, right?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that question again?
What didn't you understand? What part of it?
The question as a whole, I didn't understand.
You came to deposition on June 16, 2021, right?
Right.
Two prosecutors were there, right? Or one? Do you remember? I think it was one.
I remember Adrian was there with me.
Okay. You call her by her first name as well?
It depends.
Not Miss Ellis to you?
The occasion.
Overruled. All right, next question.
I was there, right?
Yeah, you were there.
Ms. Perlette was there?
Yes, she was there.
Court reporter was there?
Yes.
We went to the state attorney's office, right? And when I asked you a question, because I was trying to find out what you knew, I asked you a lot more questions than the detective asked you, right?
Probably.
Way more.
Yeah, probably.
Probably or yes? I want you to guess. If you don't know, say I don't know. If you know, say I know.
I would say probably.
Questioned you for over 2 hours. 2 hours, right?
You did, yes.
And detective's statement that you gave her.
He needs to check yes or no boxes.
If you remember, started at 1846, which is 6:46 p.m. And ended at 1907 hours, which is 7:07. So 6:46 to 7, would you agree, is 14 minutes. To get to 7 o'clock from 6:46, it would be 14 minutes, right?
Right.
And to get past 7 minutes past 7 will be another 7. So it'll be 21 minutes total, right?
Right.
My deposition was 10 times longer, right?
Quite literally 10 times.
Yeah. So for those 2 hours, part of the question, and we just discussed it, and you said you remember, you knew or believed during the June period that the security cameras at the Rudolph residence were working. You didn't know they weren't really being recorded because you believed Detective Vanlin when she told you there was cameras of what happened in front of the house, right? You believed her.
I believe Detective Vanderland when she told me there was cameras.
You're asking me or telling me?
No, I'm asking you. Is that the question?
What do you think I'm doing? Please answer the question.
No, I'm trying to make sure I understand the proper phrasing of your question so I can answer it properly.
I'm not asking you about the roof of the house. I'm not asking about anything but the cameras that Miss Vanderlyn.
Please stop wasting time. Ask the question. You don't understand it, you tell him right away that you don't understand it. What's the question?
When you came for your deposition on June, you've already knew from April when Detective Vanlin told you about the cameras, when you spoke to her, you believed the cameras recorded everything that happened in the front of the house, right? Because she told you that.
Right.
And isn't that true? That's why you didn't want to answer the questions and said, I don't really remember what happened, because you thought it was all on recording, right?
No, probably more or less just frustrated and didn't feel like conversing further.
Did you say you were frustrated? You never said that, did you?
it's hard for anyone to say they're frustrated in the moment. It's easier when you look back on a situation and say, I was probably frustrated during that time. No one ever, well, people
That's
do,
true.
but for the most part, no one just, says I'm so frustrated right now as they're frustrated.
Didn't ask for a break, did you?
No, sir, there's no reason for a break. I can control my bladder.
Making fun of me asking to go to the bathroom like you did before?
Not making fun of you, sir.
Come on.
I'm making a statement.
Just stop. Wait for the next question.
So I'll ask it one more time. Isn't it true the reason in June 16th you didn't give any direct answers about who hit who first and what happened in the front of the house is because you thought it was on camera and you get caught lying? Isn't that true?
No, sir. The reasoning for when this deposition turns into question or answers, saying things like I don't remember, or even in the when I had to come for the trial in November.
Don't ask me about that. I'm asking what you said in the deposition on June. You can't
Right.
understand my question? If you don't, I'll repeat it.
Oh, I understand.
For stuff like that. I
perfectly.
mean, big stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer.
I'm not asking about anything other than the deposition on June 16th and why you said I don't remember anything about really what happened in the front of the house.
Well, he didn't. Well, answer the question, please.
Gosh.
So basically, the reasoning for that answer, or those answers where I was a little bit irritated.
So when you're irritated, you don't tell the truth?
This isn't about telling the truth or being deceitful. This was more or less kind of just giving up. I didn't really care for the line of questioning anymore. I kind of didn't care or didn't see the importance of my answers and
You received a subpoena, sir, to come to court, to come to that deposition?
Yes, sir.
Legal document requiring you to be there?
Yes, sir.
And you lied about what you remember happening. Or maybe you really didn't remember what happened, and now you're making up what happened because you know there's no video. Which way is it?
No, sir, I didn't lie about what happened.
Then why did you say you couldn't remember what happened in the front of the house? Why you thought there was videos?
Sustain. Next question.
Now you know there's no videos. You found that out, that the recordings at the Rudolph home unfortunately weren't working. You found that out, right?
Weren't working, or were they deleted? It's up for debate. I don't know. They're not there. They don't exist. So
You know that, right?
I can tell you of the footage I did see. I can't tell you what happens in between. I'm not in control of their security system.
I'm not asking anything like that. All I'm asking is, as you sit here now, if you don't understand the question, I'll break it down. You're sitting on that witness chair, right?
Right.
Right. You know what day it is?
All right. Next question. Come on.
And as you're sitting here now, you know there's no footage for whatever reason. It doesn't exist other than the doorbell cam. You know that, right?
Oh, yes.
And now all of a sudden you could remember every detail that my client came out slamming Keyshawn first and he starts the fight. You remember all the details today, right?
It was never, like I said, up for debate if I could or couldn't remember. I simply wasn't trying to remember when something that serious or traumatic happens. Sometimes you just try to
Understand my
put it off.
question? You remember it today, right? All the details. Yes or no?
All of the details.
Of what happened in the front of the house where you didn't remember him in June during the deposition.
If you ask me a particular question about something that occurred that night, I can answer to you if I do or don't remember.
Not what I'm asking you. Do you understand the question?
Yeah, I
All
understand.
right. Let me explain something right now.
Dad stepping
To
in.
the extent that your answers seem to be evasive and they elicit extra questions from Mr. Shiner, that means you're going to have to be back here next week. In all likelihood, you are already going to have to be back here next week answering questions. So the sooner you can get focused in on the questions that he's asking and providing simple answers in response to those questions, the sooner we can get moving. I have to get out of here by 5 o'clock because we have jurors who have commitments in order to be able to fulfill those commitments and be back here to continue this trial on Tuesday morning. All right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next question, please.
You don't even remember back in the deposition when I asked you if you were involved in a fight. You don't even remember fighting back then in June, right?
Judge.
You couldn't remember that even, that there was a fight.
Oh, God.
Yes or no, or I don't remember.
Don't remember.
All right, go to your deposition, page 95, line 1 to 2. Deposition was taken June 16th. It's the large booklet you have.
Definitely has not.
Okay, come here.
Definitely has not.
Page 95.
Oh, page 95. I'm sorry.
I cannot believe this trial is real.
All right.
Isn't it true? And go to the page
Yes.
before, page 94, so you put it in proper context. Line 25.
Yeah, it's a train wreck. We've gone downhill. We've crashed.
Gotcha.
Okay. True, you were asked in that deposition on June 16th while you were under oath, do you remember a fight by me? The question was, do you remember a fight, a fist fight? And your answer was, not. I don't remember fighting or anything. I remember being on the floor at one point.
Right.
Next question. All right. So do you remember putting anyone in a headlock or punching anyone, you personally? No, sir.
Right.
You wouldn't even give me that there was a fight back then, right?
No.
Back in June when I asked you those questions, you didn't remember there was even a fight. Those are your questions. Those are your answers under oath, right?
Right. That's the thing about memory. You can not remember something today. And then as time goes on and you get a chance to think back and reflect a bit, you may remember more things. So you can't tell me I'm wrong for not remembering something at a certain time after it just happened, after I was just shot, after my friend just died.
Keep going. You got anything else? I only asked you if you made those statements. Can you please try to?
Yes, they're here. I made them.
Okay. I didn't ask you anything else.
Okay.
Wow.
And you said those answers that you didn't even remember a fight because you were worried that the video was going to show that you sucker punched Travis Rudolph. You know what that means? Sucker punched?
Yeah.
Or sneak a punch?
Sneak a punch?
Whatever words you want to use.
Never heard that term.
What's sucker punch mean?
Could
You say
define it?
sneaker
You
punch?
brought it up.
Said you know what it means. What's it mean to you?
You didn't give me a chance. I just nodded my head.
You said yes. I said, you know what it means? You said yes. What's it mean to you?
After I can't really give an exact definition of sucker punch. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, the bottom line is you went up to Mr. Rudolph and hit him first and punched him on the side of the head to knock him out. Isn't that true, sir? While he was on the porch in the front of his house.
No, sir.
And you thought that was all captured on video, and you were worried that Detective Vandalin had all this, and that's why you wouldn't say 2 months later what really happened, because you knew what you really did, right?
No, sir.
Then why wouldn't you give answers then that you're giving different today?
Just frustrated and trying to push the responsibility of talking about it off and dealing with it.
And we'll talk about November when you came to court in front of this judge, probably not today, in this courtroom, under oath, and you didn't remember anything about a fight, right?
Again, I was asked currently on that day and then again on November if during that time.
Question is, when you came to court in November, and I'll get into more details, November of last year, do you want the exact date? It was November 8th, 2021. Started at 2:15. First of all, you brought her in handcuffs, right?
No, sir, not in handcuffs.
Oh, you were arrested were you arrested? You said that, didn't you?
Detained, brought in. I wasn't arrested until after the court appearance actually happened. I went home and I guess the warrant wasn't removed from the system. So then I was arrested for not appearing to court. But after being processed, I was released.
Okay, so because you wouldn't come to court, right? You refused. That's why they brought you here physically.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Yeah, and that day, November 30th, you said the same thing that you told me in the deposition. Even more so, you remembered nothing. And I'll get into everything you said that day after. But isn't that true? You said you didn't remember anything about any fight, any argument, who hit who first. Isn't that true, sir?
Out of frustration, yes.
I'm not asking if you were frustrated.
Frustrated. No.
I'm not asking you that. I said, did you say that?
Did I say that I didn't remember? Yes.
And that was a lie, wasn't it?
No.
Or are you lying today? Which one?
I can't speak on my memory from 2 years ago or 1 year ago. I can only speak on my memory today, currently.
You never got prosecuted for perjury, did you?
I never perjured myself to be prosecuted, so.
Well, you didn't lie in November? You didn't lie in your deposition under oath for not being truthful about remembering things? Or are you lying under oath today saying you remember every detail of what happened? Which one is it, sir?
There's no way to, unless you can tell me one, prove what I could remember at a certain particular time. I'm answering truthfully about my memory at then as I am now. So as I told you, I was frustrated and trying not to answer, and now I'm taking accountability and trying to answer your questions. If you're
taking accountability, why don't you admit you lied when you came back in here? Or did you not lie in November when you came here under oath?
Lie about
everything.
No, sir, I didn't lie. I answered truthfully. I couldn't remember at the time. That's what the answers read here.
You didn't come in here voluntarily under the subpoena that you were required to, right? I didn't subpoena you, did I?
I've never came voluntarily, to be quite honest.
Came to the deposition voluntarily. I didn't have you arrested, did I? You walked in on your own accord, right?
Early on, I wasn't aware of if I was legally obligated to.
I'm not asking you that. I said, did you walk in on your own accord or not?
Oh, sustained. That's not particularly useful.
I'm not asking that you were arrested. I'm saying you voluntarily came, or you came based on the subpoena. No one forced you to be there in terms of physically bringing you like they did in November, right?
I was legally obligated to come then. I wasn't forcefully brought here in November either. I came against my own will. I was two officers came to my home and basically spoke with me and they
brought you here, right?
They didn't forcefully bring me down here. They told me that I could come with them, or I would probably end up being brought back later on. Either way, so it would be smartest to just come with them now.
You went with them
on my own accord, rather.
You went with them.
Yes.
No officers brought you to my deposition, right?
No, sir.
Back in June of 2 years ago, when you gave your sworn statement, you didn't even remember taking your shirt off, right?
Particularly, I remember you refreshed my memory of that detail, that my shirt was off in the deposition.
The deposition, page 97, line 1 to 4.
You asked me if my shirt was off, and I told you that it was on, and you told me that no, it was off, and that's what refreshed my memory.
I never told you that. I didn't tell you anything. I'm asking the questions. I'm not giving you information.
Oh, I'm not speaking about right now. I'm talking about
during your deposition under oath in June.
Right.
Go to page 97, line 1 through 4. Whenever you want me to break, I'll break.
Very shortly.
I'm here.
Isn't it true you were asked, all right, you don't remember taking your shirt off, you're telling me? Because you don't take any clothes off to your memory. You don't remember? And then we're talking about this incident, obviously. And you said, no, I don't remember. Remember saying that?
And you refreshed my memory, as I said, telling me there's a video that looks like you on the doorbell camera taking your shirt off. As I told you, this was my memory refresher.
At that time on the video. I couldn't tell.
So then I don't know why you told me that.
I was trying to figure out who the guy was without the shirt on. And that's why I was asking you the question. And you said you don't remember taking your shirt off. I was trying to find who the guy was at the time.
Glad you're here.
I didn't have a big screen like this so I could see everybody.
All right, it is time. All right, we're going to call it a week
right
now. So we'll, unfortunately, I am going to have to take my morning docket on Tuesday. So we'll get started at 10 o'clock on Tuesday, folks. Sign in, of course, at the jury office in time to get upstairs by 10 o'clock. It's a long holiday weekend. In addition to staying safe, folks, I want you to remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. I don't know whether you'll run into any of us out there or not. I don't know how much news coverage there's going to be about this trial. Try to duck us. Try to duck whatever news coverage pops up. Do your best to do that. If you are inadvertently exposed to any news coverage, whether it be via social media or on television or what have you, please let us know on Tuesday. No research, of course, no discussion even amongst yourselves, and I've already covered the other 2. So keep an open mind. You've heard a whole lot of evidence, but not all of it at this point in time. Please stay safe, but enjoy your holiday weekend. See you on Tuesday at 10 o'clock.
Notepads face down with the numbers up, please.
Yeah, we can poll if you think he'll show up Tuesday. We'll do yes, no, or yes, but he'll be late. I'll do it real quick. Y'all, we've been getting more people that have been finding us through searching because you're hitting the like. So please hit the like button, please, before you leave this afternoon, because it helps our little bitty algorithm and our little bitty family grow. All right, start a poll. Do you think Tyler will show
Mr.
up?
Rudolph, I'm going to give you a photocopy of the order that I've signed vacating the writ. What did I say? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Mr. Robinson. Sorry about that. Okay, so hang on to that, because if you're inadvertently picked up, you want to show them that. You do, however, have to be back here at 10 o'clock on Tuesday. All right, stay safe during the weekend. Lori, whoa, watch your step. Long time up there.
10 o'clock on Tuesday. Goodness gracious. My flip-flop count today, she's only brought me 2 today. I only have 2 flip-flops over here. For those of you who don't know what the flip-flop count is, Lucy brings me flip-flops throughout the time as I'm streaming to let me know that I need to put my shoes on and take her out. And yesterday we ended up with 6, but today I think because I took her out during lunch, I've got fewer. I've only got 2 down there now. Gosh, this was crazy. Yep, they're matching. Actually, it's funny because my kid stopped by yesterday, and I was sitting right here because I was working on some stuff yesterday evening, and he took 2 of them and he was going to mess with her, and she got mad, and so she grabbed it and took it and hid it under the desk, and so he grabbed the other one and she took it and hid it from him. Those are like her flip-flops and my flip-flops, and that's it. Nobody else allowed to touch them. It's really funny. The drilling finally stopped. Thank goodness. I think it was the hallway. I don't think it was the neighbors. I think it was the hallway. I think that they're just still doing all that stupid fiber stuff. But whatever they're doing, it's been internet's been fine today. I don't know. I haven't been able to find anything, and I pulled up the court stuff to see if there were any papers that let me pull it up. I haven't pulled it up in the last 2 hours because I've been like jaw dropped listening to this. But I haven't seen them file any court papers yet where it it kicked me out. I gotta log back in. Where it said that anything had changed. But let me look and see if they filed any more papers. Let's see. And we did post on the 13th Juror podcast Twitter. We posted the papers for the civil trial where the decedent's mom, Sebastien, who passed away, his mom she filed a civil suit against the defendant as well. Those papers are on Twitter. All right, let's see if they've posted anything recent today. Dockets and documents. Yeah, they vacated it. Let's see. Let's see what it says. Order vacating and setting aside writ of bodily attachment and bench warrant. So they did file the papers. He is no longer in trouble. Let's see. Put that over there. I was trying to see if the judge like their body language as they're talking, but bless him, little drama between Mark and Tyler. Let's see. So yeah, I guess we're done with the stream because they're just talking about stuff now. Let's see how we did in our poll. I agree that I think that there should have been charges for the others involved. All right, everybody get your vote in now because I'm going to end this in just a second so we can see our results. Yeah, this should be like if she has like a Tinder or like a what's the other ones like eHarmony and stuff like that, whatever's on there should be erased, and her testimony should be like the requirement for her to have anything on any kind of online dating. Yes, Mark is the defense attorney. Okay, so 47% of you think that he will be late, but he will show up. 29% say yes, he'll be there and on time, and then 23% say nope. It'll take another bench warrant, apparently. Craziness. Crazy. Yeah, I think that there will possibly be a big push towards something happening with all of this. You know, we've still got more evidence to come. Yeah, we got 850 in here right now. I think it got up to 994 or 996, I think was the most. I can't remember if it was one or the other. It was so we were so close to 1,000. So close. But it was a crazy day. Let's see. Says a lot when he keeps saying how he was affected by his friend's murder, but he dodges testifying. Yeah, you know, it's always the I say always the cross-examinations that, you know, bring stuff out of you. I guess for Dominique it was both, but you would think that with him, if he was really wanting, you know, conviction and justice and all that for his friend, then oh, there we go, 994 it was. Then he would want to show up and testify, but I think that he just wants to steer clear of everything altogether. You know, and that might also be because he knows that if he shows up and has to talk about all this stuff and knows that he, you know, they screwed up. This is all their fault. They screwed up. Them and Dominique. This is all their fault. All of this could have been avoided. This is all their fault. Let's see. Night court begins at 8:45, 7:45 Central tonight. And also, Recovery Addict has his podcast. Him and Weather Watch have their podcast. It starts before ours at 7 Central, I believe. Let's see. His meds definitely wore off toward that. He lost that cool, calm, and collected. I know a lot of that was because of the condescending tone of the attorney, like that definitely brought it out of him. He figured out which buttons to push to get that calm demeanor gone. So, if you miss Dominique on the stand, you do not need to miss Dominique on the stand. You have to go back and watch that. It was insane. Insane. Yes, I matched my littlest troll today. We're all decked out for Memorial Weekend. Good point, Shelley. He might be being threatened. That wouldn't surprise me, really. Oh yeah, y'all were naming my gnomes at lunch break. Can y'all see them all? Here, let me hide the thing. Can you see them now? My little gnomies. Let's see. Oops, chat was moving. Can you post the documents on your channel's community section? The documents for the trial? The bench warrant and stuff? Is that the one you're talking about? Thank you. I love them too. Dominique testified yesterday and the day before. My Nomi homies. I call them my Nomies. Gnomes, not trolls. Trolls are not allowed here. We kicked them out. But the gnomes, they can stay. Bladder comments were definitely bizarre. That was all about power. That was a power struggle. They came from different places. I think a couple of them came from, I know at least one of them came from Home Goods. And one of them came from like a little store, like a little boutique type store here. I can't remember where I got the other ones. I've picked them up along the way. I love the little gnomes. I think they're cute. And I like that they're all different. Let's see. JT's watching. He's lurking. Say hi to JT. Everybody wave through your portal to JT. State did a horrible job with their witness prep. Every single one has been impeached and had zero credibility. I agree. Every single one. Not surprised. Hi, JT. Everybody's waving through the portals for you. Hello, hello. Oh, I don't have to. Oh. I love it when JT portals in. Yes, I live in Florida. I am in the panhandle of Florida. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Hi, JT. Hi, JT. All right, y'all. I have had an amazing time with you today, but I am going to rest for a little bit. I'm going to go see how crowded it is on the beach. Maybe go out there for another walk. I need to call my mama and get out of this chair for a minute and take Lucy out before I get another 3 to 5 flip-flops over here. So, yes, today was epic. If you can, please just give us a like on here and then just share us. Share us. Tell your friends. Bring a friend. Tuesday can be Bring a Friend Tuesday. Teleport Tuesday. Teleport your friends here. I love y'all so much. Thank you so much. And do not forget, tonight we have our favorite thing to do is the fun moments, the fun shows, the ones where we get to laugh. And looks like we have a lot to laugh about today when we start our night court. So 8:45, 7:45 Central. I think the link is already up. If not, it will be up soon. No camping out on that one. enjoy your afternoon, and we will see y'all tonight. I appreciate you so much. So thank you for reporting to jury duty. I'll see y'all in a little while.